Our boy has it all. A shiny red whip that has everyone looking at him in envy, a 6-of-1 frame built like a Greek god, and a face card so deadly that everyone is taking pictures of him. He is the richest kid on campus with an amazing supercar and an even more amazing girlfriend around his arm. This 11x10 baddie has all the dudes glaring daggers at him. He only got into college and he hooked up with the prettiest girl in 2nd grade, all because of daddy's money. All the other simps want to kill him for having it good in life. It just shows that the bigger the wallet, the hotter the babe. Bro actually has a monopoly over the shorty trade in college. All the first-year goddesses are throwing themselves at him. A couple of girls even look at him enviously, putting on makeup, trying to snatch him from that hottie. Right now, our boy's stock is rising by the day, but he doesn't know the stock market is about to crash harder than in 2008. He just smiles, thinking to himself that life is good, and just like that, everything comes to an end. His rich kid lifestyle is flipped over by the end of his junior year at college because of an unforeseen accident. His family's 3 travel agencies tank and he hits rock bottom with $1,000,000 in debt. Trying to get his mind off his miserable life, he tries to hit up his bros to go play games at a cafe. But it turns out his bros switch up their attitude, revealing themselves to be trashier than his life. They outright tell him to buzz off. They are not even that close. Now that he is not a rich kid anymore, he shouldn't bother them. Our boy just stands on the rooftop, alone for the first time in his life. He was always surrounded by people, some licking his boots and others pretending to be his bros. From the hottest, richest kid dating a goddess and riding in a Lambo, he is now the broke no one wants to be around. He feels hopeless now that his parents and sis are crammed into a 1-bedroom apartment and he has to go back into the college dorm to see these scumbags give him a hard time for not being rich anymore. Forget about that rich lifestyle he was used to. He can't even live a decent life anymore. But at least he has his hot girlfriend to look forward to. Even though he is not rich anymore, he will be having premium cake for life, or so our boy thought. After losing his bros, he sees this gold-digging OF Barron's model tell him that they can't see each other anymore. Suddenly, our boy is not her type, which please, we know his wallet isn't your type anymore. His face shows betrayal and shock as he still tries to hold her close. They've been together for 3 years. How can she just drop the breakup bomb like that? Is she really heartless? Instead of being embarrassed, she tries to gaslight him, saying they are not warriors of pure love or anything. It's just that their passions are different now. A shiny new BMW skids in front of her to pick her up. Before leaving, she tells Shen not to call her Ting anymore. It sounds kind of old. That is, if they meet up again. This witch has the audacity to tell our boy that they are over and get into another dude's car right away. She really is for the streets. She even tells Shen that they shouldn't see each other ever again. Instead of crashing out like I would, Shen even helps her into the car like a true gentleman. He leans closer, making her nervous, wondering if he's going to create a scene. Our boy just whispers to hand over those designer bags she bought. If he can't get that premium cake, she can't keep those premium bags anymore. This enrages her, and she tries to gaslight him again, telling him to save some dignity. Now that he's broke, he's going to get those bags back. Shrey just smirks. Before things can get heated, her new sugar daddy butts in, unwelcomed, calling the hottie Ting and telling her to get into the car. Daddy wants her to play with his joystick next. He even dares to call Shen buddy and offers to give him a lift. Shen can't believe that. First of all, this undie in his 40s is calling his ex-girlfriend Ting when she said it's outdated. And second of all, he's offering to drive him around. That oldie nasty son of a gun says that they're not in a hurry. They can even give him a lift. After all, it must be a huge blow that he broke up and he just wants to make sure Shen gets home safe and sound. Shen is on the verge of crashing out. How about he finishes him off as a courtesy? But instead of crashing out like any normal human would, Shen leans closer and tells him that he's a good guy, and he appreciates his concern, but his place is just a few steps away. He also tells the old dude to take care of Ting. Ting sits in her car and looks guilty, but the damage is done. Poor Ting doesn't know what bro has in store for her. He just smiles and tells the old guy to take notes from the pro. He even tells him the brand of protection she loves, and also what kind of stockings she needs. He makes it clear that even though she's dressed lavishly, she's used goods, and this old dude is just having his leftovers. This infuriates that dumb, trashy scumbag so much that he just rides off into the sunset, holding what remains of his dignity. Instead of getting a babe, he got roasted by Shen in 3 different dialects of violence. Shen just looks at the sky, wondering if that was the right choice not to create a scene and also to let her keep those handbags. Even though it's not his business anymore, he hopes that she leads a good life. It's as if the gods are moved by how pure our boy's heart is. A system window echoes that everyone wants to live the perfect life they deserve. And all of a sudden, he enters the matrix with a system screen loading up the perfect life system. His stats are displayed, and he wonders what in the solo leveling is going on. Is he hallucinating after getting dumped or something? Well, it turns out everything is legit. The perfect life system is now loaded up. It's basically a system where if he spends money on a honey that is suitably aged and has an affinity level over 60, then he can get triple the money back. The system window is basically telling him to be a sugar daddy, a fructose father, as a full-time hustle. While Shen is losing his mind, wondering if this is a joke or something, someone calls him up. It's an 11x10 baddie with melons bigger than people's heads and a skirt shorter than my attention span. She tells Shen that a real dude shouldn't crash out after a breakup. It's no big deal at all. This is Counselor Li Zio. The counselor walks up to Shen. She has seen everything unfold and tells Shen that everything will be better in the future. But Shen notices a weird 65 mark over the counselor's head. Too bad it's not a 69 mark, but that will have to do. She has an affinity for him, and that must mean that he can use the system on her to get rich quick. He tries to riz her up, telling her that he is fine. He also internally laughs, even though he is broke as beans right now. He really has the edge to send anyone into a frenzy. The counselor looks at him kindly, asking him if he has thought about getting that scholarship now that he can't afford tuition. Shen kindly says that a few thousand yen shouldn't be a trouble for his family, even though they are in debt, so it's better to give the scholarship to someone who actually needs it. This touches the counselor, and she decides not to press it any further. After chatting for a bit, she turns to leave, but Shen realizes that she is his ticket to getting a fatter wallet. He decides to test the system out on her by grabbing her hand and thanking her for all the care she has shown him for the past few days. He offers her a milk tea in return. Just as promised, Bro gets her a can of tea. Even though his balance is only 87 yen, he has spent 6 on milk tea and now has 81 yen to his name. Bro really needs to work on that system, or else he will be eating ramen for the rest of his life. Sure enough, he immediately receives 18 yen in return for that milk tea. The system is working, and for the first time in a while, our boy's eyes shine brighter than my future after I chose that arts degree. As long as the professor has an affinity above 60, he can just spam her with gifts and get triple the amount back. He can even pay off his family's debt if he plays his cards right. He smiles for the first time in his life. It looks like things will get better in the future, but right now he only has 99 yen. Even if he spends it all on someone, it won't be fast enough. It will take years to get himself out of debt. So right now, he just needs the startup for his new side hustle, making a gain on baddies. After getting a loan, a business loan, and selling off the only gold he had, he now has a total of 49,600 yen. Now is the time to act. In the professor's eyes, he is just a broke boy with a bankrupt family living in a one-bedroom apartment. If he wants her to accept an expensive gift, he will have to be really careful. 1 hour later, our boy has thrown all the bags and the tags of the luxury bag he bought for 39,800 yen. All he has to say is that this is a knockoff, and the professor will accept it. He knocks on her apartment door, wondering if she is in. The professor arrives in a getup that I've seen in way too many questionable movies. She is wearing an apron that barely manages to hold her marshmallows together. But our boy has his eyes set on the prize and has no time to be distracted by those marshmallows. After exchanging greetings, he comes up with a crappy story that because she has been taking care of him for all this time, he wants to repay the favor with this bag. Looking at that designer bag, she gasps, saying that she can't accept it. It looks expensive. She is a professor and is doing nothing out of the ordinary. But Shen tells her that this is a knockoff purse that cost him only 200 yen. Knowing his family's position, how can he spend more on a bag? But he still wants to thank her for everything she has done. She hesitates for a moment and feels that if she doesn't accept it, it will be like rejecting him all over again. She doesn't want him to go through that trauma. She invites him in because her food is burning. She wonders if he has eaten yet. If not, then he should stay for dinner. Our boy realizes that he might get a taste of some clams. I swear this is just the way a video went before my dad walked in. He just smirks. As long as the professor doesn't have a boyfriend, there won't be any issues, and he'll just boost his affinity level and earn some dough on the side. He looks at the system window and informs him that he now has 120,000 yen. The money is rolling in smoothly. That bag just tripled its amount, and he made 80,000 in profits. He feels the shackles of poverty break from his ankles. He feels the world opening around him. He feels the power of youth. But before he can get a bigger head, the teacher arrives telling him to sit down and eat. Our bro looks at the professor, looking delicious. Forget what about food is the professor on the menu with that bakery behind her. As she's trying to tie her apron, our boy decides to give her a hand. Being the gentleman he is, he tries to tie the apron and feels something rising. And it's not the shield hero. But before things can get any hotter, someone arrives at the apartment asking what the hell he is doing. Surprisingly, she is also hot because it's usually the fridge that protects the snacks. This is the professor's younger sister, Meng. Shen immediately fumbles and accidentally lets go of the apron. But the professor is not confused. After all, she was not doing anything wrong. She smiles and introduces Meng. Shen nervously greets her and tells the professor that he already ate before coming, so he'll be heading back to college. The professor wonders why the switch up. He looked like he was ready to settle down and have dinner. Meng sees his generational aura debt and tells her sister that he is up to no good. But her sister just angrily shoves her away, saying that they're only teacher and student and nothing more. Sure, keep telling yourself that, honey. Wait till you learn about the real price of that bag. Later, Shen is walking around a crowd aimlessly. He wonders who he should spend money on now. The professor is in a teacher-student relationship, so that won't do anymore. He accidentally bumps into a fellow loser and realizes it's Huang, and his hands are shaking. He either had the best solo fun time of his life, or he is really constipated. It turns out Huang's goddess went to the movies with Zhan Peng. This is his roommate, Huang. Shen smiles nervously. He's been simping over Fang, the prettiest girl in the class and a sophomore, And with Huang's face card being able to pull only female gorillas, he doubts that the relationship would have worked. Huang nervously wonders why he isn't making fun of him yet. Shen just looks away and looks at two baddies drinking boba tea and rolling up through the crowd. Huang immediately activates his so-called rizzes. He's glad that they didn't go to the hotel after that movie. It means that he still has a chance. Huang is getting more delusional than me when I thought I would have a job after that arts degree. Shin just smirks as it looks like getting a girl to like him is making him lose his dignity and his aura. But he's surprised to see 72 pop up on the beauty's head. It turns out this 11 by 10 baddie is also falling for him thanks to his face card and his past reputation. Shen hears Feng and her friend talk about him behind his back, about how he got dumped by Ting. Her friend is bad-mouthing him while Feng is looking at him with a weird longing. It turns out that during basic training, at the start of the semester, she was trying to get close to him, and even offered to buy him a drink. Her friend continues to badmouth him for having a bad attitude, just because he is having it good in life. Now that his family is back corrupt, all he has is his cocky attitude. This bubble-bottomed witch doesn't know our boy has the ultimate cheat sheet to get rich in life. As her friend continues to badmouth him, Shen wonders if he finally has someone to spend money on as an investment. The further away she walks, the lower the affinity rating gets until it reaches 69, the perfect number to act on. Shen realizes he can't just sit and watch her go away. He grabs Huang, asking him if it will be a problem if he goes after Feng and if they end up together. Huang makes a stupid face. He knows that with his face card, it would be a miracle if his bloodline continues. But he's still jealous of Shen, wondering if he thinks he is still the guy who drives a Lambo. But he won't mind as long as she doesn't end up with Li Zhenfeng. He doesn't care who she's with. That's all our boy needed to hear before running after Feng, promising to give it an honest shot. He walks up to Feng, ready to riz her hat off. Her ugly friend tries to shield her from Shen's hotness, asking what he wants to do with Feng. Shen is taken aback by her resistance. He comes up with a story that he just wants to book a table at a high-end restaurant and wants to ask Feng if she would be free for lunch. Feng is a bubbling mess. She can't believe that the once great Shen is asking her out for lunch. Her friend is still skeptical. How can he talk about that 5-star Japanese restaurant that costs $1,000 per person? Shen just smiles and scratches his head. He tells Feng that they can go for a walk after dinner and maybe she can help him pick out a gift for his little sister. After she's free, she should let him know by noon. Playing it smooth, he walks away, promising to see her tomorrow. Huang is looking at Shen operate unparalleled riz with an open mouth. Feng can't believe that she was asked out to a high-end restaurant by Shen just after she watched a movie with Zhang Peng. She asks her friend if it's okay or not. Her friend turns out to be a sucker for free food. She tells Feng that it's top-notch Japanese food. Even though Shen might be a bit arrogant, he has a killer face card and Zhang Peng only has family money. If Shen can make a comeback, he will easily be one of the most successful people out there. Surprisingly, her friend gives her good advice, which is rare for girls that she'll lose nothing by going. It's just dinner and a walk with no mention of Netflix and chill. The next day, Feng is all dressed up in a cute crop top and a pencil skirt. Shen is also out there showing his finest threads. The host serves them a wide variety of sushi, telling them to enjoy the meal. After sitting, Feng asks Shen about the hard time his family is going through, and he shouldn't have spent so much on her. Poor girl doesn't know that this is a business transaction. Our boy will be rolling in dough after spending money on her. As soon as she sits, her massive cake factory is visible through her skirt. Looking at that cake, Shen whispers that the flavor is incredible and worth it. He tries to look away. It's been 2 months since he played the field, so he tries to calm down and take a sip of tea. Feng wonders why he went out of his way to ask her out to pick a gift for his sister. Shen says that he always wanted to invite her to dinner, but couldn't find the right time. Instead of that affinity value going up, it starts going down until he reaches 66. Shen raises her eyebrow, wondering why his raise failed. Did she want a different answer? He switches up his tactics and reminds her of their time together in basic training, when she bought him a drink, and they chatted on Snapchat for a while. Realizing that Shen remembers their exchange immediately lifts her mood and her affinity until it reaches 69 again. A naughty number and just what Shen wanted. Shen tries to calm down and remember the day when he was a smooth talker. 40 minutes later, he is at the counter paying 3,000 yen for a single dinner. From her perspective, Feng's monthly rent and entire budget are 3,000 yen. She can't believe this dude just blew 3 grand on a single dinner. That boosts her affinity value to 73. She also compares Zhang Peng and how they decided to eat at the school cafeteria after the movie. Even though he is supposed to be rich, it turns out that being rich and being a gentleman are completely different. Shen looks at his phone and immediately gets a 3 times refund on the meal value. And it also turns out that the more the affinity points increased, the more the refunds were doubled. So he got 10,000 yen after spending 3,000. Now that's the system that can pull anyone out of poverty. Feng smiles and loves how the date is going. She also wonders if it's the power of money, but she feels more inclined towards Shen. They still have to hit the mall to pick out a gift for his sister. At the mall, he runs into Unt and his washed-up girlfriend going into a luxury bag store. The Timek raises her eyebrow, wondering why Shen is here. His days of buying designer goods are supposed to be over. Unt is even on the verge of a stroke. How are they here? How can Shen spend money at a place like that? This is supposed to be his turf. He's an exploited worker who had to buy a mountain of bags just to win over Timek. And now Shen shows up with an even prettier girl to spend money on. Shen looks at them heading towards the store and asks Feng if it's okay if they hit other stores first. Uns takes it as a moment of weakness. He tells Shen that they should go in and take a look together. After all, window shopping costs nothing. This ugly old bastard doesn't know our boy has the ultimate system backing him up. An infinite money glitch. Miss Fake Redhead also angrily wonders what Shen is doing over here, as if her sorry bottom owes them all. Shen just looks at them as if they're mosquitoes. He's just here to buy a gift for his sister. And Unsich realizes that even though he can't match Shen bar for bar, he will now try to match him band for band. He tells Shen that he should hit the toy store. He heard that there's a sale going on and maybe he'll be able to afford a toy car. Even Miss Ting walks up to Feng trying to scare her into leaving because Shen is a liar. Shen walks up in front of Feng wondering what she is getting at by calling him a liar. When did he lie? Uns tells Shen not to yap while trying to be a rich kid. He starts going off about how a man should have class and should spend on their woman. And they all know that his family is dirt poor right now, so he doesn't need to pretend to be rich. Shen is infuriated. He feels disgust crawl in the pit of his stomach and realizes that these two losers are made for each other. While he's thinking of letting them go without embarrassing them, the Perfect Life window has a different plan. It hits Shen with a time-limited task he needs to spend on a person with a level 60 affinity level and also to raise others' negative emotion levels. The system is basically telling him to spend money on his girlfriend and rage bait these two losers into disliking him even more. Shen smiles. It looks like he'll be educating them in the fine art of violence and embarrassment today. He turns to Feng, leading him into the store, promising to just have a look at the store. The sales girls are gossiping about Shen. He used to be a regular over here, but now he's just an ex-rich kid trying to throw his weight around by having a baddie around his arm. The trashy sales rep tells her friend to go look at Shen and tend to him while she takes care of Unker and his little kitten. For someone built like a Discord mod, Unsure is playing in the big leagues. Tangan looks at the bag, wondering if he can pay now. The sales rep immediately walks up, telling her friend to go tend to Shen. Her friend wonders how it is fair that she gets the good customers while she's stuck with the ones who won't buy anything. The sales reps are happily showing Tang several bags and accessories. Along with the accessories, the bag will cost 100,000 yen. The accessories are just 2 bootleg Labibus. Shin looks at Feng, telling her not to worry about saving money. The bag is pretty, and the design is youthful. The sales rep nonchalantly says that together, it will be 50,000 yen, which is kind of expensive. Unka is having an existential crisis after hearing that price tag. He wanted to buy her a 20,000 yen bag. 100,000 is too much for her used-up clam. She tries to sweet-talk him into buying it to show Shen just how powerful he is. After all, he drives a BMW. Untik is not ready to spend that kind of money on boyfriend privileges. Shen just smirks, telling the reps that he wants both the bags and the accessories. The look on Untika's and Ting's faces is priceless, and Feng is covering her mouth in shock, while the sales rep is cursing the heavens and the earth because she didn't tend to Shen. He is supposed to be broke, and here he is buying everything without a second thought. The total comes out to be 130,000 yen. Shen wonders if it is fate playing him because that's the exact amount he has on his card after that food refund. He smiles, grabs his card, and tells the rep to ring it up. The rep is about to cry tears of joy. Who knew that tending to him would be the biggest sale of her lifetime? She didn't expect Shen to be so generous. While everyone is in shock, Ting has the audacity to wonder why the hell he is spending this kind of money when he is supposed to be bankrupt. She probably feels bad that she traded this hot boy toy for Unt, who is supposed to be rich. Unt tries to come up with a story that Shen probably took a loan or something. Shen just smiles and looks at them, raging. He tells them to think whatever they want and also tells Unt that he is not broke either. Why doesn't he buy another bag for Ting? It only costs another measly 20,000 yen. The Unt is on the verge of a brain stroke. Shin continues to pressure him that someone who drives an Audi that costs 700,000 yen shouldn't mind spending more on his girlfriend. This stupid little redhead turns to her sugar daddy, telling him to show his power in front of Shen. What she doesn't know is that this Unt just took a huge loan to buy that luxury car. He tries to save his dignity by pretending to call someone for a business meeting. He tries to sound important on the phone call, yelling that no one can proceed with a million-yen project without his authority. Rob probably has the calendar app on speed dial. Tuing grudgingly tells Shen to take care of himself and storms away, raising her hatred value. Shen looks at them walking away, wondering if it's worth arguing with them anymore. He then turns to Feng, telling her to take the bags. She nervously says that it's too expensive, but he says there's nothing, it's just a bag. She had to put up with her nasty attitude. It's the least he can do to apologize. Feng nervously accepts it and Shen just smiles, telling her not to thank him so fast. After all, this is for her as well. He hands her the second bag as well, saying that he's not sure if his sister will like it, but at least she can have something she put thought into. In reality, his little sis would probably bash his head for buying something so expensive, and they're supposed to be broke. Feng looks away, nervously saying that she can't accept something so expensive, but Shen seals the deal by playing the good guy, telling her not to worry, they have plenty of time ahead to look at the future. Even if she doesn't accept it, he'll feel bad. He successfully completes his tasks and gets a whopping 790,000 yen in his bank account. Mission passed, respect increased, and the bank account is getting fatter with each exchange. Shin smiles and leans closer, looking into her eyes. He realizes Fang is his money tree. All he has to do is take good care of her and not let her affinity level drop below 60. He activates his charisma, telling her they should head back. It's getting late. At this point, he is fighting his demons not to suggest that they head back to a hotel to see how things unfold. Fang blushes and raises an eyebrow, going along. Back at his dorm, a rich kid in designer pajamas is being hyped by his lackeys. They keep telling him that he is different than Shen, because Shen didn't mention going to a hotel. They keep trying to hype up their master while talking down to Shen, even going as far as to suggest that they celebrate Zheng Peng's victory. Shen just zones out and goes into his room, and finds his roommate raging about Zheng Peng and his boasting. He took the prettiest girl in the class to a movie, and who knows what happened late at night. This waste of space doesn't know that our boy took the class flower to an expensive dinner, bought her designer bags, and dropped her off at school. Shen just smiles and tells him that his glory days are numbered. Fang won't end up with Zheng Peng. His bro looks at him as if he is still in denial about his broke face. Doesn't he know that he is not that kid anymore? Besides, Fang didn't agree to go out with him today either, so it looks like she is going for Zheng Peng. Shang doesn't bother correcting this waste of space's assumptions. He just checks his bank balance and sighs in relief. He now has more money than ever, so it's a good time to visit home. While visiting home, he sees his distant uncle lounging on his couch. He greets his uncle with a hint of annoyance, while Shang's father tells him to go into his room. It turns out he is trying to negotiate with his uncle to give them some time to pay back the loan they took from him. Shin hears everything with a heavy heart. His uncle is riding on his high horse, saying that he needs the entire amount as soon as possible. Shin's mother angrily yells that he should remember who lent him 300,000 yen when he wanted to start his business, and now he is here for only 200,000 yen, pressuring them over and over again. Shen's father nervously tells his wife to stop talking and making things difficult, but she refuses to back down. After all, she talked to the uncle's wife and he doesn't have any urgent expenses. Looks like Shen also has a good-for-nothing uncle whose only purpose in life is creating drama in the family. His uncle says that paying off debt is important, and as a member of their family he is asking nicely, or he has other means to get that money. Shen's mother angrily yells, how dare he say that he is going to get violent. His father, on the other hand, calms her down. They decide to see if she has any gold left to sell. Seeing his family in strife, Shen's system boots up, saying that a perfect life shouldn't be burdened by debt. He has a limited time to pay off all family debt, and the money he spends on clearing the tab will be returned multiplied by 2. And if he uses 200,000 yen to clear the family burden, then he will also get 1,000,000 yen for an expensive car. Shen looks at the system in disbelief. What did he do to deserve this? But he also smiles because this is the perfect time to get revenge and show everyone what he is made of. Instead of spending daddy's money, he will be spending God's money, while his parents are looking at the last bit of gold they own. Shen stands at the door, his hand trembling as he hears his parents struggle to sell the last of their gold. He also realizes that 2 gold rings are missing. When Shen was a good-for-nothing brat, it turns out that he stole and sold those 2 rings to buy Ting a gold-plated luxury bag. Feeling immoral and ashamed for what he did, he bursts into the room declaring that he's got money. They look at him as if he's lost his mind, as well as his V-card. They tell him it's not the time for jokes. If he has any money, he should top up his cafeteria card and not be stupid. A bit embarrassed, Shen tells them that he really has money. He transfers 200,000 yen to their account, and both of his parents gasp in surprise, wondering where he got the money. Instead of coming clean about having a godly system that grants him money for being a sugar daddy, he tells them that he had a bit of cryptocurrency, and now he cashed in on it. At least that is more believable. His parents are proud and call him incredible for bailing them out of this sticky situation. They immediately return the money to the fat uncle. Now that he has his money, he should go crawl into a grave and die. After all, their families should never get into contact. The uncle nervously looks at them. Shen's mother looks at him as if he were the epitome of human trash. Disgusting, revolting, and balding. She tells him to get out, and he is thrown out of their home. The uncle wonders how he can pay so easily, even though Shen's dad had a net worth of 100 million. He expected him to be struggling by this point. He starts slapping himself, wondering why he did what he did. Now they will never get along in the future. No shit, Sherlock. What did he think would happen if he pressured his cousin into coughing up money? The system window immediately awards Shen for clearing the family debt. Now he has a whopping 2 million in his account. Shen smiles. Even if he doesn't take the car package into account, his net worth is over 1 million. He never expected to make a huge gain by coming home today. Even if the system window didn't hit him with a side quest, he planned to help his parents out. But right now, he needs to use the money to generate more. The most he can do is give them 200,000 yen. He smiles kindly at his struggling parents, saying that he has another 200 yen, and maybe they can use it. His mother stops him before he completes that sentence. They should save it for now, but his father looks away in embarrassment and coughs, telling him to wait. He nervously and with a heavy heart asks Shen for 50,000 yen. Shen just smiles because it feels familiar. He used to ask his father for money in the same way, while blushing and cuffing into his hand. It looks like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Later, he runs into his teacher, looking like an absolute snack. Forget about class goddesses and Ting. All Shen needs is a one-on-one session with this baddie. He leans closer, wondering if she's free tonight to join him for dinner. After all, he should return the favor. A pair of eyes shimmer in the darkness, and it turns out that Mang is close to her sister. One look from her fiery eyes isn't enough to calm him down. He immediately runs away, saying he remembered something else. They'll postpone dinner to another time. Mang angrily yells at her sister that this guy has bad intentions. This not-nosed brat doesn't know that all our boy wants is to shower the professor with gifts, treat her like a prized possession, and maybe, just maybe, book a private tutoring session. The professor says it's just dinner and nothing else. Shen, on the other hand, is gaping like a fish out of water. That was too hot for his taste buds. Back when he drove around in his Lambo, back when he had Tingjing by his side, he remembers all the good times they had in the back seat. He wonders if that time will arrive soon enough now that he has the means of getting a car. He hits up Feng, wondering if she's free to go look at cars tomorrow. Feng agrees, and her friend is hyping her up that they're already picking out cars together. They might as well get married. Feng blushes and tells her not to talk like that, but she continues to tease her over and over again, saying that she has a boyfriend who is handsome and rich. At the car dealership, the salesman approached them. It turns out he's one of the simps running after Feng. Shen introduces himself as Feng's classmate, and the salesperson wonders what car interests him. He immediately goes for the BMW M9. The salesperson can't believe that this teen wearing a t-shirt and slacks is trying to get a BMW. He still shows him around the display car. He starts a 600,000 yen car, and he wonders if Shen can really afford it. He looks at Feng and immediately starts having a vision of her washing the car and posing next to it. Bro is so lost in the sauce that he covers his pants to hide how bricked up he is. He also starts hyping himself up for no reason, saying that he is an elite salesman in a dealership earning 10,000 yen a month and driving a 200,000 yen Accord. He somehow convinces himself that Feng will choose him over Shen because he is the more realistic choice. He even offers her a chance to grab coffee later, but Feng looks away as if he were the plague, apologizing as she has other plans. Shen directly blocks his game by asking him to arrange a test drive. This infuriates the salesperson, who still doesn't believe that Shen can afford this. He apologizes, saying that their boss isn't in today, so they can't take him for a test drive. Shen knows that there's an M9 out in the entrance, and all this talk about not having a test drive is nothing but lies. He asks for another salesperson to be arranged. Another salesperson immediately pulls up, introducing herself as Chen. I'm pretty sure I saw Chen in another video before my dad walked in on me with a belt in his hand. Shen's eyes widen in surprise, and he's speechless. A fellow salesman asks Yang why he let Chen handle that big sale. It turns out Yang is still not convinced that Shen will be buying a car. He still thinks that he is here to waste everyone's time by showing off to his girl. His salesman just tells him not to regret it later. Bro has no idea how big a blunder he made by letting that big sale slip through his fingers. Speaking of the sale, Chen is going on and on about all the different specs of this sophisticated car. Shen looks at her massive marshmallows, showing off godly jiggle physics down the bumpy road. Her figure alone can give Feng a run for her money, and there are always scandals about salesgirls and rich clients testing out the car in different ways and seeing how durable the backseat is. His mind starts to go down the gutter, imagining this baddie in his lap and how he's about to sign his name on her thigh. Chen makes him snap out of his daydream by asking if he's familiar with the model and what his budget is. He asks if they have any units for sale today, and this immediately shocks Chen. How can a young man afford to buy a car like this without thinking about it for a couple of days? Bro successfully manages to rizz up this baddie as well. After all, the fatter the wallet, the hotter the babe. He pulls, she still can't believe that Young gave up on him. She goes through the schedule and it turns out he can get a car in approximately 1 week. Shane tells her to place the order right now. They're talking at 600,000 yen, and he's buying it without hesitation. She does a double take and says that he'll only have to pay a 50,000 yen deposit to confirm the order. As she goes to finish the contract, Yang teases her, wondering what Shane's intentions are. Without wasting time on these comebacks, she whispers that he bought it. The whole office freezes in horror. Yang still tries to play it cool, saying that Shen will probably back off once the payment is about to be made. Another one says that it's normal for young men to bite more than they can chew. After all, they've never seen this car going with a young man. Shen pauses the paperwork and says that Shen just bought it and plans to pay in cash. This causes everyone to freeze once again. The salesman calls Yang an idiot for wasting a huge and important client. Shen immediately warns Yang, telling him that if he has any problems in the future, he shouldn't hesitate to contact her. She even plans to give him a ride to wherever he wants to go next. Seeing the salesperson being too friendly towards Shen, Feng immediately gets jealous and says that they'll take a taxi. Chen realizes that she was being too friendly and ended up annoying Shen's partner. Later, they walk through the city, and Shen wonders if they should eat now. He also notices Feng being a little cold. He wonders if she's being jealous or upset. Seeing her pout, he realizes that's the case. He tries to clear the air that she's only a salesperson, and it's a client and salesperson relationship. Nothing more. Our boy is lying through his teeth. Then what was that image he was having back at the car? Feng nervously wonders who knows. It looked like they were having a touching moment. Shen just looks away, saying there's a habit to check someone's movements out of habit, but he won't do it again. But Feng realizes that even though they're not official, she's being jealous of the salesperson. Maybe because his weird spending habits attract a lot of women. She wonders if there is a way she can keep Shen locked down and extremely exclusive. While Shen is promising not to let it happen again, he internally thinks that it's definitely going to happen again. Feng innocently says that he bought her bags just yesterday. Even though she does have some expectations, it's not right to have Shen spend so much on her. What if he thinks that she's a gold digger? Shen just smiles. In reality, he wants her to be a gold digger because the more he spends, the more he earns. They later sit in a restaurant and Shen wonders if she will go for a hot or cold drink. She starts reading between lines that don't exist, wondering if he's trying to figure out if it's her time of the month or not. She tactfully chooses a cold drink. Shen wonders why she's being so weird and why her face is as red as a beetroot. He also remembers that the last time he had his joystick played with was with Ting 2 months ago. He really needs that windfall release. 3 hours later, they exit the mall with Feng at a whopping 81 affinity points. After all, our boys just spent 80,000 yen on her, buying her a bracelet, a bag, and a new watch. He successfully put Feng in an existential crisis, wondering if Shen is way too good for her and out of her league. She doesn't know that our boy just received his money tripled back. Now, even after getting the car, he will have 1.6 million yen left. Our boy decides this is the perfect time to make his move. He wonders what if they don't go back to the dorm tonight, and Feng just laughs and responds. Later, they're in a grand hotel room. Shane is standing in the shower while Lily is lying on her stomach looking at her phone. She's trying to come up with an excuse to tell her friend not to wait for her tonight. Shane arrives with the towel wrapped around his little friend. After all, he spent too much for her to get cold feet now. She just comes up with the excuse that she'll be visiting a relative tonight. Shen leans closer and she whispers that she hadn't had the time to shower, but he says it doesn't matter. They lean closer and embrace each other, each touch unlocking new areas on her map. She nervously tells him to be gentle, but our boy hasn't touched grass in 2 months. Half an hour later, Shen is lying there with hollow cheeks and bags under his eyes, while Feng is smiling like a kid on Christmas. He didn't expect himself to be so weak after only half an hour, but maybe it was because he hadn't exercised enough. Before he can catch his breath, Feng crawls over him as if she's scaling Mount Everest. She says they should do it again. Shen whispers that maybe they can rest a bit more, but she isn't taking no for an answer today. Shane smiles, thinking that the system is offering refunds for basically breathing at this point. With all the money he has, he should pay off the 52,000 yen debt he took as an initial investment. And there's also 100,000 yen he owes to John. Out of all the fake friends he had to let go after his bankruptcy, he's the only one who helped him out without hesitation in his time of need. While Shane is remembering his ride and die bro, his roommate pulls up, wondering where he was last night. He didn't come back to the dorm, and he also reminded him that today they have a class dinner. Shen has no interest in this class of wannabe rich kids, and he doesn't even bother telling this loser that he was out having a taste of premium cake and banging the class goddess. The group messages are flooded with everyone writing Zhang Feng complimenting him on the car he bought for 280,000 yen. This dinner is basically a contest to see who can suck up to Zhang Feng the most. Shen finds it adorable that that little show-off is happy with that car, but he won't be going to this glazing party. His inbox pings with a message from John saying that it's been ages since they met. They should have dinner with drinks tonight to take their mind off everything that's been happening. The system window finds this a perfect opportunity to tell Shen to invest money in a business, and he will get double the amount back. He also receives 1 million yen as a business exclusive. Shen smiles to himself because now he has the chance to invest in something that can become his second source of income. God knows how long this system will carry him. He decides to invest in John's bar. After all, it's under renovation, and he can also have a bit of fun there. He tells John to send the location, and he'll be there soon. Inside the private dragon lounge, the upper cream of society is gathered. A man with long greasy hair has an 8x10 baddie around his arm. This is Lin Guangyao. Another smartly dressed businessman smiles, wondering why they aren't starting when all the important bros are already here. This is Zai. A guy who looks like he's in the middle of making a mixtape says that the important people are already here, so they should get the show on the road. This is Zhao. John just smiles, telling them not to be impatient. They should help themselves to snacks on the table while they wait for Shen to arrive. John looks like the only one who's decent in this company. Lin wonders why they're inviting Shen when he's broke as beans and no longer part of their circle. John reminds him that he's picking up the tab for tonight, so he shouldn't worry about who's joining and who's not. All he needs to do is shut his mouth, eat food, and have fun. Shen is his lifelong buddy, and it doesn't matter if he's broke or not. Lin decides to wait since he's putting it this way. His little bimbo whispers that it's not right that he's touching her, even though he's not her boyfriend anymore. Lin wonders when the businessman's girlfriend will arrive. Zai just smiles politely, saying that she's stuck in traffic and may be here in 10 minutes. Lin grunts in frustration. Even though he looks like a businessman, his family depends on him, and by a weird stroke of luck, he landed himself a girlfriend with a perfect pair of peaches hidden in a tiny skirt. She's every guy's dream who works in a corporate. He wonders if he'll get a chance to pull a baddie himself. Right in the middle of this drama, Shen arrives wearing a torn shirt and a dirty vest, as if he's been homeless and holeless for the last 10 years. He apologizes for keeping everyone waiting. John doesn't even take notice of his clothes and greets him heartily. Chanel says that there was weird traffic along the way, and the Uber driver properly took a longer route to get here. John just smiles, commenting on how some drivers are totally unethical. Lin, on the other hand, is enjoying seeing Shen in such bad shape. The guy who used to drive Lambos is now taking Uber. What a joke. Lil Bro doesn't know that Shen just bought a $700,000 car. $1 million is now only pocket money for him. Lin even teases him that while everyone had to drive themselves, Shen already has a personal driver. The businessman's girlfriend also arrives, and it turns out it's Chen who's looking absolutely bombastic with that low-cut blouse barely hiding her wealth. She apologizes for being late, and the businessman just smiles, introducing everyone to his girlfriend Chen, who is a top salesman at a dealership. He secretly feels an air of superiority over everyone, just because he has the prettiest girlfriend out of them. Chen looks at Shen wearing rags and wonders why he's here after picking up that M9 yesterday. Turns out Chen doesn't only have beauty but also brains. She decides to not recognize Shen since he didn't greet her first. 40 minutes later, Shen announces to everyone that he's going to upgrade his bar and he's setting up everything. Now that they're all here and they're all his good friends, he's hoping to invest and grow together. He hits them with a business pitch, basically asking for 700,000 yen in exchange for 30% of the bar's share. He nervously looks at everyone in the room and realizes everyone is avoiding his gaze. Lin wonders why Shen is looking for investments over here when his daddy is worth tens of millions of dollars. He wonders if it's because of his poor investment record. The businessman also looks away nervously. He'll have to save 2 years to gather 700,000. Bootleg Eminem is sucking on a candy, wondering why he's here to ask for investment, when they're here to just be freeloaders. Every one of these losers turns away. John realizes that everyone here is a freeloader who wants to take advantage of him for food and drinks. John finally gets it. Every single one of these losers is just waiting for him to fill their plates and drinks. When it comes to pulling together for each other, they might as well be limp fish flopping on the floor. He nervously swirls his chalice, asking if someone will at least have the decency to say something. Lin breaks the silence, telling Shen that if he needs money, then it's better to just take a debt. They're willing to chip in and help him open up the place, and he can pay them back whenever he feels like it. The businessman also chimes in, saying that they shouldn't be partners halfway. It won't be fair to him. The second-rate rapper looks at the businessman, coming up with an excuse not to invest. Seeing Shen's bankruptcy and not lifting a finger to help him, this group is nothing but a pack of losers hyping each other up. Some of them are even angry that Lin mentioned letting John borrow money. John closes his eyes in desperation and anger. He wanted to partner with everyone so they could do business and grow together, but it looks like he underestimated their bro code. He is clearly talking about investing and becoming partners, and Lin skillfully turned it into a plea for a loan. He tells everyone in a disappointed tone that he won't be here to borrow money. Instead of being embarrassed, Lin smiles, saying that becoming partners makes no sense, so they should just keep drinking and having fun tonight. Only Shen is the realest of them all. He has seen their true faces firsthand after his family went bankrupt. They are all parasites who just sit around and drain their family's finances. Disheartened, John tells everyone to enjoy themselves while he heads out. Unexpectedly, Shen offers to lend him the 700,000 yen he needs as an investment. The room falls silent. Lin starts laughing uncontrollably, telling Shen not to joke like that. They all know where he's coming from. They all know that instead of cereal, he has struggle O's every day. The dumbass rapper tells Shen to go to the bathroom and wash his face. He must be in a severe state of delusion. Even the businessman tries to act cool, saying that he's older than him and more experienced. Lil Bro doesn't know that his 2-year saving is only pocket change for Shen. Lin takes the mic, offering to pay a round-trip taxi fare for Shen. Only Chen knows Shen's reality. She wonders why everyone is being a disgusting prick to the guy who bought a 600,000 yen car in a heartbeat. Even though she wants to help him out desperately, she can't. There must be a reason why Shen is keeping it a secret from everyone. She's conflicted on what she should do. Shen looks at John, saying that he's already transferred the 700,000 yen he needs. Sure enough, the inbox shows the message of the bank transfer. Shen looks at John, struggling to breathe. John shows the message to Lin, and Lin is on the verge of having a stroke. He looks like a baby from the hydrogen bomb versus the coughing baby meme. He even tries to count the zeros over and over again, and Chen wonders if something has changed all. She looks up at Chen, giving him a full view of her marshmallows and her buns. While Lin stands there shocked and embarrassed, one of his fellow scumbags wonders what the message said. Lin nervously says that he has some things to take care of, so he'll have to leave. His dumbass cousin wonders what's going on and why he's leaving. Lin tries to bail his cousin out as well, saying that his uncle and auntie are looking for him. His blockhead of a cousin wonders why he didn't get any calls. Lin grits his teeth in frustration because his cousin is as bright as a broken bulb. Now that Shen has shown what a real friend is, they have no chance of saving face. He also wonders why Shen took an Uber just to get all the spotlight tonight. The fake hip-hop rapper also sees the transfer message and immediately bails as well, saying he has some things to take care of. One after another, all of these human scumbags see the message and take their leave, until only Chen and the businessman are left. The businessman wonders why everyone's switching up so quick. Chen whispers that they are leaving too. He wonders how she knew that he transferred the money without checking the record. She didn't even see the message. She angrily says that Chen bought an M9 yesterday and paid in cash. This shocks Four Eyes so much that he grabs Chen's hand and asks her why she didn't let him know the moment she entered, if they don't act her out next time. His voice trails off as Chen angrily slaps his hand away, breaking up with him on the spot and wondering what's next time. Today she has realized what a garbage of a man he is. They should never contact each other ever again. Just like that, bro lost his dignity and his girl in the same night. John nudges closer to Shen, saying that if he knew that he was such a big shot, he wouldn't have wasted so much money in this meeting. Shen pours himself a drink. These guys are anything but trustworthy. He then asks John to tell him about his business plans and what he plans for the bar. After talking for a full 30 minutes about the plans, John can't believe what an amazing business sense his friend has. As they are both busy with their lives, they need to find a manager to take care of the renovations. In the next hour, Shen hits up Chen, saying that they should meet up around lunch because he has some questions about the car he got. Chen wonders what this is all about. She was busy with her night routine. After all, it takes a lot of effort to be so pretty. Shen just smirks. He only has a single money tree right now. He needs another beauty in his system to spoil. Besides, Chen has the best body he has ever seen in his 26 years of life. Wasting money on her won't be a waste. The next day, Chen is sitting there with the buttons on her blouse, fighting for dear life to hold it together, and her skirt being a formality, showing off those thick thighs that save lives. No wonder she is so famous in sales. A fatty grandpa looks at her and wonders what she is doing out here in store uniform. This balding piece of work decides to flirt with her because he never got to do it before. He is the general manager of the dealership where she works. He tells his subordinates to go do whatever they want. He has some other things to do. The others leave, wondering if Chen will agree to date Mr. Shang. Even though his forehead is practically bigger than my house, they don't think Chen would agree to date a man twice her age and thrice her waist size. While they are gossiping about Chen and her new fling, the businessman arrives and hears them talking about her. The fatty grandpa tries to raise her up with a "Do you come here often?" line, wondering if he can join. She politely tells him that she already has a date with a friend, but this fatty takes it as a plan to play hard to get. He reminds Chen that he is her superior, and it doesn't matter if she is here to meet a friend, maybe they can really eat together. Chen looks at this disgusting bomb of adipose tissue, telling him to keep a distance. He already has a family and shouldn't talk like that. This excites Fatty even more. He even goes as far as to suggest getting a divorce so they can be together. The businessman is furious. How dare Chen reject him for a guy like that? He's a hotshot who earns 500,000 yen a year and drives a car worth 300,000 yen. Your eyes don't know our bro can ruin him in a game for band to band. The businessman looks at Chen, squirming next to the fatty manager with tears in his eyes and fury on his breath. He yells at the general manager, how dare he have a fear behind his back. Chen nervously wonders what he is getting at, but right now, bro is here to prove that he is the alpha. He punches Fatty in the face, and it turns into a full-blown fistfight. Shen arrives and looks at the two idiots beating the stuffing out of each other. It's too sticky a situation, and if not for the fat man, he would be the one lying on the floor right now. He grabs Chen's hand and whisks her away, saying they should get out of here and ignore them. On a car ride, she explains that she was only dating the businessman for 2 weeks. At the dinner, she realizes what a horrible person he is. Shen looks away, saying that it's better to see a person's true self early on. She nervously says that the one who got hit is her boss, and now that he's been beaten up for no reason, he'll treat her worse than she can imagine. Shen tells Chen that working for such a boss doesn't suit her. She should change jobs. She sighs with, "Oh, if only it were that easy to find a new job." She has worked hard over the years to build her clientele and her reputation, but to be honest, she's tired of working in sales for so long. She wants to open up a small cafe where she won't have to deal with managers like that. She whispers that it costs 300,000 to 400,000 yen to open a cafe. Shen looks at her in surprise, wondering what if someone else invests in it. After all, aside from the 700,000 yen he has spotted John to open his bar, he has 300,000 yen left in investment funds. She just smiles, saying that she'll resign immediately and work for the investor. Her hand inches towards his joystick, and Shen smirks, telling her to resign tomorrow. He'll invest those 300,000 yen to open that cafe. Shen immediately stops in her tracks, and her affinity score soars to 64. She can't believe what she's hearing. This young man is about to change her entire life, and Shen is just glad that he has a new money tree to cultivate. Chen does a double take, wondering if Shen is serious or if he is joking. Shen just smiles, wondering if she will work for him or not. She gives her the offer of 12,000 yen a month as a salary plus bonuses, and if the cafe does well, then he will buy her a 200,000 yen car because it's time for an upgrade. Forget Chen, bro should pick me. That sounds too good to be true. No sales pressure. Work only 3 months to get a brand new car and an annual income of she imagines herself in a luxurious cage, well-fed, well-provided for, but not free. She wonders if she will have to be his little girl toy for the rest of her life. After all, he already has a girlfriend. Even though these conditions sound amazing, She doesn't want to be a caged bird or a third wheel. Shen smirks, telling her not to overthink it. It's his plan to open a chain of cafes. This is kind of an experiment for the first one, and they will only be boss and employee, nothing more. With the air now cleared, she asks Shen for a few days to think about it. Right in the middle of his business negotiation, Feng messages him, wondering if he's free to catch lunch together and have a cold drink. Cold drink being code to bake her cake. He wonders how much energy this girl has. She might be innocent on the streets, but she is a freak in the sheets. He replies that they'll definitely grab that drink, but they should also pace themselves. With something new to look forward to, he asks Chen to think about it and let him know as soon as she makes up her mind. He enters the hotel room, and Feng immediately hugs him from behind. Looking at little bro's success, I should burn my arts degree and pray for a perfect life system too. Feng angrily wonders why he smells like another woman. He looks around and sniffs himself, wondering if it's because he was in Chen's car. She angrily shoves him away, wondering if he's cheating on her. With how rich he is, it wouldn't be a surprise. But he tells her that he only has eyes for her. Today, he went to the dealership to handle some paperwork. He must have picked up the scent from the sale wraps. Feng mutters that the next time he drops by the dealership, he must let her know. And he must keep his distance from that Chen girl. Shen feels a little guilty, but it's not about being unfaithful to her. He's just trying to find beauties to spend money on. Totally innocent. Feng says that she's going to shower first, but little bro has different ideas. He goes straight for second base. 2 seconds later, Feng is missing her top and lying on her back. She's ready to get his Woody out of the hoodie. Shen just smiles and leans closer. As they start going at it and exploring each other to the fullest, Shen manages to last a whole 2 hours, leaving Feng completely satisfied but still yearning for more. Shen can't take the pressure. He urgently tries to bail, saying that he has to hop into the shower. He feels so weak that his legs are basically wobbling, and his Woody is now a little twig under the towel. But Feng's face shows that it's worth it. Her affinity points are at 90, and he wonders how the little monster mesh session boosts her affinity points by so much. The system window pops up saying that now that he has achieved 90 affinity points, he will get 1 lottery ticket for 1,000,000 yen, 1 spending voucher for another 1,000,000 yen, and a skill, Ruthless and Powerful. Looking at all the perks he has, he activates Ruthless and Powerful, a skill where he'll be able to dominate any baddie he wants. He apologizes to Feng in his mind because he's going to unleash the beast. He activates the power and feels energy overflowing within him. He feels his twig under the towel turn into Thor's hammer. He realizes that with this power, he can make sure that she won't walk for a whole week. It looks like the system rewards him with whatever he needs, that he imagines the 2 baddies still safe from Thor's hammer, the professor and Chen. If he manages to reach 90 with the opposite gender, he can unlock a lot of benefits. He realizes he will have to step up his game. He really needs the next girl to show up with a 90 affinity or something, so that he can get a better reward. He turns to Feng with renewed vigor in his eyes. She wonders why he's not in the shower. He grabs her hand and says that he changed his mind. He flips her over like a pancake, grabbing those peaches with such force that she gasps in surprise, wondering why he feels different. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Chen is lying in bed with a guy offering her 300,000 yen a year and a 200,000 yen car just to work in a cafe. Her girlfriend wonders if she ran into a scammer, but judging by Shen's track record of spending money like throwing peanuts, he's supposedly illegitimate, and he's only 21. Her friend wonders how this can be young, rich, and handsome, the holy trinity of playboys. Her friend tries to wrap her dumb head around the offer. She'll be getting a 300,000 yen salary, a brand new car, and a guy that's rich, handsome, and young. What more can she ask for? She looks at the city through her window. He's 6 years younger than her, but her friend reminds her that it's better if a woman is younger, but it's even better if she's a bit older and more experienced. Then she can give him the full Ara fun time special. And if he manages to land her, he will get 2 godly marshmallows. Chen is still unsure because he already has a girlfriend, but her friend is a true gold digger in every sense. After all, a girlfriend is not the same as a wife. He can have as many girlfriends as he wants. She even suggests that Chen snatch Shen away for herself and be a homewrecker. And if she's being so indecisive, maybe she can have a go at this young Mr. Millionaire. Chen can't believe what her friend is saying. Doesn't she already have a boyfriend? But she says that she would drop her boyfriend in a heartbeat for a man like that. She hangs up the phone and realizes that her trashy friend can't be a source of comfort and answers. She imagines Shen looking at her through the window and wonders what the future holds for her. 40 minutes later, Bro has successfully laid the pipe and drilled his love into her buns. Bro laid the pipe so hard her soul did a factory reset. She lies there hyperventilating, wondering why he was different this time around. He wonders if she means that he was stronger somehow. She hides under the sheets, cutely. It's been 40 minutes, and they have done it twice, and he whispers if she's ready to go for another round. She can't believe what she's hearing. She was supposed to be the energetic one, but he folded her like a lawn chair at a barbecue. Life sure is good for Bro. Not only does he have a godly physique, but he also has a system that gives him unlimited stamina. He teases Feng that she studied dance years ago. How about she tangos on his lap? Man really said round 3, after rearranging her internal furniture twice. She nervously wonders how. She doesn't know how to, but he just smirks, saying that she'll learn with experience. He really is a smooth operator. Unlimited stamina system. Bro basically installed an RTX 5090 in his pelvis, having this 11x10 beauty take the lead and go on a joyride she'll never forget. The next day, he's just lying there in bed with a stupid smile on his face. There are no classes this morning, and he can sleep in a bit. He decides to check the lottery, and it turns out that all of the numbers match, and he has won 6.8 freaking million yen. Winning 6.8 million yen right after shaboinking is crazy, bro. Literally has post-nut lottery luck. He jumps out of the sheets, ready to share this wonderful news with his parents. Ever since they've been bankrupt, they've been struggling. Now change is just around the corner. He zooms into the living room, yelling for his mother. His mother angrily wonders why he's making so much noise. Does he want to disturb the neighbors? He just asks for his father. Where is he? He needs to share something. His father nervously looks at him as if he's lost his mind. Did he get into trouble or something? Shu just smirks, telling him to take a seat because he has won 6 freaking million yen. His parents look at him with awkward expressions. They wonder if they'll have to pay for therapy for their kid. Maybe being poor after being a rich kid is too much for him. His dad tells him to focus on his studies and he'll take care of the family problems. But Shen tells them to look at the winning ticket. His dad is speechless and breathless at the same time, and his mother yells louder than Shen when he enters the apartment. Shen smiles, saying that even after taxes, they'll have 5 million yen. With that money, they can pay off all their dues and also live a better life. His mother can't believe what is happening. Can fate really be so merciful? She promises to write his name in the family's honor book. She nervously says that even though he's in his 3rd year and has 1 more year till graduating, he wants to start a business on his own and gain some experience. His father smiles, looking at Shin being so wise beyond his years. It's good that he has ambition. He's a good boy, but he's also a bad boy. Shen heeds his father's advice and says that he'll only take 1 million and leave the rest for his parents to use. His parents laugh and smile. For the first time in a while, they can genuinely smile and feel the worries melt away. While Shen is having this family meeting, Shen is also having a meeting of her own. Fatty is confronting her about the beatdown he received from her ex-boyfriend. Chen doesn't budge, saying that it's his own fault, and she has nothing to do with that man because they broke up earlier that night. If he wants accountability, he should look for the guy who beat him up. The fatty just laughs. The bruises on his face surprisingly make him look even more ugly. But his confidence needs to be studied. Bro is trying to bag an 11x10 fatty with a face card like that. He tells her she's not being fair. It's all because of her that he got the beatdown of a lifetime. Internally, he wants to use this to win her over. But Shen angrily says that she didn't invite this fat waste of space to be with her during that time. A dark look flashes across Zhang's face. He calls her stubborn, going at a different angle that she left her post and left customers unattended. And he's going to suspend her customer service duties for a month. Jean realizes that he's playing dirty. Even though she asked for permission a day earlier, Fatty laughs while his chair struggles to put up with his enormous waist. He starts going on about how he's the general manager of the store, so he calls the shots. What he doesn't know is that Chin already has a way better offer lined up for her, courtesy of Shin. He really thinks that he'll get a slice of her bakery just by bullying her at the workplace and forcing her to get her base 1,200 yen salary, which can't even cover rent. What he doesn't know is that he has accidentally pushed her into Shen's arms. She turns to leave, giving him a last view of her. How dare he act like a general manager and let it get to his head. She quits on the spot, and he can't believe that she stood up for herself. While leaving, she realizes that Shen really is different from all the other guys he hangs out with. He's calm and kind, and whatever he does now, she'll be working for him. She storms out, saying that she doesn't need this job. Half an hour later, she hits up Shen, wondering if the offer still stands. Shen smiles and congratulates her on escaping that hellhole and walking towards the brighter future. He tells her to scout new locations for their cafe, and while she looks for new places to open the cafe, he will transfer 300,000 yen as investment. He then goes to the professor's cabin and finds her banded over, giving him a perfect view of her massive marshmallows. Professor bending over was an assassination attempt. Shen's blood pressure nearly jumped out a window. The professor apologizes for bothering him. She has to move office, and there are too many things to move on her own. Shen looks around, saying that he doesn't have classes in the morning, so he is free. But do they really have to move all the books? The professor apologizes. She would do it alone if she could. She tries to reach for the books on the top of the shelf. She can't reach them, even if she stands on her toes. Shen arrives and grabs the books for her. And that's not the only thing he grabs, as she feels a sword behind her shields. She feels Thor's hammer and wonders if this is closer to the time that he was born. If this is closer than the time they were at home when he was tying that apron. She starts blushing, wondering if Shen really has something for her. If things go the way they are, she will definitely be getting that something, and with some extra ruthlessness and power. The professor looks away shyly, asking if he's done already. Shen just smiles, grabbing a folder and saying he's done. Two other idiots barge into the room and look at the professor, sweating and blushing like an idiot. They wonder what's up with that. Shen doesn't pay it any mind and tells them to hurry up and get that file moving into the next office. The professor is just glad that the students arrived after Shen was done giving her a feel of his sword. But she also notices him getting bolder by the minute. First, he acted up in her house by tying her apron, and now he is doing this, but part of her secretly feels excited. wondering if there's more to it. She tries to keep it strictly professional, but is failing as a 71 affinity point mark pops up around her head. Shen wonders why her affection level jumped. He takes a moment to admire those perfect peaches. It's not that he has a really long sword down there, it's just that her peaches are seriously curvy. If she had been one of the flat ones, things would never have gotten this far. He seriously decides to invest in their relationship. 800 meters from the school, South Gate on a Saturday. Two girls are busy sucking up to Zhang Peng. They're continuously showering him with compliments about his 280,000 yen car and how he's in the top 1% of their classmates. That idiot wannabe rich kid just smiles, wearing designer pajamas as if it's his uniform. He likes how all the girls are lining up to follow him even though the Fang turned him down. As they're continuously glazing him, one of the baddies says that he's so rich some people would have to work for years to get to his level. But Zhang Peng almost chokes on his tea when he looks at Chen sitting there like an absolute treat, complete with a yellow ribbon on her chest. This idiot doesn't know that this gift is reserved for our boy Shen. He admires her long sculpted legs, saying that it's worth losing 10 years of his life if he can get lucky with a baddie like that. They also look at the luxury car she is walking towards. It's the new M9, and Shen steps out of it looking casual. The girls immediately shift their attention to Shen. He's supposed to be the broke kid after his family filed for bankruptcy. Zhang Peng has an existential crisis when he sees Chen greet Shen warmly. He can't believe that this supposed loser is together with a beauty like that. Chen just smiles, saying that the cafe owner will be here shortly. So how about they grab a drink in the meantime? Shen smiles while the other girls are whispering, trying to badmouth Shen and his crew. Zhang Peng, on the other hand, is burning with jealousy and envy. That bastard broke up with Ting and now he's already with a beauty from outside the school. The cafe owner arrives, apologizing for being late. She had to pick up her son. This is Yu Cheng. They greet politely, and Shen wonders if they're really the same age. The cafe owner sits down, saying that she'll keep it brief. Business isn't doing well. It's near the school, so there's a good flow. But with family issues and problems, she has no choice but to transfer the cafe. The transfer will cost him 300,000 yen. While it's perfect for our boy, he still needs 50,000 yen as a capital to get the business running. And for Chen's first salary, he puts down his offer at 250,000 yen. And though the cafe owner wanted it to be 270,000 yen as there were no other buyers, she agrees to the price and to transfer it today. The cafe owner calls a waitress over, saying that Shen will be the new owner from now on. They should get acquainted. Everyone greets the waitress, and Shen says that he won't be coming around often, so Chen will be looking over the cafe. The girls can't believe that he closed a deal for 250,000 yen. That's the amount of money Zhang Peng splurged on his car, and he was walking around with a big head. Chen's eyes widen in surprise as she looks at the cafe owner's phone buzz. The cafe owner nervously steps away, saying she'll have to take the call. In a hushed tone, Chen whispers that it looks like the cafe owner is the fattie's wife who harassed her at the workplace. Her old boss, Shen, just shrugs his shoulder. Looks like the world really is round. And with such a beautiful wife at home, he still has the gall to harass his employees. Chen nervously looks away. She still has the chat where the fattie was harassing and threatening her. She was thinking of exposing him after she got her first salary, but now she feels bad about doing this to the cafe owner. Shina also agrees, saying it will be bad for everyone. Once the chat goes public, Zeng will know who did it. And a man over 40, unemployed with a family to support, he might do something he will regret later. Shin asks Chen to let him handle the matter so that they could take him down without affecting Chen. Chen breaths with relief. Her eyes soften and Shen transfers the 250,000 yen he promised to the cafe owner. He also sends Chen 50,000 yen. Out of that, 24,000 is her salary for the next 2 months, and the rest will serve as capital for the business. Immediately, his vision is flooded by a series of pop-up videos. As he has used the 1 million yen of the capital investment fund, he raises his investor level and gets another million to invest in other industries. And if he manages to complete this reward, he will get his investment back tripled, and he will also receive a mysterious industry. Shin smiles, looking at the system backing him up. He didn't expect the system to surprise him with so much money. He got 10 million yen to invest. Someone the IRS really needs to investigate, bro, and where he keeps getting money from. The cafe owner smiles, saying that she has received the payment. It's a pleasure doing business with him. They shake hands and Shen's mind immediately dives into a gutter. He notices what a firm and soft hand she has and immediately starts imagining dancing with the cafe owner. He gets up and asserts his dominance, saying that they might see each other in the future. They arrive in a luxury restaurant that Shen took Feng to earlier. Chen wonders if he comes here often, since this is a really expensive restaurant. Shen just smiles. It's not every day they make a good deal in business. Chen looks away while blushing, and Shen can't resist her charms. Any normal man would be simping for her hard. He plays his cards right, asking Chen to sit next to him. As she is about to sit, he wraps his hand around her waist and pulls her closer. After all, he spent 300,000 yen on a cafe she wanted, and agreed to give her a 12,000 yen salary a month. He decides to earn some of it back, one way or another. Chen looks away while blushing. The only reason bro can get away with this is that he is handsome and rich. She understands that in this world, there is no love or no effort without reason. She also questions whether he wants to make money off the cafe or if he just wants a slice of that premium cake. She gets her answer soon enough as she feels his hand creeping down below. All she has to offer is her premium goods. She nervously whimpers that the waitress is coming and he shouldn't go so far, but Shen tells her not to worry and slides his hand over her sculpted abs, causing her to moan. The waitress tells Shen that they are preparing the dishes and will be coming in. Shen immediately pulls away and tries to catch her breath. Shen, on the other hand, is unfazed and grabs his sushi roll, telling her that this is the house's specialty. Shen can't help but admire his face card. Even though he is rich and handsome, he is a playboy. Even though he still has a beautiful girlfriend, he acts like this. 40 minutes later, they are finally done with the dinner, and Shen is ready to pay 2,600 yen. He thinks that even though the meal was kind of expensive, he will get triple the amount back, so making money is as easy as breathing for him. He scans the code on the machine and Shen can't help but feel uneasy that someone like him can pay for a 2,000 yen meal just like that. She volunteers to go back to the cafe to talk with the waitress and understand the situation better, so that they can start as soon as possible. Shen has different plans for her tonight. He says that it's already 8:30 and they close at 9, it won't be possible to make it in time. Our boy just wants to slime. She nervously tells Shen to drive her home. At the base of the apartment building, Shen promises to hand him the report by tomorrow. Shen decides to play the field by asking for a glass of water. Smooth, she nervously says that it's not appropriate. She also thinks that things are moving way too fast for her. Shenji's unfazed and gaslights her, wondering if there is another man at her place. She pouts and cutely says that she already broke up with that businessman. Shen smirks, "I'll have some water and leave," as if our boy is so innocent, but she believes him that he will definitely leave after having some water. As soon as they enter the apartment, he wraps his hand around her thin waist and nudges closer. She nervously says that she was supposed to just have water and leave. Shen smirks. He's definitely getting some water, but not the kind she's thinking of. They lock lips. At the same time, the businessman arrives with a bouquet in his hand, ready to win his babe back. He is optimistic that she'll definitely accept him again. He also notices that the lights in her apartment are turned off. He decides to just leave the bouquet by her door to let her know that he was here. As soon as he approaches the apartment door, he hears moaning coming from the other end. This infuriates him. How dare his ex-girlfriend move on with her life? He starts banging on the door, yelling at the fatty to come out. Shen realizes that that annoying voice can only belong to one man, the idiot who already broke up with her and is now getting involved. Shen is in a questionable position and is in no position to open the door. She wonders if there's someone outside. Shen, silver tongue, gaslights her into thinking it's someone else's door. He grabs a handful of those peaches and carries her to the bed. As their passion intensifies and their voices meld together, the businessman slumps on the door in horror, realizing that the unthinkable has been done. The other guy has done what he never could, and all he can do is tell the other guy to use protection. It's been an hour since Shen has been giving her a joyride. She's practically trembling like a leaf at this point and wondering what he's doing. Shen tells her to lie down with the ruthless system pumping him full of energy. He can go at it day in and day out. Although Shen seems outgoing, he didn't expect her to be so reserved, and that gets her excited. The next day, our boy is lying in bed. He wakes up to the smell of eggs and sausages. Shen is cooking him breakfast after taking care of his eggs and sausages the last night. He notices how considerate she is, and she's really homely and warm, the perfect woman. The system window informs him that he has 24 hours to buy a property, and he will get the amount he uses doubled back, and he will also receive a mysterious property. Shen smirks because life is good, even better than before his bankruptcy. He's got two beauties by his side, a godly physique and the ability to lay pipe 24/7, and now he's also getting an apartment. The system's generosity is amazing. He can basically use his entire life savings to buy an apartment or a penthouse, and he'll get the amount back. Shen smiles, asking him if he's ready for breakfast. Shen smirks because he's in the mood for another type of breakfast. After all, he wonders what kind of reward he will get once she reaches 90 affinity level. He comes up from behind and starts going for her marshmallows. Shen can't believe that he's still going for it. Shen smirks, telling her to cook her breakfast. He wants something else on the menu, and if she has nothing to do this morning, maybe they can go buy a house. It will be a little gift for her. Shen can't believe what she is hearing. He already helped her open the cafe with 300,000 yen, and now he is offering to buy her a house. She's living paycheck to paycheck. He's living plot twist to plot twist. This city is not a cheap place to live, and the house will probably cost $1 million at least. Besides, he already had a taste of what she had to offer. What can she do to keep him around? Is he buying a house just because she made him happy last night? With doubts circling her mind, she looks away and Shen wonders why she is not saying anything. She reminds him that money doesn't grow on trees. It's too valuable to give someone a house. Shen feels liberated from the rat race, because for him, money doesn't grow on trees. It's handed out by a mysterious system, probably run by God or something. He has 5 million yen in his account to buy a house and he will get 5 times the amount back. He will instantly earn 17 million. He hugs her closely, telling her not to worry or save money for him. Buying a house for his woman is only natural, as he is the top G and a 120 square meter house is something she deserves. Tears pool around her eyes. She can't believe what a kind man he is. He reminds her of all the noise she made last night, and the neighbors probably know something is up. After all, she was yelling at the top of her lungs. She looks away in embarrassment, calling him annoying. She suddenly remembers that her two friends are coming to the coffee shop to see the progress, so maybe they can postpone their house hunting plans. Shen reminds her that buying a house is different from buying groceries. They will have to book the entire afternoon. Shen immediately agrees to postpone plans with her friends. One of her friends says that something urgent came up, and Shen won't be coming in today. Her other friend Menglu, a personal trainer at a gym, wonders why. Her friend wonders if the man suddenly chickened out and didn't spend the 300,000 yen he promised. Menglu is also skeptical. Though Chen is not the type to show off, it's kind of suspicious, and she hasn't met a man who's young, handsome, and rich at the same time in years. That's basically a mystical creature at this point. Her friend asks what's going on, and when they hear that he's buying her a house, they almost crash their car. Menglu wasn't expecting someone to buy Chen a house. Sure, handbags and makeup are understandable, but a house is a different deal. With a new glint in her eyes, she decides to meet this man and woo her. Men like him probably have a lot of women to play with. Menglu asks Chen to find out about their whereabouts. They will help Chen and the mystery man get a house. Internally, she wants to apologize to Chen, but to comfort her, it's better that her own friends are her rivals instead of strange women out there. Chen asks for details. 40 minutes later, they're at her sales center. They look at the soaring buildings. Each apartment is worth at least $1 million. They wonder what kind of wealth this mystery dude has to spend $1 million on a mistress. Chen greets Chen, saying it's been a long time. After the introductions are over, Chen introduces Shen. Both of the women are immediately smitten by our boy's killer face guard. Xin is a Ferrari salesperson, and Menglu is a personal trainer. Menglu immediately tries to riz him up. She leans closer, giving him a full view of her godly marshmallows, saying that he's got potential to pack some muscle on his tall frame. Maybe he should come to the gym. Shen just smiles, saying that at her gym he won't be able to concentrate. Menglu realizes that Shen isn't worried about her flirting. Chen seeing Menglu flirt and staying calm is insane. She knows he folded her into an origami crane last night, and looking at the bumps on her knees, it looks like they had a really good night. No wonder he's buying her apartment. She really worked hard for it. Chen smiles, telling Shen to contact her if he ever needs a Ferrari. Shen realizes both of the girls have over 60 affinity for him. Even though it's been less than 5 minutes, they're already falling for him. Our boy's talk is soaring. Bro walked into the sales center and every dude in a 10-mile radius got hit with spiritual damage. They aged 7 years instantly. They can't believe that a young hot guy has 3 hot babes circling around him. The salesperson tells him that if he wants to rent, he can get one for 15,000 yen a month. Our boy isn't here to rent, but to own. His budget is 3 million, and he asks for recommendations. The salesperson immediately shows him to the negotiation room. Getting 3 million just like that is something even Elon Musk wouldn't do. Menglu can't believe what she's hearing. She decides to double down on her effort and pin her with Shen. The salesperson shows him the apartment he can get for around 3 million. Shen is a bit nervous about receiving such an expensive gift, but Shen tells her not to sweat it. A big house is more comfortable to live in, after all. Both of the girls burn with envy. The way Chen's friends flip from concern to competition in 0.3 seconds is insane. Loyalty lasts shorter than a TikTok clip. Chen wants to save money, but Shen insists on giving her the best. This man is a legend, a true alpha, and impossible to find. They have better luck finding a unicorn. He just smiles. They might think that he's a fool, but he'll get triple the amount back. The salesperson offers a bigger discount if he can make a decision today, but he doesn't need any discounts. He just needs 2 parking spaces. Menglu decides to activate her charms. She flicks her hair back, revealing her chiseled collarbone and her massive melons. Shen wonders what's up with her, and she sneakily slides her dress's strap off. Our boy's mind immediately dives into the gutter. He imagines doing ticklish things to Menglu, making her say his name over and over again. He tries to catch himself before his little friend from down under gets up. Half an hour later, our boy is just closing up on the paperwork. It will cost him 2.9 million yen. He signs without hesitation, causing both of the girls to gasp in surprise. Just like that, he has bought his mistress a $3 million apartment, and not even in his own name, but in hers. Bangalore wonders when she will get that kind of princess treatment. What they don't know is that Shen just received 15 million yen in return for that apartment. Bros is making money by spending money. Infinite money glitch. Now that his account balance is over 15 million yen, it is higher than even his father's best days. They never had that much money at home. Everything was tied to investments, and if not for Chen triggering this special mission, he wouldn't have become a multi-millionaire. He even gets a mansion in another city, and he needs to claim it tomorrow at 9 a.m. Shen smiles because now he has a villa, 2 beautiful babes, and the admiration of multiple others. Even the salesperson is blushing. The real estate market isn't doing that well, but Shen just bought a house for someone he is not even officially in a relationship with. She decides to play the field as well, asking for his contacts so that he can get in touch with other procedures, and he can also have more information in his future purchases. Shen smiles and doesn't think too much of it. They scan each other's information and Menglu is on the verge of having a stroke. How dare she make a move before her? Menglu gets up and decides to take action. She says she is deciding on buying a small apartment, and with Shen's expertise, she wants some real advice. Also, he can count on her for training. Without even asking, she scans his information, and he doesn't mind. He's got other things to do, so he tells the ladies to go grab coffee and have lunch. Menglu can't believe that this guy is leaving without even hitting on her. Chen smiles, telling Chen and Menglu that they should go to the coffee shop. Chen is the only real friend she has. She is genuinely happy that Chen is worth 3 million yen, just with a night of hard work. Menglu smiles and tries to be supportive, but her heart is burning with envy. Half an hour later, he heads to the school cafeteria and spots a professor eating alone. Everyone is whispering while looking at her. She answers a call saying that she'll get everything ready by tomorrow. The University of Science and Technology and Agriculture will set up a base. She gets nervous when Shen walks past her. She immediately hangs up the call and Shen sits across her, wondering what's wrong. She explains that the student's startup base is around the corner, and she is trying to find investors. He wonders what this is. She answers that the school will enter into a partnership with the investor. They will offer space and guidance for the investors, and the investors will get students in return. They will get the highest quality graduates every year. Shen knows the real situation of the students, while calling them high quality is a stretch. The professor agrees. She imagines herself entertaining fat bald men, trying to get them to invest in the school. Even though she is a lecturer, the secretary is asking her to go out on Friday for drinks with the directors. Shen realizes that the professor is worried. Even though he has 10 million to invest, he needs to consider profitability. Their students have only a 20% success ratio. Shen wonders if he can. The professor wonders if he is interested in applying as a student. It's good that he has an idea, but the projects haven't been launched yet, so it's difficult. The system window is immediately triggered to show him a quest. He needs to gain reputation points in the university by inspiring others. For every 500 prestige points, he will get a chance to draw an ability point or a special skill. If it's anything like Ruthless and Power, he is up for it. He can also recruit baddies to his future business through this scheme. Realizing the potential in this scheme, he decides to invest in it. He tells the professor that if someone wants to invest, will they evaluate the students getting the investment or the school? It's better to clear the air before he steps in it. The professor explains that the school will evaluate the students, but as there are no investors, there is room to negotiate. Without missing a beat, our boy decides to invest on one condition. He will evaluate each student and see who gets the funding. She looks at him in surprise, telling him not to jolt. Is he still dolulu from his family's bankruptcy? Shen just micks and shows her his bank account. Her eyes widen as she realizes that there are 9 digits in his account. How did he get so much money? Instead of coming clean that he has a godly system that gives him money for spending money on baddies like her. He says that he just has a cryptocurrency flair and got money. Realizing that her student is a millionaire, she gasps. Shen leans closer, asking the professor to come away with her to a future where they will travel the world and she will live in luxury. At this point, forget the professor. Sign me up for the offer. He imagines leading her across the coast. Though tempting, she still hesitates because they are student and professor, and it might not be profitable for him to invest in the college startup. Shen is determined. He wants to contribute to his fellow students' development. Realizing that he is serious, she budges. She also imagines Shen rocking her world upside down. All of these sensations are too much for her, and she gets up and runs away, promising to talk to the secretary later. At 4 p.m., he receives Chen's messages. She sends him a picture of a coffee she made, and she poses cutely in front of the camera for him. Bro smirks, telling her that the coffee isn't well done, but her dress is amazing. The other students are talking about Shen behind his back. He's a brokey and is probably working a part-time job. One of them says that she's one to talk when she's going out with that gorilla-faced Huang, Shen's roommate. The girlie says that she turned down his offer multiple times, but he wore him down. But it turns out this living piece of trash is dating Huang just for a free meal. And they don't want to date Shen because he's a loser in their eyes. They turn to see Shen walking up the flight of stairs. They misjudge him as a part-timer. One of them laughs, telling Huang that she should ask where he's working. But Huang says it's inappropriate. They're classmates after all. In a condescending tone, the alpha witch asks Shen where he is nowadays. Is he busy with a part-time job or something? Maybe they can support him by visiting that place. Shen realizes this is the perfect opportunity to show her what a tycoon he is. He decides to let it slide and play with them a little. He nervously says that he's working at a coffee shop, and maybe they can check it out together. Back at the coffee shop, Shen and Menglu are smiling with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. Honestly, both of them rock harder than a model. The 3 girls are taken aback by how beautiful they are, short skirts, long hair, and even longer legs. Shen smirks and greets Shen, while Menglu is practically throwing herself at him. The girls can't believe what they're seeing. Shen smiles, telling the beauties that his classmates are here just to grab a coffee. Looking at the 2 beauties by his arm is enough to shatter their self-image and self-respect. They just squirm around in embarrassment. As Shen asks the waitress to get their orders, they realize that the waitress just called Shen boss. It looks like he's not a broke kid after all. But the owner of the cafe, Yuan, whispers that maybe they should skip coffee altogether. Alpha Witch also agrees not to drink anymore. They run away in embarrassment because this bastard is actually loaded, owns the cafe, has beauties by his side, and he told them that he had a side job. Menglu wonders why they are running away, and Shen just smiles. Maybe they are intimidated by the goddess's beauty. Menglu decides to try her luck by playing with the strap of her dress and telling him to behave himself and not to get funny ideas, even though she desperately wants him to get those funny ideas. Chen smiles and brings him his coffee. He made it with half sugar, and our boy hits her with one of the cheesiest pickup lines in history, that if it's made by her, it must be full of sugar. If I say it, it's harassment. If bro says it, it's flirting. Even Menglu realizes that being rich has its perks. She tries to strike up a conversation about his height and weight so that she can set up a training plan for him. Hearing his specifics, she gasps in surprise, wondering how he has lost weight. Shen smirks and looks at Chen, saying that he has been exercising. Chen is a blubbling mess at this point, and Menglu smiles. He desperately needs to gain muscle, and she can set up a plan. Shen smirks because the only muscle he wants is those gorgeous thighs, and if she is trying to convince him to sign for a gym membership, she should stop. She nudges closer, saying that she needs to hit her sales target by the end of the month. Shen promises to think about it, and Menglu takes her leave because she has a class at 5. She winks at Shen, giving him a full view of her godly bakery. Shen finds it amusing and promises to tame her one day or another. He then grabs Shen's hand and tells her it's time for a cafe evaluation on the 2nd floor. She wonders what all this is about. He just smirks. She needs to take care of his cream roll, and she could use some extra training as well. She nervously says that the waitress is still around, but Shen smirks. Telling a man that he can't do it makes him more excited. They head to the 2nd floor and lock lips as if their life depended on it. The poor waitress wonders if an earthquake is happening with how the roof is rumbling. Hearing moaning, she closes the cafe for the day. Menglu arrives. Wondering why they are closing, she left her bag inside. The waitress realized that this was the most annoying third wheel in their relationship. She opens up, and Menglu hears Chen asking Shen to be more gentle. She hears him go at it for a whole 10 minutes and smiles. Even though he looks lean, he's got the stamina of an ox. She licks her lips, promising to get a taste as well. Trying to spice things up, she whispers that she is heading out. They both hear her, and Shen is wriggling in embarrassment while getting her buns toasted. Shen smirks, thinking that this training session needed an audience. He also thinks that he'll make her pay the next time she's around. Back at the school, the secretary can't believe what he's hearing. One of the students wants to invest in the startup camp. The professor agrees, and the secretary wonders if he really has the money. The professor says that he has 10 million to his name. Hearing that amount is enough to send him into a coma. He wonders if the money really belongs to him or his daddy. The professor explains that he is the daddy. He can use it however he wishes. The secretary is glad that they won't have to deal with third-party companies anymore, but he still has a big head. He tells the professor to ask Shen to come into his office so he can hear his proposal directly. The professor can't believe what a scumbag the secretary is. Even though Shen is a student, he is an investor, and they should treat him with more respect. The secretary just smiles like a budget villain, telling her to do as he says. He is a student, and he will know his place. Shen gets a call from the professor while he is busy giving Shen a piping session. He answers the call and wonders why the school is treating him like a student when he is an investor. He tells the professor to put it on speaker. He tells the secretary that he is busy with a lot of investment opportunities, so he will decide on a meeting when he is free. He hangs up the call, and the professor can't believe that this man has balls of steel. In a day's silence, they realize that the secretary no longer has power over Shen, while others greet him with respect and bow. He will have to show Shen the respect he deserves for having money. Realizing that the project is urgent and the other secretary will chew his ear off, he tells the professor to arrange a business dinner with Shen. She sends the message. Shen looks at his phone, wondering if they really want to invite him on dinner. Now that he has more leverage in their exchange, he will keep them on hold for a while. He is completely refreshed, while Chen looks like she fought demons and barely survived. She puts her pants on, telling him that if he is busy, he can go ahead and take care of things. They can have dinner another time. She really is the whole package wifey material, through and through. Even Shen recognizes what a good woman she is. After a lot of days, he gets a call from Feng, wondering if he is up for a walk on the terrace or the track. Shen wonders if they are only talking about a walk. He thought that she would want a cold drink again. She nervously says that it's her time of the month. Shen realizes that's the reason why Feng hasn't been around these last couple of days. She nervously says that if he really wants to, it's not impossible, but our boy just had his fill. He grabs his pants and tells her that her health is the most important thing for him. He'll come to the dorm to pick her up. She throws herself around his arms and he tells her to be careful. He doesn't mind waiting longer, so she needs to take care of herself. Feng immediately plants a kiss on his cheek, and her affinity boosts as she wonders what kind of relationship are they really in. After all, she needs to make things official and tie him down. Even though Shen is panicking on the inside, he puts on a cool face, saying that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Feng feels as if she has won a lottery. She nuzzles closer, wondering if she is really his only girlfriend. Shen squints his eyes because it's getting trickier to answer her without lying. If they play by the book, she really is his only girlfriend, because the others are his side chicks and sneakylings. Our boy has a full roaster of cakes, each one better than the last. She promises to give him a proper reward. Shuryun just smiles and casually asks her if she's up for shopping this weekend, and if she wants a house or a car. Bro is asking her this so casually, like I ask my girlfriend if she wants spicy ramen or the regular, and then I sleep on the couch for the next 2 weeks. She gasps in surprise, wondering if he is really going to buy her a house or a car. It's true that she doesn't need a car right now, but she needs to invest in her future, and a house is a great thing. She decides to not resist anymore because who in their right mind would reject a free house? Shen smirks. It's getting late. Then he walks her back to her dorm. He also needs to visit the possession office tomorrow to get custody of the villa in the Lake City. While driving his car, he FaceTimes Manglu, who calls him a skinny boy and tells him to hit the gym if he's free. He wonders since when has he been skinny, and also wonders if the video is appropriate because most of the screen shows her massive melons. She teases him for having dirty thoughts, and also smirks because by his tone it looks like he's warming up to her. Toling arrives in the gym through a weird coincidence, wondering why she's smiling so happily. Manglu says it's nothing, she was just FaceTiming a friend. Toling says that they have some time before class starts, maybe they can chat. Menglu says that her friend landed a good sugar daddy who bought her a 3 million apartment in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Ting gasps in surprise because this guy must be worth tens of millions. They're both envious, and she wonders if the sugar daddy must be a really old man for having that kind of wealth. Even if he's old, it's worth it, because her own balding sugar daddy only sleeps with her and doesn't spend a dime. She closes her eyes saying that he's in his early 20s, has a killer face card and a godly physique, and he can also rock her friend's world for 10 whole minutes. Deng can't believe that this guy is the ultimate boyfriend package, and her friend must be really pretty to land her a man like that. She says that her friend is as pretty as her, though they have different strengths. Menglu decides to play the field by asking Shen to accompany him on his way to the possession house. When he agrees, she immediately cancels the training session she has with Ting, promising to refund her fee. Ting can't believe who's the guy that's having Menglu all tense and bubbly, and she also can't believe that she's going after her friend's sugar daddy. But hearing a man like that, she would do the same. A really muscular guy with a stupid haircut asks Menglu what she's doing. He's a fellow fitness coach. Menglu ignores him as if he's yesterday's trash. They look at an M9 pull up in the driveway. The guy is not impressed with the car, but Ting tells him that it belongs to a guy who bought 3 million yen house to his side link without a second thought. Ting squints her eyes and looks at the guy getting out of the car. It turns out it's Shen, making his comeback arc a reality. She can't believe what she's seeing. The tall, rich, handsome guy Menglu was talking about turns out to be Shen, her ex-boyfriend, now a millionaire. Regret swirls around him and she has no idea how successful Shen is. Ting is on the verge of having a stroke, and the other trainer wonders if she is fine. She can't believe that she used up her only chance to be successful in life by dumping Shen on that day for a beer-bellied old fogey. Speaking of the devil, he messages Ting that he has some information. Right now, Ting wants to rip his face off. How dare he skip the formalities and get straight to the point? Does he really think that she is that cheap? Looking at her track record, she is cheaper. Anyway, the fat fogey wonders if she will come around to his place tonight. In her anger, she tells him to screw himself. He wonders if this is really Ting talking, and she angrily yells that no, this is his mother, and blocks him. The old guy wonders what the hell happened, why he got blocked when he bought her so much stuff. Ting angrily walks away, wondering if she still has a shot with Shen. This witch is unbelievable, leaving our boy in his time of need and now wanting back in. Just because he has the college girls coach Menglu and her bestie around his pinky. She wonders if she can also get in on the action. Speaking of Menglu, she smiles, and the seatbelt barely manages to cover her massive marshmallows. She says she is jealous that he has such a big car and he could go off-roading. She tries to set him up to go off-road and see her jiggling marshmallows. Shen plays it cool. After all, he's been getting game left and right and he's in no hurry. He tells her that they will try it sometime in the future. She angrily mutters that he doesn't play by the book, and he wonders what she means by that. Menglu tries to come up with another approach to raise him up. He takes the bait and wonders if she would like to play ball. She laughs as if it's the funniest joke in the world, telling him that he's a tease. 30 minutes later, they arrive at the possession office, pick up the real estate agent in his car, and drive towards the villa. The agent feels kind of awkward sitting between them, but they don't look like a couple. She's also jealous of the godly mountains Menglu has and a hot figure that turns everyone's head. She sighs because it's different for a regular woman. Women like Menglu can just act cute, be fit, and have men falling over their heels and buying them houses. They arrive at the mansion, which is beautiful with gardens, fountains, and everything. Menglu smiles as this place is gorgeous. Menglu looks at the mansion with longing. It's weird how rich people can live like that, and she vows that she will also live in this mansion. The agent explains that the villa is around 600 meters with a huge garden and a beautiful fountain, and he can decorate it however he wants. The system window takes it as a challenge, telling Shen to use 20 million yen to renovate the house. He can't believe that the system is asking him to renovate a 10 million house with 20 million yen, but the system commands and he obeys. He asks for some renovation company's numbers. After getting the contacts, he turns to leave with Menglu, asking if she can make a quick video for her Insta. Shen smiles, telling her not to show his face. She also teases him that his face will be a sensation on the internet. She already has 50,000 subscribers. He wonders if she has a lot of local fans. Looking at Menglu, she probably has only fans. Most of them are local. Shen gets in the car and wonders if those 50,000 men have already seen her. She just smirks, saying that if we ask for a subscription, he will get premium content. Shen takes it as a challenge and asks her for her account. He will be making a bar review video later, so maybe they can film together. Minglu would like that. At this point, if Bro says microwave, she will laugh her head off. They decide to head back, and Shen wonders if they're really going to head back or do something. He thought they were going to play ball. Minglu tries to play hard together, but Shen doesn't seem to be able to do that. Yesterday, he was with her best friend, and now he's trying to act smug with her. This flips the switch in Shen, and he slams the gas, causing her to lurch forward. He quietly says how dare she bring up yesterday, and if she cares so much about her friend, maybe she can take her place. With a tone of seriousness, Menglu tells him that he can only wish. She smiles smugly. After all, if she gives in too quickly, she'll be seen as cheap. The harder she plays, the more he will want it. She imagines him on his knees while she grabs a whip and gets freaky. Forget Fang, she is the true freak in the sheets. That's why she's been teasing him all day long, giving him a taste of what he can have for the right amount. She also tells Shen to drop by the gym anytime he wants. Shen smiles, wondering if he can shoot some hoops later. She just winks at him and leaves. She comes face to face with the 7-foot-tall, muscular man, the gym manager, Huang. The manager wonders where she is coming from. She skipped a client's lesson, and that's a violation of the contract. The girl nervously says she has something personal to take care of and informs her client. The manager says that she still plans to lodge a formal complaint even if she was getting double the session back. Menglu wonders why Ting is coming after her all of a sudden. She probably doesn't know that Ting is questioning her life choices and everything related to Shen, and she is also fed up with the manager's attitude. First, she scolds her and then tries to switch to a wise guy, trying to save her. The manager tries his luck asking her out for lunch, but she curtly replies that she has her own lunch in her bag. Even though she is a coach, she really wants Shen to climb her jungle gym, and she is also a woman headed for a luxury mansion. Menglu probably doesn't know that girls like her end up on the street instead of in mansions. Both of the school secretaries have a meeting about Shen, wondering the reason for his interest in the entrepreneur base. School committee secretary Kong also asked his fellow secretary to run a background check on Shen, and since they are in the middle of processing everything, they just need to get all the details about him straight and can't rush into a decision. The other secretary says that they will avoid making any mistakes. They decide to run into him at the dorm later, along with the professor. Realizing that Secretary Kong is going to go in person, the other secretary finally realizes that it's a big deal. It's 5 POS and Mr. Boy's dorms. Shen's roommate is asking him about his game and asks him to see if he has any chances with the goddess he's been messaging, and how long until he conquers her. Looking at Bro's risen question, it's beyond pathetic. Bro is receiving single-worded messages while he's pouring his heart out, asking her to take care of herself every now and then. Shen looks at the embarrassing display his boy put forward. It's been 3 years, and this is the only progress. But ugly Mr. Bowlcut is glad that now he gets messages instead of being left unseen. That's a W in his world. He feels as if he can wear her down. Shen, who's been drowning in cake and clams, feels sorry for his older bro. As long as he's happy, he can stay in his blissful ignorance. He tells his bro that he should just ask Lao Shao to tutor him. The older bro, on the other hand, says that Lao Shao is a weak card loser. Shen is the only one who's got experience with girls in their dorm. At the very least, she's replying to his messages and even agreed to go out this weekend, so that's something, isn't it? Shen smiles nervously to break this loser's bubble. As soon as he says that he definitely has a chance, his roommate's head swells 3 sizes up. He makes a lewd expression, saying that everything is coming along nicely. Just like me when I thought I would get out of my parents' basement after my arts degree. While scratching his crack, the roommate opens the door and finds 2 secretaries and the professor at the door. He urges them to visit the dorm, wondering if it's a raid. He also wonders why they are here for Shen's. Did he break a heavenly law or something? All the students gather around their dorm, wondering why 2 school officials and a professor are here. They wonder if they're here to see Shen's bankrupt status. How can he date someone off campus, get a car without doing something illegal? Even designer pajamas bro arrives, wondering how Shen got so much money. The others wonder what is going on, and he tries to be the authentic source of information. That Shen's money is not clean, and the leaders are here to investigate. They will probably arrest him. Shen's bro tells him to stop yapping. Nonsense. But Jingpeng just smiles. They'll see if he's right or not in a moment. All these idiots don't know that the committee is here to ask Shen to a business dinner. Shen agrees to have a meal tonight and follow the big shots out of the dorm. The other students are left guessing what's happening. Did they really arrest Top G because it looks like they're giving him the respect he doesn't deserve? Mr. Pajama Pants says that it's probably better to let him save face. After all, when they arrest someone famous, they put a hood over their heads. Huang is the only one who's hyping up Shen, saying that he must be a double agent. That's why the secretaries are here. If the secretaries are really here to invite him for dinner, then that guy is packing some serious heat and bands. Someone teaches and teases Zheng Peng. It looks like bro doesn't owe any other clothes aside from his designer pajamas. Bro probably plans to get buried in it. They arrive in a high-end restaurant, and Secretary Kong wonders what plans he has to invest in the camp. Shane comes off clean that he wants his conditions to be met so that he can invest. Firstly, he wants to be in charge of the investments, who gets it, and how much. The school can't interfere with these decisions. The other secretary still doesn't understand that he holds no power whatsoever. He tries to speak up, but Secretary Kong calms him down. He tells Shen that these decisions are with the school bureau, and they can't move independently, even if the investors want to fund the students. But Shen is not taking no for an answer. He also wants the students to be successful and wants to see who is actually deserving. He takes a swig of his wine with grace. Since he is investing money, he wants the students to be successful. In reality, he knows that the perfect life system is pushing him to be a tycoon, and he needs his own hand-picked team of professionals. For some reason, this team doesn't include anyone with a sausage. He needs a lot of professionals, and they all need to be beauties, and it's easier to get the beauties in the school to be groomed, to be his core team instead of picking others. Secretary Kong promises to get back to him after having a seminar with the Education Bureau. After drinking wine, clanking glasses, and laughing at each other's stupid jokes, the dinner finally came to an end. The secretaries leave first, and the professor volunteers to drive Shen since he's drunk. She notices how big his car is. That's not the only thing big about Shen. After a little small talk, the professor realizes that her sister can't help her move because of her own plans. She has hired movers, but Shen volunteers to help her. She says that she'll be moving because the lease on her last place went up, and she needs to move somewhere more affordable. He volunteers to help, but she says it's not ideal since he has a new car. Shen just smiles politely. A car is only a tool he can use to help her out. The professor is desperately trying not to trouble him, but he says there is only a student helping a teacher, nothing more. She blushes and notices how handsome he is under the moonlight. If only he weren't a student, he was actually quite handsome. She notices the thought she's having and realizes that he must be really into her, and with his own financial status, it looks like the bag he gifted her was the real deal. She asks if he remembers the bag he bought for her, and he says it was a replica. If it were genuine, then it would be trickier to accept it. Shen waved his hands hastily, saying that it was just a respectful gift for a teacher. She realizes that it was real, expensive, and not appropriate. She's older than her and her professor. She tries to reject it, but Shen shushes her, telling her to drive and not say things like she refuses. They arrive at the base of the apartment building. The professor says that she'll park the car here, and he can get the keys tomorrow. He leans closer and pecks her on the cheek. Is their relationship finally moving forward, or is the professor going to get cold feet and keep things professional? The professor realizes that Shen is getting bolder by the day, first in her apartment, then in her office, and now he straight up kissed her on the cheek. What's next? Patting her on her other cheek. She runs away in embarrassment, calling him a bad student, but Shen just finds it adorable. Later, he gets a call from Shen asking him if he's free because Miss Lin, the previous owner of the cafe, left something in the cafe, and she's almost there, and Shen can't make it in time. He agrees and pulls up to the cafe. Miss Lin is a beauty in her own right. It's hard to believe she has a child. If that kid needs a stepfather, I'm ready to make that sacrifice. Shen probably has the same idea and tells her it's no problem. He shows her in, and she immediately goes for some toys left by her kid. They're scattered all over the face, but looking at that massive juicy pair of peaches, Shen stares and asks how old her kid is. It turns out that cheeky little guy is 3 years old. She also picks up a bottle of wine from a hidden drawer. Now that she has everything, she is ready to leave. Shen wonders if she is finding it hard to leave the cafe. She says there's no way that she can leave. It's just that she spent a lot of lonely nights over here. Shen smirks. She must be emotional seeing the cafe handed over. It must have something to do with her fat, useless waste of a space husband. If it weren't for the sadness in her heart, she wouldn't be drinking in a cafe to drown her sorrows. As she turns to leave, he tells her she's free to come by anytime she wants. He offers to have a few drinks with her. Miss Lin wonders if it's appropriate, but he just smiles. There's nothing wrong with getting a few drinks. As they start drinking away, he wonders if she is troubled by her family situation. He already knows that her husband is Zheng, the useless general manager of the Audi store, and he also heard about him from Chen. She had to leave the dealership because of her husband. Miss Lin nervously wonders if he did something unthinkable. Shen swirls the wine in his glass, telling Miss Lin that he just harassed Chen, and she left because she couldn't take it anymore. Miss Lin sighs in relief. It's good that he didn't commit another crime. It turns out she's been planning to divorce him for a long time because he threatens and bribes his coworkers. They've been married for 5 years, and he turned out to be a loser and an emotionally absent deadbeat dad. It's only because of her kid that she clings to her shabby marriage. Shen says that it's better to cut ties early. The kid is still young, and it's better to raise him with love than let him face a stressful situation for years to come. It certainly makes sense, and Miss Lin also notices what a mature, young, and handsome man he is. He really has all the things Zheng doesn't. She lets the moment wash over as she kisses him on the cheek and runs away, leaving Shen worried about what that kiss meant. Miss Lin has a face as bright as a tomato. Maybe it's the wine talking, but after so many years she has been a mother and a wife and nothing more. For the first time in her life, she felt something close to satisfaction while talking to Shen. Now that Shen is suffering from bricked-up syndrome, he asks Shen if he can drop by and spend the night there. Chen tells him to get a room outside, but he says he doesn't want to waste money. 20 minutes later, Chen is waiting for him in a dress that covers nothing and shows everything. She finds Shen absolutely wasted on her doorstep. He says that it was a school leader gathering, and he didn't have a choice. This girl is really a catch-and-wife material. She tells him to sit for a few moments and take a shower while she makes some sobering-up tea. Shen just says that they will hug. He starts reaching for her third base, and she wonders what in the world is going on. How is this a hug? He says that they will only hug and nothing more. Remembering all the times he said lines like this, the first time he said he would only drink water and leave, but ended up turning her into a Niagara Falls. The second time he said that she would be getting some training. She ended up going through rounds of loading. This time hugging must also mean something like that. She looks away adorably, saying he is quite the character. They arrive in the bedroom, and there are 2 separate blankets. She says since they'll only be hugging, it's right to use 2 separate blankets. She hides under the sheets and Shen smiles. This time, his excuse wasn't even solid. He starts sneezing and being a drama queen. Jan hurriedly tries to turn off the air conditioning, but Shen was waiting for this. As soon as she gets out of the sheets, she finds the beast inches away from her face. He smiles, saying that's not cold anymore. And with the way she's panting and struggling against his Thor's hammer, it looks like bro will be doing everything but sleeping tonight. The next day, Jan leaves him a note that she's heading to the cafe. She has washed his clothes, but they are not dry, so she bought him a new pair. Breakfast is on the table, and if the food is cold, he can heat it up. Looking at the note and the amazing night he had, he realizes that she really is a gold-tier woman. The one he needs to put a ring on her finger. He decides to buy a car for her in the meantime. Just then, he gets a FaceTime request from Menglu. She's running on a treadmill while wearing a top only out of formality. Her massive melons are out in the open and jiggling wildly. She calls him Skinny Dog, wondering when he'll hit the gym. Looking at bro's godly physique, that's straight up dirty. Menglu smiles, wondering why he's being so shy today. Looking at that massive bosom, it's too much for his brain, and it short circuits. He wonders if he should hit it from the back if she doesn't get attached. Shen gets a call from the counselor. He tells Mangu that he'll have to hang up because he has important things to do instead of talking to a Efot. She understands and tells him to work hard so that he can play harder. He hears of the counselor, wondering what's up. She says that his proposal for the school plan has been approved by the leaders. The documents will be faxed to him in a couple of days. He can start reviewing applications and students. Shen finds it amazing and asks the professor to include weight, height, and a personal photo in the applications as well. The professor rightly so wonders why. What does his weight and height have to do with this program? Shen comes up with a stupid story that a qualified entrepreneur must have a good physique and appearance. Only then are they disciplined. He also has very high standards. The professor feels something is off but still agrees to see what she can do. The student counselor reps will get in touch with him later. After everything that's been going on between them, she says that they are moving tomorrow, and if he is free, Shen immediately leaps at the chance to raise up his first crush. He promises to see her tomorrow morning. Half an hour later, he has just finished eating breakfast, and is about to head out when Menglu starts calling him again. With a bit of annoyance, he wonders what's up with her. It's only been half an hour since they talked. He's busy and is about to head out to meet with the interior design companies. She just smiles like an idiot, wondering if he needs a little burden. Shen smirks, realizing that she wants to tag along. He says that she can if she wants. Though she's a bit of a flirt, it's great having 11 by 10 baddie around his arm in negotiations. Really pressures the other party into coughing up a better deal. Minglu smiles, telling Shen to pick her up from the gym. At the gym, he comes face to face with another rich bro, who wonders if he's waiting for someone for a girl. This man is driving a G-Wagon and has a 24-karat gold watch around his wrist. He's also in the big leagues and tries to talk down on Shen, saying that his car is fine if he is chasing regular girls. For the top ones, he should drive a G-Wagon. Bro is out here coaching Shen, who has hacked the game and has goddesses eating out of his hand. They both look at his sparkling G-Wagon. Munglu arrives wearing an amazing dress that shows all the curves God gifted her. The rich sim smiles, wondering if she's here to meet him. They should go out and eat. She smiles, apologizing because she already has plans with a friend. Looking at Shen, he realizes that he's the friend she's talking about. This guy is seriously loaded, but all his money is daddy's money. He doesn't have much say on what to spend and where to spend it. Shen is in a different league. Mr. Fan tries to accompany him for lunch. He will buy it. Shen just says that he doesn't like dining with guys who drive G-Wagons. This man just straight up roasted, cooked, and left no crumbs in his wake. He smiles, telling Shen that they should get on the road. Mr. Fan just straight up roasted, cooked, and left no crumbs in his wake. He smiles, telling Shen that they should get on the road. Mr. Fan from Money wandered is forming Sestaki because Dale. Fan wonders why Menglu is getting into that car when he has a freaking G-Wagon. That G-Wagon is his entire personality. Later in the car, Menglu tells Shen that that guy drives a 2 million yen car and he's been chasing her for a long time. Shen couldn't bother less. At this point, 2 million is just pocket change for him. She pouts and was expecting a bigger reaction. How dare he not care that someone else wants her and is willing to spend on her? She points out that he's being unusually quiet. He's not his usual lively self. Shen understands the game she's playing. After all, he's one of the devs who made it. He's trying to show that she has options and trying to make him jealous. He hits her like a smooth operator, that men are excited only when they are exercising. Maybe they can play ball and she can see how excited or lively he is. She practically jumps out of the seat, blushing wildly and calling him a perv. She continuously pinches him, but he corrects himself. He was hinting at basketball. She pouts, saying that at the time at the cafe he wasn't so innocent when he rushed Shen up to the second floor. Shen realizes that the cat is out of the bag. He also points out that she's been rather free lately, calling him whenever and being his burden. She tells Shen that she has been pushing private training sessions back for him. This makes him feel bad, and she says that all he needs to do is treat her to a good meal. He smiles and hits her with another smooth pickup line, saying that he has plenty for her to eat. Menglu whispers that all he does is take advantage of people. Shen stops the teasing and decides to eat and then head to the firm. At the firm, he meets with the chief designer, and they talk about the designs. Based on the budget and preferences, he can choose from 3 styles. While he's going over the details, Menglu wonders what's his budget. Without missing a beat, he says it's 20 million yen. This is enough to send her into a coma. Her eyes widen, her cheeks flush, and her kitty cat warms up. Spending twice the amount the villa is worth on renovations is something only a man worth 100 million can do. She immediately starts showing more skin as if that will win him over. Shen gets up and decides to go with the Chinese style, and he also says he'll be reviewing other designs from other firms before making a decision. The designer says that that's actually smart, but maybe they can have dinner together even if they don't close the deal. It's good to be on. Shen smiles, saying that he hasn't placed the order yet. He isn't calling him to dinner a bit much, but the designer reassures him that the owner wants to be on good terms with Shen. She promises to send him a request later on. We chat and also the restaurant location. As they head out, the designer is ecstatic. A $20 million renovation on a 10 million yen house is something that can keep their company afloat for years. She meets up with the general manager, who emphasizes that they really need to seal the deal and never let this veil get away. He even decides to bring the prettiest girl in the firm to dinner. As long as the girl accompanying Shen is not his girlfriend, everything should turn out fine. Speaking of the girl accompanying Shen, she tries to tease Shen by saying that the AC is on and it's still hot. Shen doesn't even glance at her, saying it's not hot at all. She leans closer and he says that she should get back to work, or is she planning to get another meal? She says that she wants to be his little shadow for the day, and Shen bursts out laughing. He likes his shadow to be around 24/7, full day and full night. He imagines seeing what those legs do after dark. Menglu blushes furiously, calling him a perv and telling him that she's going to stick around till the end. Later, Menglu gets a call from Kayan, asking her what she's doing. While she's in a car, Kayan wonders who is driving her, that fancy Mr. Fan who drives a G-Class. Poor girl doesn't know that Menglu is busy playing homewrecker for her best friend. To Kayan, Mr. Fan is still a good choice. Second best, next to Shen. Though not the party who would buy someone a 3 million yen house, but definitely someone who would buy her cosmetics and expensive bags. When she hears that she's in a car with Shen, she loses her mind, wondering if they really did the unthinkable. Menglu smiles smugly. Not today, she's just here to accompany him on renovation plans. She slips in the information that Shen just bought a 10 million yen villa and is spending 20 million yen on renovations. Buying this amount makes her lose her mind once again. That guy is casually blowing millions after millions. All these girls have to do is blow him time to time to live the good life. She feels stranded, all alone. The trio was supposed to be poor but happy together, but her friends are moving faster than the speed of light. It looks like Menglu is also ready to board that luxury cruise. She wonders if it's all because they have bigger marshmallows than hers. Later, in an extravagant restaurant, Lin, the greasy-haired scumbag, asks his uncle what he's doing here. It turns out the general manager is his uncle. Lin says he's here for a dinner party, and maybe they will have a toast together later. He also sees a beautiful redhead standing around the manager. He blushes, looking at her extraordinary beauty. It looks like the customer is a big shot for his uncle to go out of his way and bring the beautiful girl to him. Because the uncle is his in-law, he can't even ask for the girl's contact. The bald manager sees Shen pull up with Menglu by his side. He starts praising Shen for being young and rich at the same time. They hit it off nicely, and Shen tells them not to get it wrong when they wonder if Menglu is his girlfriend. She's just here to accompany him today. The general greets her, and Menglu is not too happy about the way Shen reacted when they thought she was his girlfriend. But beggars can't be choosers. They are later shown to their dining room, and Shen greets the redhead beauty, the company's design assistant, Su Zuevu. Su greets Shen courteously and notices how beautiful her hands are, soft as if made out of plaster and delicate, completely different from all the other girls he has been with. The general notices Shen warming up to Su. That's all part of his plan. After all, his business tactic is pimping. For today, they won't be talking about business, but just getting to know each other well. The chief designer tells Su to toast to Shen. She nervously gets up and holds the chalice, telling Shen there is a toast for him. Everyone raises their glass. Being a bit jealous, Menglu wonders if they should drink together. Shen tells her to stop drinking because she'll be driving him home later. She smiles and leans closer, promising to listen to him. She also knows that she'll have to play her cards very carefully to land this big hunk. Su starts to toast again, and Shen tells her that she can have tea if she's having an issue with alcohol. The general smiles and explains that Su is from South China University, a senior, and must have a lot of common sense with Shen. Menglu realizes that the old general wants Shen to sweeten the deal and choose his company, and he's offering him Su in return. That's just pimping with extra steps, as if he's won the lottery. It's a miracle they're even letting bro in this restaurant with an ugly face like that. The general smiles, introducing Lin to Shen. He tells Shen to meet up with his nephew, and he tells his nephew to get to know him better. Shen smiles and wonders who the esteemed guest is. He is here to offer a toast to the same boy he teased by offering to call him an Uber. Shen just tells him to get on with the toast. Lin is about to piss himself. His uncle asked him to give a toast to Shen and glaze his meat. The manager smiled, saying that their friend over here bought a villa in Green Valley City for 20 million yen to renovate it. Hearing this amount is enough to send him into an existential crisis. The bastard he thought was now the guest of honor and a big client. He feels Shen's overwhelming aura surrounding him. Here he is trying to please his uncle. In return, his uncle is trying his hardest to please Shen. With his spirit, his spine, and his dignity crushed, he bows in front of Shen, congratulating him and calling him Mr. Shen. After 3 hours, the party was finally coming to an end. The manager wonders if Shen would like to sing karaoke or visit. He turns to Menglu, wondering if she is comfortable. Menglu feels a bit hesitant. After all, she has this killer figure from years of hard work and discipline. She never stays up late or drinks. If she goes to bed early and wakes up healthy, on one hand, she is relieved she won't have to drink. On the other hand, she knows that if she goes right now, Su will take away the prize. And the more fairies she will have to share Shen with, the more money he will have to distribute. This girl is letting her mind race. She imagines Shen being Su with his past record and his being drunk. It is most likely they will find comfort in each other's arms, letting their passion run wildly, and Shen losing himself in the moment and in the sauce, promising to take responsibility later. You can't let that happen, and that's why she volunteers to go. The manager books a beautiful karaoke bar in honor of Shen. The mood is light. The baddie is ready to fight Su, and Su is getting ready to toast again. Shen tells her to let go of the glass. She shouldn't do it if she's not comfortable. She doesn't come here often. Su just quietly looks away, thanking him for his kindness. Shen gets a feeling that Su is helpless in this situation. He comforts her that it's not easy as a girl from an ordinary family to land an internship in a big company like this. Menglu gets jealous, wondering why she bothered showing up here after all. Shen grins, wondering if the great Menglu requires her care. With so many fish in the sea, Mr. Fan with the G-Wagon would be happy to WeChat her. Man threw a whole armored car into the argument just to watch her reaction. Realizing that her plan to make Shen jealous has backfired, she wonders why he's bringing up irrelevant stuff. All her usual attacks that work on men and turn them into simps have been ineffective. Shen is in a league of his own, and she's the one trapped here instead. Su smiles, asking him if he would like to sing for a bit. Shen tells her to pick whatever song she likes, while Menglu says that it looks like something is not right. Su looks like she's going to have a stroke. She's stressed out of her mind. Shen claps, then looking at her gaze, she must feel the same. She feels pretty stressed out. Embarrassed, she whispers that her gaze is full of desire, not affection. Shen smirks, looking at the beauty, throwing herself at him. No matter which woman attracts a man, it all ends in the same way: to roll around under the sheets and do what they do on Discovery Channel. Instead of turning her off, this boosts her affinity level to 68, close to the godly number. She's pissed off that this man always manages to talk her into a corner, but at least he's honest. This woman turned on by red flags like they're LED mood lights. He won't pretend to fall in love just to get what he wants. As Shen starts feeling that massive thighs, she blushes and tells him that there are people nearby. Sure enough, the manager butts in, telling Shen to have a good time singing next to Su. The night finally comes to an end, and Shen is once again glazed by the manager, saying that it's good that they could end things on a friendly note, and they hope they can have many opportunities in the future. He also pitches his company for the renovations again, promising to do their best professionally. Shen smiles and reassures him that he has looked at 2 other companies. By far, the manager's company is the best choice, and he will definitely consider them first. The sales rep grabs Su, kind of squeezing her arm and saying that they'll be heading back. The sales representative states that Su is her apprentice and she will ensure Su gets home safely. Shuj considers whether he should call a cab. Menglu wonders what he's going to do now that the party is over. He decides to get a room and crash for the night. That's basically code for a horizontal monster mash session. She wonders about the room and if he has somewhere better to sleep. Shen smirks and teases her to take him in instead. She hesitates. Every fiber in her being screams that if she doesn't make a move right now, she will lose him to Su. Her affinity level boosts to 75 all of a sudden, and Shangri-La yelps that she's not going to bring a man home easily. After all, she's a proper girl. Shen is taken aback by her straightforwardness. Why is she being so favorable towards him? Being as dense as tofu, he offers to call her a cab. She angrily mutters that she doesn't want to go back. Shen wonders what in the world she wants. Where is she going to sleep? She flails around, telling him that he's being a meanie, a bully. She has hinted at what they're going to do tonight. Shen smirks and tells her that they'll pick a different hotel. He opens the door for her and they sit in the back seat. Menglu is nervous and Shen is just zoning out. She hopes he'll be gentle, not as aggressive as when he was with Chen in the restaurant. The driver is envious of Shen, and honestly, who wouldn't be? With a godly system at his back and calling duties around him, and his Woody turned into Thor's hammer. Shen's life is 50% money, 50% women, 100% delusion, and somehow it all works. Bro probably cashed out on his lifetime of luck. Later, they arrive at a Grand Marriott hotel. Shen books an executive suite for a whole month. It comes out to 110,000 yen a month. Even though she knows that he's a big shot and a millionaire, she can't wrap her head around how easily he's paying for everything. Shen doesn't mind. After all, given her affinity level, he will get triple the amount back in a short while. Spending money is now a game for him. She looks at the beautiful windows overlooking the city. She smiles. Even though it feels like she's betraying her best friend, she hopes they'll have a good start. Speaking of a good start, our boy just loses himself in the sauce, cupping a feel of those massive melons and exploring her as if she's a hidden map. He slides off her drawers and she looks at him in surprise, telling him to get the curtains. Shen just smirks. He likes to do it against the glass window, and with no other taller buildings nearby, they're safe from prying eyes. She trembles, but doesn't say anything else. Shen continues to monster mash the entire night. After a whole night of shaboinking, Shen wakes up next to Menglu. He didn't expect her to have such a sensitive body, and was worried that she would dehydrate faster than his Woody would. He tries to reach for third base again. Bro has been drowning in grass while I've been dying of thirst. She tells him not to be so eager, they only woke up. She also notices she needs to double her training to keep up with Shen. Shen smiles and whispers sweetly that because he cares, he didn't do it until the sun had risen. Lily whispers that he's strong, and if she gets to sleep a little longer, she'll be full of energy. Shen agrees since she's been so good to him. He offers to buy her a car, anything within 3 million. She can't believe what she's hearing. Her biggest trump card was a guy who owned a 2 million yen G-Wagon, and now this dude is buying her a car out of the blue. Knowing that she is getting a $3 million car, something she never hoped to get on her own, she throws her arms around Shen's powerful shoulders, wondering if she can really choose herself. She promises to love him to death. Shen smiles and melts in her embrace. Shawty went from morally confused to yes chef the moment she heard 3 million. The more he spends, the more cash he gets back. By spending 3 million, he can get 9 million back. But he also wonders how Chen will feel if he buys her friend a car worth as much as the house he bought her. She smiles, saying that she liked a Porsche for a while. It's only a little over 2 million. Shen tells her to go ahead. While thinking deeply, she remembers Chen saying that she loved a Maserati. This surprises Shen. Does Chen really love a Maserati? And she says that she indeed does. Is he thinking of getting her one as well? Shen smirks and tells her he won't beat her on the bush. He is definitely considering it, though she feels a bit jealous about Shen having a car and a house, a total of 5 million. She needs to pace herself and be content with what she has. Chin later messages Menglu, saying that a friend saw her in the Grand Marriott Hotel last night. Menglu just smirks, saying that someone took her there, and she was drunk. It was Shen, and her heart softened. Chin grimaces. What a trash bag to go after her friend, and now making it seem as if Shen forced her. Knowing her, she was probably the one who initiated everything. Shan feels the breeze of poverty like it's an old friend visiting. Every time her friends level up, Poverty walks up behind her and whispers, "Hey, miss me?" Shen, on the other hand, is getting ready to tackle the day. He promises to transfer the money directly to the account she wants to get her the car. Her affinity level boosts to 86. She is just a few points short of 90, and Shen just smiles. That's the highest affection score they've had to date. Later on his way back home, Shen calls him and asks him to stop by the coffee shop to try all the different types of coffee she can now make. Shen smiles and says that he's got something to do today, and he also plans to buy her a car, so they should go take a look. Shen raises her eyebrows, saying that he just bought her a house, now a car. She cautions him not to waste money. This girl is absolutely wife material, not like the other gold diggers surrounding Shen. Shen just smiles, saying that he likes buying things for his woman, and it's not like they're short on money. She still insists that they should get a regular B car as a car, nothing too expensive, but Shen refuses to get his woman anything under 2 million yen. She still refuses, because that's way too expensive. Chen telling him not to waste money while he buys houses like snacks. This woman is wife material printed in 4K. Last time a house and now a supercar. Where is he getting all this dough from? Is he in the cartel? Shen reminds her that her birthday is just around the corner. She thinks he's in the cartel because he's too rich. Meanwhile, he actually just has God's Venmo. It can be an early birthday gift, and she shouldn't feel bad about spending money. Her man is rich as hell. Shen feels a ping of hesitation about what he did with Menglu. He wonders how Chen will react if something happens between him and Menglu. This can't be hindered longer, and it's better to come clean. Chen nervously says that she would mind. It's also true that she won't be able to change him, but if that happens, then he shouldn't tell her, so she wouldn't be hurt. Shen pauses and sighs. He tells Chen not to worry because she has a unique place in his heart. She wonders if she is really the first girl to hear this, and Shen reassures her that no one comes close to her, with tears of happiness pooling around her eyes. She believes Shen, saying that she just wants him to stop by once a week for coffee at her cafe, and a meal at her home when he's free. Shen realizes that this is a keeper, a rare gem in a sea of pyrite. She treats him well and always tries to save his money. If he ever goes broke again, she'll be the one to stick around till the bitter end. Shen tells her that he will be keeping her company. After all, he needs to make up for it. She wonders if he is going to make up in a proper way, and this is not an excuse to shaboink. He just smiles, telling her that she knows his character. She bursts out laughing at the mention of his so-called character. Bro's character is weaker than my will to live. She tells him to stop chatting, and they have work to do. Shen realizes being a scumbag is hard work, but an honest living. He also wonders about all the guys who juggle work around. He comes face to face with the professor carrying 2 heavy crates. After greeting her, he gets the crates and accidentally blows the cover off the top one. It turns out it's filled with her undergarments, and they fly like flags of freedom, filling his vision with the professor in swimsuits, asking him which one suits her better. The green one, the pink one. He snaps his mind out of the gutter, and the professor picks up all the garments. She then puts all the crates in the car. Meng tells them to have a safe journey. As Shen starts the car, the professor exclaims that her sister wasn't this way. She used to have a boyfriend and was very warm, but that boyfriend turned out to be a cheater. Even though he was handsome, he had the scummiest of hearts. That's how she turned so cold towards men. Shen gasps in fake surprise, saying that these kinds of men are human trash and should be castrated. The irony is beautiful, and the professor laughs, asking him if he's a scumbag. Shen manages to live in his delusion that he's a pure big hunk of a man with a big D. The only part of his statement that is right is perhaps the big D part. The professor smiles, saying that she doesn't have any experience with men. Shen wonders what she thinks about him. Her heart flutters and her cheeks flush as if that's the answer to his question. The professor looks at him in surprise, asking him to repeat what he just said. Shen smirks, telling her it's only a joke. Why so nervous? She looks away while blushing so hard as if our boy just asked her to marry him. She's glad it's a joke because she wouldn't know what to do. Later in the new apartment, they finish unpacking all of her stuff. She offers to treat him to the meal, but our boy is hungry for something else. He smiles, telling her to pay some other way. He leans closer and locks lips, sliding his hand over the small of her back. She starts giving him weakly, telling him to stop. Mengzi arrives to the rescue, telling her sister to open the door just as our boy was going to get a taste of those buns. He's been blocked again by this witch. He tells her not to worry, he'll get the door. Meng bursts into the room, asking her sister why she's so red. Did she get a sunburn or something? She looks away as if our boy didn't just burn her buns. She comes up with a lame excuse that she's going down with a fever. She also feels excited about how Shen is a shameless dog. If Meng realizes what he was trying to do, she would cut off his pipe and feed it to the dogs. She covers for Shen, saying that he's just here to work things out about the school student council. Shen turns to leave, promising not to bother them anymore, even though he secretly wishes to spend more time with the beautiful professor and play out his wildest fantasies. But this Meng keeps getting in his way. Meng later grills her sister about what he thinks about Shen. She tells the professor not to play dumb. They're way too close to the ordinary student and teacher anymore. Realizing that the professor is not interested in Shen, she commends that he's a good guy with a lot of amazing qualities, but he's absolutely broken the trust department. She asks her sister to make a wise choice and keep her eyes open to see if she can do it. She's forced to consider her words. Poor girl doesn't know that she's going for the harem route. 1 hour later, in the school cafeteria, a beautiful girl walks into the classroom wearing a skirt shorter than my hairline and waves at Shen. This is the head of the radio station at the school, Yingzi. Shen smirks and asks her how long she's been waiting. She says she's been waiting for a long time. It turns out she just got here, and he compliments her voice, though it sounds kind of different from the radio. She reminds him that she gets into character when she's in a situation. Her natural voice just sounds like this. As the conversation starts going on about business, a muscle-headed simp calls out to Yingzi, telling her that he brought her favorite drink. He then glares daggers at Shen, asking him who he is. She realizes this guy is trying to win over Yoongi by getting her a cheap-ass milk tea. Without even turning, Yoongi coldly tells him that she doesn't drink milk tea anymore. That completely shatters the dude's self-respect and confidence. He whimpers like a puppy that's been kicked by its owner. He walked 5 kilometers and waited 20 minutes in line to get it. She doesn't care and coldly tells him to buzz off. He once again starts yapping about his hardships when he got that tea. Everyone looks at the dude, completely embarrassed, in front of Shen. Some of them are even coming up with saucy stories about Yui Gen going for Shen. Feng just happens to be in the crowd and hears these rumors. She can't believe that this Radiohead is moving in on her man. She rushes out. No way anyone will get a piece of this Greek god now that he isn't broke. Poor girl doesn't know he has a whole panel of side chicks on speed dial. Feng grins and gets way too close, asking him about his glasses. She gets even closer and closer until her marshmallows are pressing against his chest. She comments on how he hasn't been coming to classes lately. Is he planning to blow up his GPA now that he's loaded? Yingzi realizes that Feng is trying to show everyone who's boss by getting way too close to Shen. She tells Shen she'll be returning to the radio station and they'll talk about their arrangement later. The guys looking at this completely lose their cool. No way they witnessed 2 goddesses fighting over Shen. The one's broke loser. Some of them are so shook that they turn into gooners, wondering when there was such a badass senior at their school. Feng just giggles nervously. She feels threatened by Yingzi, her cute dress and her lovely voice. Without missing a beat, Shen says that it's about the school's entrepreneurship center. The committee has told him to coordinate with her. He also knows that Fang is getting possessive and wonders how he'll work on public relations if she keeps this up. She smirks and wishes that they could spend more time with each other. She leans closer and whispers that she wants something cold today. That's basically code word for a hot dog eating session. She turns to leave, letting him get an eyeful of those godly peaches jiggling. Just as Shen is about to get up and buy some protection, he gets a call from Menglu. Menglu is glad and has hunted down a car for 2.5 million. Without even batting an eye, he transfers the amount. This immediately wins Menglu over, giving him a heart emoji and asking him if he's free tonight because she has 2 new outfits to show him. Shen doubts that she'll get to wear those outfits if he's around. Now our boy is in the biggest trouble he's ever been in. Chen and Feng both want to go on his joystick and Menglu wants to thank him for the car by taking him for a joyride. What should he do? I feel bad for bro suffering with these problems. Let me take his place and help him out. Chenin looks away with a red head, realizing that this is a tough decision. Back at the counselor's home, the sisters are finally done cooking dinner. While the counselor offers to go get groceries, Meng suggests that they'd invite Shen over for dinner. Hearing that scumbag's name is enough to turn the professor's face into a tomato. Meng just grins, telling her to message him to get over his thanks for helping them move. She remembers what a bad boy he is, and she wants to take a bite out of him every time he gets her heart racing. Meng just smirks, being a baddie herself. She knows how to Shen. She is doing this to test him out. They text Shen, and Shen's trouble has increased tenfold. On top of hitting 3 baddies from the back, he now has to raise up his professor. While we have to decide if we can afford ramen for dinner or skip it for breakfast, our boy has to decide which baddie to be with and which one should be scheduled for later. He finally decides he'll have to be a time management master to do it, and everyone in the same night. Even though he decides not to bite more than he can chew, he ends up arriving at the counselor's house. The counselor looks like the main course herself and runs away giggling. He comes in and looks around, wondering how this place is so cozy all of a sudden. He also wonders where that pipe blocker Meng is. The counselor whispers that she's taking a shower. When he realizes that annoying little witch isn't here for now, he gets bold. The counselor tells him to just sit in the living room and chill out while she gets dinner ready. But our boy isn't hungry for food. He leans closer and smiles. Even his haircut turns into that of a anime protagonist. He tells her not to worry, there's half a meter between them. He's not that close and immediately jumps in and brings her clothes, whispering into her ear that it shouldn't take long since she's in the shower. He locks lips and the professor finally manages to push away. Meng arrives, telling them that she's ready for dinner. The professor angrily tells him that if he keeps acting up, she'll write him up. Later, they get together for dinner, and he compliments their cooking, even going the extra mile by saying that Gordon Ramsay got nothing on their cooking. Meng sees through his cheesy pickup lines and tells him to stop. She's got a few questions for him. She starts grilling him about how many girlfriends he has had. Our boy truthfully replies 2. After all, the other Avengers he has on call are not girlfriends, but side checks. She is surprised and comments that he had his fun and his experience. She worries that her sister never dated, so Shen might be too much for her. If she gets to know that this boy is juggling 5 baddies and is planning to add her sister as the 6th, she'll get a stroke mid-sentence. She then asks about his siblings and he answers, just a younger sister. 10 minutes later, he's finally done with the interrogation. He decides to get zesty and slides his foot over the counselor's ankle. The counselor immediately freezes, wondering how bold he is to act up under Meng. She tries to get away with the excuse of washing fruits, but Shen tells her there's no need. He's running late and he needs to leave. Meng can't believe that her sister is acting weird. Isn't she supposed to be happy? Trying to smooth things over. She asks Shen to stay for a bit longer, but Shen just takes his leave like a gentleman. After all, he has some business to conduct. After Shen leaves, Meng teases her sister. She tells the counselor to test Shen more. The professor tries to catch her breath. After all, they're not even dating, and Shen makes his moves like a smooth criminal. Speaking of the smooth criminal, he is now in Shen's apartment, probably under the excuse of drinking water again. Shen innocently reminds him that he was supposed to stop at the cafe and try her coffee. Shen just smirks, asking her if she has that gray business suit and black stockings in the closet. Looks like our boy is in the mood for some business lessons. Shen nervously wonders why he is trying to go for some roleplay. He told her to trust his character, or did he forget? Our boy casually reminds her that this will make up for several 100 million yen at once. 5 minutes later, she's dressed up in that business suit, looking like an absolute snack. Her marshmallows threaten to burst out of the suit. Shen smirks and tells her she'll understand someday, and starts getting a taste of those peaches. 1.5 hours later, our boy has Chen all caked up and breathless. He's been hitting it for the last 90 minutes and finally increased her affinity to 90 peaches. He excitedly wonders what amazing gifts he will get by breaking past 90. Looks like the system is really biased towards Shen, since he has increased another girl's affection to 90. First of all, he gets a 5 million yen car shopping credit. Second, an exclusive skill. And third, he gets a freaking size increase on his banana. At this point, just take all my money and my arts degree and give me that system. Shen can't believe it, and looks at his hammer turn into a sledgehammer. Now that he has a legendary weapon between his legs, he can lay the pipe left and right, making them breathless the entire night. Shen innocently wonders what's going on, and he decides to give her a taste of his new joystick, saying this is because she was dressed the way he likes. She's completely breathless. After getting her buns toasted to the perfect temperature, she wonders why Shen's breadstick feels different. It feels as if she has no strength to even walk anymore. And Shen just smiles, wondering how he's different. He's enjoying her expressions. He promises to give her even greater surprises in the future. Shen smirks, realizing that he got a wonderful gift by boosting Shen's affinity to 90, and wonders what kind of skill he has unlocked. It turns out he can choose one of 7 skills. He can either be a beginner at cooking, race car driving, dancing, basketball, combat, or be an appliance repairman. Our boy pulls a 100 IQ move. He doesn't care about all the other useless stuff, but he knows that combat skill is a must. After all, he's rich and has babes by his side. He might need to turn into Captain America if someone tries to jump him. Just as he's about to make the sensible choice, his mind takes a dive into the gutter. He responsibly wonders what will happen if the professor's TV breaks someday and she needs someone to repair it. He imagines going to her place and repairing her TV. I swear this is the same way a video started before my dad walked in on me with a belt in his hand. Shen asks her if she has any money on her, and she points out that he looks all sweaty from the hard work. Since she doesn't have money, she'll blow dry his whole body so that he doesn't get a cold. With a new fire burning in his eyes, he realizes that this skill can open many doors for him. He also wonders what kind of amazing reward he'll get once a third babe goes over 90 affinity points. Chen all of a sudden gets up, and after that monster match session, it's a miracle she can get up. She calls her mom, asking if it's serious, if they need money, and if anything happened, they should let her know. Chen looks at her, wondering what all of this is about. With a single tear sparkling in her eye, she tells Shen that her dad had a stroke from drinking. She starts sobbing because it's her fault. She should have gone home from a blind date. But since she didn't go home, her dad probably drank a lot. Shen offers to drive her home, but she tells him it's not safe to drive at night. She'll go tomorrow. Shen even offers to go with her. Chen realizes that since they are not official and she's a side chick, it's not right to bring him home while her daddy is sick. She tells him not to worry. She can go by herself, and Shen just smiles, telling her to hit him up if she's short on cash or needs any help. The next day, he finds a handwritten note by Chen telling him she's on her way to her hometown. She left in a hurry but still made him breakfast. Premium wife material. She doesn't care about money. Just like the professor is not possessive like Feng, and she's really the best among the best when it comes to women. He also gets a call from Yingzai. Yingzai smiles warmly, telling him to decide which desk and chair she should get for the conference. He doesn't mind whatever she gets, and she enthusiastically says that he won't be sorry with the one she chooses. Shen doesn't find the girl bad at all, and her warm personality is great. Too bad that warm personality is nowhere to be seen when her simp walks up to her, asking what they should do now. This poor dude is even brooming the floor for her. Yingzi tells her to stop following her and not to interfere. The simp pitifully says that he just wanted to help, but Yingzi storms away, telling her not to help with student council matters, when he's not even on the council, and also not to follow her or else she'll complain. The simp looks at her walk away. He feels bad about chasing after her for 3 freaking years, all for a guy with a killer face card and a loaded wallet to steal her away. Speaking of the handsome daredevil, Yingzai is thinking about how amazing Shen is to invest 10 million yen without batting an eye. She wonders if his net worth is at least hundreds of millions of yen. She has no idea our boy's wealth is infinite because he has God's credit card in his hands. Her mind takes a dive into the gutter as she imagines being his secretary, and he samples her cake in return for a few favors. With that kind of wealth, there's no way he'll stick to only one girlfriend. She decides to be a strong and independent woman and win Shen over to be a millionaire. Meanwhile, in Shen's hometown, she rushes into her family home asking where her father is and if he's turned into a vegetable after a stroke. It turns out it was all a ploy to get her to go on a date with a white-collared bastard. Her mother apologizes because they lied. Since she's turning 27 next month, they're worried that she doesn't even have a boyfriend. She even reminds her of her cousin, who already has 2 kids at her age. A fat, ugly auntie introduces her son Dong, who has his own company and earns over $10 million, as if they're supposed to impress Chen. She even whispers that he already has a car and a house. Dong tries to act humble, saying that he drives a Series 5 though it's not fancy, and he even whips out a gold ring for Chen's mother, saying that he got it for her as a little thank you gift. It's pure gold and worth 3,000, though not expensive. Chen's mother is the opposite of her, completely blown over by only 3,000 yen. The auntie promises that Dong will be an amazing son-in-law. While everything is going smoothly for Dong, what they don't know is Shen can spit on his gifts with pocket change. Chen leads her mother away to another room. Her mother angrily yells that Dong is still waiting outside, and what is she getting on about? She reminds her mother that they tricked her into coming here. Her mother reminds her that she doesn't have a girlfriend, and her cousin is already a mother of 2. Chen can't believe what she's hearing. She doesn't care if her measly cousin is a mother of 2, as if that's a really big accomplishment. She texts Shen, briefing him about everything that has happened. Shen tells her to wait, he's almost on his way. Hearing that Shen is arriving, her face immediately flushes. She tells her mother that her friend is coming up. A few minutes later, Shen's father is warming up to Dong and his mother. Shen arrives holding multiple gift bags in his hands. Everyone wonders who is this guy, Shen just smiles, introducing himself as Chen's boyfriend and presenting the gifts he brought for them. The look on Dong's and his mother's faces is priceless. Even Chen's father can't believe that she has a boyfriend. Our boy casually whips out jewelry worth 300,000 for the parents. Hearing this, everyone's face turns pale. Well, everyone's but Chen's, who enjoys looking at their surprised faces. Dong looks at his mother as if he's been slapped across the face. Didn't she say that Chen was single? Even the auntie is panicking. Not only did Chen bring a really handsome guy home, but he's absolutely loaded, showing up with more than 300,000 yen worth of gifts the first time he comes over. He wonders if it is all fake. The auntie whispers, promising to reveal the truth. She turns her sights on Shen, introducing herself as Chen's aunt. The first question is about his age, and he says he's 21. The auntie tries to stir things up, saying that he's 6 years younger than Chen. Auntie probably doesn't know our boy is a man of culture, and he likes older women for some RR, a fun time. She just can't believe that a 27-year-old is dating a rich guy 6 years younger. Even Shen's parents are a little uneasy. Shen smiles, saying that he's in business investments in finance and other industries. Auntie tries to play it cool, but she still thinks he's faking it. She wonders if he has a house, and our boy reveals that they have 2 houses, one in his name and one in hers. Dong is completely blown away. He decides that he must be bluffing. The auntie then tells him not to pretend to be someone he's not. After all, honesty is the best policy. She can't believe that a young boy has 2 homes in an expensive city. There's no way he would buy one for her. Chen angrily brings out her phone, showing them photos of the agreement and the receipt. Her parents and aunt look at the contract and wonder if it is fake. Shen decides to pull a power move by transferring 1 million yen to Chen to decorate the house. He thinks that they probably wonder if he's a scammer, so he'll set things straight. Chen, being the wife material she is, tells him that 1 million yen for home decor is too much. Everyone looks at the receipt. They've never seen so many zeros in their lifetime. Even auntie is blown away. Dong realizes that this young man has the power to buy his family 10 times over. He's even relieved that he doesn't have to go band for band with him. He quietly picks up his gifts like a loser, trying to recover some of the losses he faced tonight. Then he even decides to get Shen's contract. After all, being friends with a rich guy is always good. Shen reveals that the house he bought for Chen is 3 million yen, and the one he has is for 10 million. Dong immediately starts kissing his boots, and even auntie switches up, telling him that he's part of the family and apologizing for being straightforward. They start coming together, and Chen's parents are genuinely happy that their daughter is in good hands. 11 by 10 baddie in gym shorts rushes towards Chen, calling her big sister. This is her younger sister, but they look like twins. Shen greets the younger sister and notices how beautiful she is. Looks like this family is really built different. Later they have a family dinner, and Shen thanks Chen's parents for raising her so well so that he can have such an amazing girlfriend. He even offers to buy them a house and a car. Auntie can't believe what she's hearing. Who is this guy? A younger and hornier Elon Musk. Not only is he buying a house for Chen, but also for her parents before the wedding. Her parents refuse to get such an expensive car since they barely travel anymore. Chen's younger sister tells them not to reject it. It would be disrespectful to her brother-in-law. At least someone in the family behaves normally when it comes to money. They're even given a 280 square meter house. Chen promises to visit them often. After that night, Shen is sitting with Chen in his arms and she thanks him for everything. He just smiles, saying that he's supposed to do that for his woman. But he has a question. Her parents won't be okay with them sleeping in the same room. Chen blushes and promises to sneak into his room later once they're asleep for a fun sleepover. At 11 p.m., she crawls into the bed, asking Shen if he's awake. Our boy was awake the whole night waiting for this moment. He grabs her wrist, asking her how he can sleep without probably talking to her first. He leans closer, and this is a weird way of talking since Chen's face is covered and she's trembling like a leaf under Thor's hammer. The commotion is enough to get Chen's little sister up and running. She leans closer to her sister's door and looks at her sister getting the good D. Shen has a responsibility to give her the vitamin D she needs to grow big and strong. Her eyes widen even though she's seen these videos. Hearing him go like that, she realizes that her brother-in-law is a lean, mean breeding machine. Looking at Shen running the train on her older sister, she decides to run away because she can't keep watching. After 9 minutes of shaboinking, Shen finally returns to her sister's room and finds her younger sister hugging her as if she survived facing an unkillable dragon. She is surprised to see her younger sister is still awake. She leans closer and her younger sister wants to hug her while sleeping. As they hug, Chen looks away in embarrassment, realizing that she has really grown up into a fine beauty. The next day at noon, Yingzi shows Shen to his new office, asking if he wants anything changed. Shen finds everything perfect and also notices how capable Yingzi is. It's good to have a capable secretary at hand. She has even compiled the list of candidates he needs to go through. He takes the list and looks at the first candidate's picture, which has been photoshopped so much that she can't be recognized. This immediately spoils his mood, and he decides not to look at the pictures but at the business plans. It turns out Shen is the only one with a brain for business on this campus. The other idiots want to open a pet store and an internet cafe on campus. One bold guy even wants to open a spicy undergarment store on campus. Shen even wants to meet this genius business tycoon who didn't consider the embarrassment that would happen if they were spotted by classmates there. He can't believe that these low-quality proposals are what he has on hand. After all, he can't sink 10 million yen into these stupid ideas. He imagines himself in a wheelchair, rolling up in style against an almost half her age baddie in a bikini. Even though right now he can get triple refunds with the god system, he can't do this his whole life. Or else he'll be an old pervert chasing after a beach baddie in a bikini, trying to make a living. He doesn't want to be an old sugar daddy, but a business tycoon. This business incubator and cafe is only the beginning of his rise to fame. He'll be the next Elon Musk or the next Steve Jobs if everything goes fine. He dreams about turning a small company into a giant, being featured in Times magazine in a stylish suit. He realizes he needs to turn his own business into a multinational chain, and to realize that, he'll have to stop being the God-favored playboy he is and earn like a real man. He tells Yuinzi to never bring such idiotic proposals to him ever again. They need to replan everything. Yuinzi points out that maybe the sample size is too small, and only a limited people are participating. Shen tells her to push promotions through the Youth League Committee as head of the radio channel. She decides to support him by running the ad in the morning and night shows promoting Shen's business ideas. Shen even tells Yuizi to go through all of the business ideas and screen them so that only the best ones appear in front of him. Yuizi professionally notes his instructions and promises to take care of it as soon as possible. Shen is pleased. He already had money, fame, and women by his side, but having someone listen to his orders is a whole new feeling. He realizes that what he lacked was power, and having more practical talents like Youngzi by his side is the key to his future empire. He needs to build favorability from the other gender, and also seek capable students to play their part. While Shen is thinking about his new business empire, Menglu is being yelled at by her boss for being late. She doesn't care about this muscle-headed buffoon anymore. She reminds him that she asked for a day off and also informed the members of the class, but he refused. The boss barks that he didn't approve the leave, and she reminds him that he asked her to go for lunch if she wanted her leave approved. Menglu tells her boss to try these stupid tactics somewhere else, and her boss threatens to dock her pay. After all, it's the company's rules. Menglu, who has just found the sugar daddy of a lifetime, doesn't care. She tells the boss that she'll quit working right now, and turns to leave. The muscle-headed buffoon's gym bro arrives, asking if Menglu really quit. The dumbass still believes that Menglu will come crawling back to her because the clients are tied up with the gym, and she will have nothing to do anymore. But when they spot the new Porsche arrived in, they are immediately shocked. As soon as Menglu gets in her car, she calls her sugar daddy, revealing that she's been fired and needs to be comforted. Looking at those godly watermelons, he decides to hire her as his personal trainer. She blushes and gives him another view of those marshmallows, wondering if there will be a reward for being his trainer. He just smiles and promises to meet with her later so that they can discuss her reward and her new goals. She gives him a heart emoji, promising to wait for him in the executive suite around 8:30 p.m. He finally arrives. Menglu tries to play hard to get by, asking him if he still thinks he can get in since he's late. Poor girl doesn't know that she has no power in this relationship. As he turns to leave, she immediately panics and runs towards Shen, telling him not to go. She grabs his hand, points out that she was the one who wasn't letting him in. Maybe it's best if he goes. She apologizes in a panicked tone, babbling that she was just trying to set the mood. Shen smirks and tells her to beg for his presence. He'll see if she's sincere or not. As soon as his arm is lodged into two soft mountains, he decides that she's really sincere. After all, he has 2 reasons to be here, and he immediately stuffs his face into those 2 reasons. Shen grabs a handful of those well-trained buns. Menglu just smiles and gets on the bed, calling him daddy and wondering how he'll punish her. She has no idea that she'll be punished with Thor's hammer tonight. He just leans closer and asks her to call him that again. She whispers daddy into his ear, immediately getting his engine running. He likes the sound of that and decides to turn up the intensity. After dancing in the bed for a whole hour, Menglu is at her wit's end. Screw the money. With how good he is in bed, he can land any woman he wants. Shen just looks at her defeated body. Wasn't she an elite trainer, and she's supposed to keep up with him? He teases and gives her the entire long sword. He's been swinging between his legs. She can't believe that they just finished and he's up and running so soon. 2 hours of shaboinking has left her breathless and out of energy. She thought that she was going to die and go to heaven. Does anyone else wonder where the gentleness he promised is? Shen smirks, telling her he was as gentle as a baby right now. He only used 50% of the strength he used with Chen. She calls him a liar because the way he was hitting it at the cafe was half of what he did today. Shen realizes that the length increase skill and stamina skill are too much for a normal person. He even realizes that by laying the pipe left and right day in and day out, he has lost weight. The system reminds him that he has lost 2 kilos and his health has dropped by 3 points. Shen decides to get fit as well and whispers into her ear that they'll exercise tomorrow morning. Scrop starts panicking, wondering if that's the kind of exercise he's talking about. Shen calms her down, saying that he's talking about real exercise. She's excited because she can finally be useful, and wonders if he's realized that he's a skinny guy. Shen squints, telling her not to say that or he'll make sure she won't be able to walk for an entire month. She immediately backpedals and calls him daddy, promising not to dare anymore. She promises to create a professional plan for him so that he can get the perfect body fat percentage. As she runs away to her place, Shen promises to start training tomorrow. They decide to go to Jun Yui's gym. She even decides to buy him a couple of outfits so he can start right away. The system detects that he's planning to get in perfect shape. After all, being in great shape is important for a perfect life. The system sweetens the deal that if he can reach the ideal weight and ideal body percentage in 30 days, he'll be blessed with a perfect physical state for 2 years. Bro basically has to train a little and maintain C-Bum's physique for the rest of his life. He immediately accepts the quest, promising to focus on training and fitness. He also realizes that there are a lot of areas he needs to improve: speech, business, investment, etc. In terms of fitness, it is only one part of the many sections he can use to improve himself. And with Celestial Daddy's system, he can get ahead of everyone in a single month without taking steroids. Menglu arrives, bringing him a homemade healthy breakfast and lunch. She points out that she made it at 6 in the morning. The dish is amazing, full of protein and healthy carbs. Shen can't believe that she's so useful outside of bed. Menglu grumbles that she's worked really hard. Now he can't torture her the way he did last night. Shen teases her if torture was the only thing she felt last night. She immediately backpedals and tells him to hurry up and eat so that they can start training. As soon as they arrive in the gym, every guy in a 12-meter radius stares at Menglu. They wonder why an absolute baddie is walking by Shen. One of them even feels something rising, and it's not the shield hero. Another muscular guy wonders why she's with Shen, who is all skin and bones. It turns out Ting's last fling is also trying to get into better shape to win her over again. He notices Shen and wonders why he's next to a goddess and a muscle mommy. He can't believe that Shen is changing babes as if he's changing credit cards. Menglu starts drilling him about the exercise they have planned today. But Shen just wants to eat hot tofu, which is code for snuggling, for another 3 hours. Like Current can't get over how Ting dumped him without even a reason. He's been blocked on all social media, and that's why he's in the gym trying to win her back. Uncurrent doesn't know that the gym won't help, but maybe plastic surgery can. He decides to flip the table by exposing Shen for dating several women at once. He walks up to Shen, calling him buddy and asking him why he's here. Shen coldly wonders if he wants something. After a bit to and fro, Shen tells him to go away and let him get back to his thing. Menglu is annoyed. How dare he interrupt their sugar daddy time? Unseng realizes that Menglu wants him gone immediately, but he brings up seeing Shen with Feng at the mall last time. He then waits for the drama to unfold. He waits for Menglu to start yelling at Shen for having another woman, but Menglu doesn't even bat an eye and helps Shen with his training. Unch is immediately humiliated and tries to repeat that Shen was with another woman. Shen is annoyed and tells him that that's enough. Why is he here when they're not even close? Ink keeps trying to stir up drama, but he doesn't know that Menglu doesn't care how many women Shen has on the side as long as he keeps coughing up money and giving her some vitamin D. She even tells Ink to mind his own business. She doesn't mind if he has 3 at the same time. What if he bought that woman 2 bags or something worth 100,000 yen? She looks at Shen lovingly, telling him he can spend whatever he wants on a woman as long as he is happy. After all, if he is happy, then she's happy. She thinks that if that woman got 2 expensive bags, she got a freaking 2 million yen car. That's too good to pass up on Angok's provocation. The uncle is on the verge of having a stroke. He can't wrap his head around how Menglu is okay with being cheated on and still happy. She then decides to roast him by telling him to get away. His face makes it hard for them to concentrate on exercising. Anko runs away with his tail between his legs. Shimichio is glad that Menglu is his personal trainer and his assistant, and he is also clear about her position. She is not fighting to be the main girl. After an intense 2-hour workout session, Menglu compliments him on a job well done, promising to crank up the intensity tomorrow. Shimichio tells her that he will crank up the intensity at night while she cranks it up during the day. She leans closer, promising to add more weight tomorrow. Shin tells her innocently that they should shower so they are not sticky. Later, he leans closer and decides to make her stickier than she was. He decides to touch third base, and after an hour, they're finally done with their shower. Her mind was blown so much that she accidentally called him husband, then corrected herself by calling her daddy, asking if he's going to university again. He tells her to sleep at this apartment tonight, but she asks to go back to her small apartment since this is too big for her to stay alone. He agrees and her affinity immediately boosts to 88. She even calls him daddy again, and Shen smirks. He has only 2 more points to level 90, and he'll have another gift from God's simping system. Later at college, Yoongi is waiting with her simp for Shen. Shen is annoyed by the creep that keeps following her. Yuigo apologizes because this loser keeps following her and wants to see him. The boy introduces himself, asking to be part of Shen's team. After all, the more the merrier. Poor idiot doesn't know that he can join Shen's team if he has a banana instead of a clam. Instead of warmth, he's met with a door shut in his face. The loser still doesn't take the hint. Even when the blinds go down, he still stays around, wondering if things are turning spicy with his quarters. Shen's mood is spoiled, but he's still asked about the progress. She gives him the rundown that the views are getting good, but still not as much as they need. Shen plans to create a new campaign to boost their popularity. When she wonders what he has in mind, he reveals that she should start rumors that there's a handsome young investor at the back end of the startup base. He basically tells her to start a bunch of spicy rumors and reveal the real information bit by bit. She can't understand the reason for this, but decides to follow his orders without questioning them. Shore reminds her that the popularity will skyrocket and they will get more applicants and a greater business pool so that they can get better candidates. He also has a junior motive to get more prestige points and to get more senior and freshman female students to get on his good side. Yuixe decides to let the unofficial account start the rumors, and then the official one generates comments to create hype. Now that it's decided, Shen asks what she wants from him. Yuixe is taken aback by how direct he is. She studies her breath and decides to be honest. She was hoping to get romantic with him, but it looks like he's strictly business right now. She reveals that next semester internships will start, and the chances of her landing a job in this economy are low. She hopes to work for him and earn better than normal. Shen smirks as expected from a university student. She knows what she wants and is willing to follow him. He asks how much money she wants and she nervously whispers 8,000 yen a month. To her, this amount is 3 times more than what she's worth in the job market. Shen casually promises to pay her 10,000 yen a month and additional rewards. Her eyes widen in surprise. She never hoped to get such a large salary, and she also wonders if some other rewards mean something else. Just as things are getting good, the creep squeals, asking what the two of them are doing. Shen is angry at the idiot for spoiling the mood. Yingzi apologizes, promising to talk to him. But Shen has something else in mind. He's decided to nip the weed in the bud, but is acting like a stud in front of him. He grabs Yingzi and her perfect peaches. He leans closer and gives her a hickey. They then exit the room and Shen jokes that they should put up a sign on the door saying no creeps allowed. When the simp looks at the love bite, he's immediately crestfallen. Yingzi angrily tells him not to look for her again. She already has a boyfriend. With tears in his eyes, he angrily mutters, when did they start dating? Yingzi just tells him to mind his own business, or else they will let the secretary know. With his hopes dashed and his girls stolen by the Chad, he can only lie on the floor and be depressed. Shane looks at the simp walk away in defeat with his hand in his pants. He'll probably take his frustration out on his meat later. He apologizes internally and smugly that money is power. Yingzi, on the other hand, is now bubbling like a volcano, wondering if it's enough, and now he should get his hand off her back. If our boy were broke, this would be harassment. Right now, it's flirting. He decides to leave, leaving Yingzi turned into a waterfall. Later, he thinks that Yumi is really secretary material, but he's not fully ready to run a company by himself. Even though he is Mr. Moneybags, thanks to God's credit card, he needs the knowledge to level up his business skills. When he decides to enroll in school courses to catch up, the system detects his plan to increase his knowledge about business and even hits him with a side quest that, if he completes in 1 month, he will have the best knowledge from the top business college fully downloaded in his brain. Shen can't believe that he will get a free degree if he just learns a bit in 1 month. And when it comes to learning, the professor is his best bet since she has 2 double majors in business. He hits up the professor but realizes that Miss Lin is asking him if he's free for drinks. He apologizes, promising to have drinks tomorrow. Mr. Lin looks at the phone while swirling her cup of wine. She realizes she'll have to wait a long night to get with him. An hour later, Feng arrives all smiles and sunshine, asking him if she looks good today. She's rocking new stockings. Shen smirks, telling her she looks lovely. They lock lips together, and he thinks about Miss Lin and how she should get in line for everyone who wants a piece of him. Later, after laying the pipe and boosting her affinity score to 93, he recognizes the pattern and how hard it is to level up once they cross 90. It's just like a game. He gently kisses her on the cheek, and she wraps her hands around him. The next morning on campus, Fenwell arrives and sees everyone gossiping about a millionaire student investing 10 million in the student entrepreneurship venture, while everyone is losing their mind wondering who this rich big shot is. Feng whispers to her friend that it's probably Shen, but he doesn't want to reveal anything. Her friend winks, wondering if she can get in on the fun and how she is lucky for begging such a rich kid. Maybe she could be a maid or assistant to have a slice of the pie. Feng smirks, telling her she can perhaps be a live-in maid. Her friend smirks, reminding Feng that the only reason Shen went for her is because of her massive marshmallows. She even lets those puppies out, letting them breathe and making her blush in embarrassment. Another student tells Yu Ping to see the post about a student investing 10 million. The student has her head in the clouds, wondering if this guy has a net worth of 100 mil. She wants to throw herself at the guy and live a good life. At this point, I want to throw myself at Shen and live a good life. Yu Bing brings her back to reality, wondering why a guy would go for her. She has the build of a stick figure and the clothing sense of a kindergartner. Yu Bing then starts bad-mouthing Shen for buying himself a cafe and getting himself an older woman just to look cool. The campus gossip is spreading all around until Shen is a hidden celebrity. Speaking of Shen, our boy is busy arranging special tutoring lectures with the professor. The professor is still curious and skeptical about what he really wants. He plays it cool, reminding her that he just wants to learn something. And is it really bad to reach out to the professor for some education? He even chooses her home as the venue, and she nervously wonders if he's planning something shady. He crosses his heart and promises that he won't do anything. After all, he's a man of his word. If she doesn't believe him, she should ask Shen. The professor opens the door nervously. telling him to come in and also to remember not to have any funny thoughts. Looking at the professor dressed up like a doll, he tells her he is 100% sure nothing will go down. She hands him the textbook and markings for the first 3 chapters, and also tells him to try thinking about real-life problems to link the concepts. After an hour of solid studying, the professor wonders why he is slowing down and staring at her. Shen smirks, ready to riz her up with a cheesy pickup line that she is way more interesting than a book. The professor tells him not to have any funny thoughts and just keep reading, but he leans closer, telling her that he wants her to be his girlfriend. She gets up to leave, but he leans closer and wraps his arms around her shoulders. She nervously reminds him that Meng is in the other room sleeping, but he doesn't care about that now. All he cares about are those 2 chest pillows with his name on them. He leans closer and locks lips, and the professor doesn't pull away even though she thinks that he's come for not proving his word. He leans closer and is about to get to third base, but she stops him, giving him a full view of her godly rack and telling him not here. Does that mean our boy will be getting lucky or will have to get back to studying? Meng arrives and sees her sister being schooled by Shen in Playboy 101. She can't believe that her timid sister is being so bold today, right on the couch even when she was sleeping. The professor tries to say what little dignity she has, telling him to go away. Shen still doesn't apologize and doubles down that she was bound to find out sooner or later, so she shouldn't feel bad. The professor reminds him that she didn't even agree to be his girlfriend, so how is she supposed to explain this situation? Shen, with conviction in his eyes, asks her if she likes him. As her affinity bumps up to 71, he gets his answer. But seeing how the professor is not a gold digger, money won't work, and he'll have to show her sincerity through actions. He just smiles even though he has commitment issues bigger than my daddy's issues. He turns to leave, promising to grab a bite next time they're together. As soon as he leaves, Meng arrives while blushing, asking if it's over. That was quick. She wonders if she should start calling Shen her brother-in-law. The professor nervously says that it is not an official thing yet. Meng can't believe that they did it when they are not even official. She stutters. They didn't go all the way. She looks away shyly, and Meng just smirks, realizing that her sister has fallen head over heels for this scumbag. Later that night, in his cafe, he meets up with Miss Lin, who apologizes for keeping him waiting. She has been in a bad mood lately and wanted to drink. Shen takes his seat, asking her why she doesn't look happy. She recalls her husband staying out all night and coming back smelling of other women's perfumes. She looks at her drink in agony. If her husband is out having fun, the least she can do is have a drink with someone hot. It's not like she's cheating. She then asks Shen if Chen is his girlfriend. Shen doesn't have a clear answer, and she wonders if Chen knows that he's out drinking with her. Shen just smirks because she wouldn't mind even if she knew. That's the way he swings. Now she doesn't feel guilty about getting in between them. Out of the blue, she asks Shen to hug her, just once. Being the gentleman he is, Shen offers to provide his services. He leans closer and gets Miss Lin on his lap, asking if her husband knows that she's out drinking with him. Instead of answering, she suddenly locks lips with him. Even though Chen shouldn't be disturbed by it, he still feels a bit guilty, but pushes those thoughts out as he goes in deeper. She starts to lean away as Shen tries to get to third base. Shen just smirks, asking how she's expecting him to behave now that he's all bricked up. Miss Lin decides to help her boy relax, and later they entwine in a torrent of passion. Shen's Thor hammer makes her feel as if she's being blessed by the angels. She wonders if this is what heaven feels like. Shen just smirks, asking her to help clean up after they're done. He remembers all of the expressions she made, and also realizes the older the bottle, the sweeter the nectar. Young guys these days don't appreciate mature women and chase girlies instead. Now her affinity level is over 60. The system chooses this moment to congratulate him on having 5 baddies with affection levels over 60, and decides to bless him with 2 study cards, 1 skill pack, and 2 lucky draws. He didn't expect to be blessed for cheating on his girlfriends. He looks at the memory card. The system decides to make his life even easier by enabling him to memorize anything he looks at or reads in a book for the first time. With this, he can complete his quest in just a few hours. He also gets a random lucky draw card. Shen can't believe his fate. It looks like the universe is helping him be an alpha and the ultimate predator. Miss Ling gulps up, and it's a miracle she can walk at all. She has never been this happy in her life. With a satisfied smile, they wonder if they should continue the next time they are together. Shen can't believe that there will be a next time. After starting the rumor that the mystery investor drives a G-Wagon, he looks at the student forum, which is exploding with mixed views from students wondering if they are true because no one on campus drives a G-Wagon. He tells Yui to spice things up even more and sets his phone aside, ready to see what the system has for him. On the first draw, he wins a 500-meter mansion in a very expensive society. The rental income alone can help him live comfortably even if he loses the system. Next up, he wins 2 physical stats. He immediately uses them to increase his muscle mass. And just like that, he now looks like a Greek god with a huge dong matching his frame. Now that he's hotter than before, he will have no problem raising up baddies. He also notices the pattern on. The more baddies that have 60 affinity points, the more rewards he'll get. And if he gets them to 90, he'll get something amazing. He decides to keep expanding his network. And now he uses his memory card so that he can learn more topics and have more things to discuss with the professor. While I'm out there getting rejected by every girl and job recruiter I meet, our boy is living his best life, training with Menglu, buying Chen a Maserati, laying the pipe left and right, and then pulling up in style at the student fair in a G-Wagon. Everyone is curious to see who will be in the G-Wagon. Yu Ping and her tomboy friends start fawning over another rich kid, wearing a purple suit and a gold watch. They ask the senior if his family has a company and maybe they can join if they don't get internships after graduation. The senior smugly promises to put in a good word for them, immediately making their hearts beat faster. He just grins, telling them to look up to him and feel free to apply to his company. Shen and his friends can't believe that this comeback is flexing his daddy's company just to get some game. Even the designer pajama pants guy wishes that Shen were here so they could beat the stuffing out of the senior. Tomboy whispers, comparing the senior to Shen and how Shen is a good-for-nothing deadbeat who only chases older women and runs a cafe, while this man has his own company. Yu Ping tells her not to talk about that scumbag. She has no respect for him. They keep pretending to be impressed by the senior just to get on his good side when Shen rolls up in his G-Wagon. Everyone looks at the luxury car in surprise and horror. Even Yu Ping wonders who the student is who invested 10 million just like that and drives this luxury car. When they get closer, they realize it's none other than the guy they were bad-mouthing. Shen tells his friends Huan and Zhao to get in the car so they can drive in style to the dorm. The girls can't believe there's Shen. Yu Ping is so surprised that he squishes her face against the window, trying to see what's inside. Shen's bros tell her to get away from the car and not get her ugliness all over it. They smugly get into the car and ride away in style, leaving the two gold diggers in a state of confusion and regret. They wonder if they should just apologize. Just like that, Shen is the talk of the town. Every girl on campus is trying to suck up to him. One of them even mentions that if it were a 60-year-old, they would hesitate. But Shen has it all: money, fame, the body of a demigod, and the youth to match it all. Some of them are even trying to get him to subscribe to their OnlyFans. Even though they'd have boyfriends, they're trying to throw themselves at Shen. A beautiful redhead walks up to Yingzi, and she wonders what's up with Long. Long asks Yingzi to introduce her to Shen since she is working in his startup base. Yui Govi reminds her that she is a sophomore and should be preparing to lead her own club. Why the sudden change? She comes up with a story that the job market is tough and she wants to prepare early. Yui Govi knows what she is preparing for in reality. She starts analyzing the redhead. Since she has a beautiful figure and a face, she would be a good match. She imagines Shen as the emperor and herself as his advisor as they look at Yui Govi in a robe. She catches herself wondering why it feels like she's setting him up with side chicks as his right-hand woman. Our boy's DMs are flooded by thirst traps and baddies trying to get a piece of that pie. His friend reminds him that his phone is blowing up and he's not even checking it. To Shen, it's all very gross because aside from girls, even guys are reaching out to him, and he doesn't swing that way. Huang can't believe that the girls who can't reach him are messaging him instead, who he hasn't had a girl's message since 1971. Shen just tells them to ignore it, and Huang is burning with jealousy. They haven't touched grass in 3 years of college, and he's out here living like a celebrity. In reality, Shen is only revealing his powers for fame because of the system. If he gets 500 points, he'll get a lucky draw and special abilities. So no matter how much hype he gets, it won't mean anything if he can't bring a solid business plan. Right now, his reputation points are 33. Trying to boost his street cred, he hits up Yingzi, telling her to meet him at the office in 10 minutes. He then calls up Feng, who wants to be with him on campus. Even though he has a meeting to attend, his monkey brain takes control, and he tells her to meet him at his office. He then tells his bros not to wait up, he'll be late. Huang is ready to bash his head in. Shen just tells them not to worry, their spring will come. As soon as he gets into his offer, he is hugged by Feng. He pulls her inside, ready to talk privately, but with what she has in mind, they won't be talking at all. Now that he's famous and every girl wants to slide into his drawers, she needs to make her move and claim him. His private info has been leaked and now all the girls are going for him. She sneakily closes the blinds and turns to Shen, who honestly wonders what she is doing. She leans closer, telling him to hit it from the back. For the first time in his life, Shen is not sure if they should do it, since he has a meeting coming up, but she insists and even leans forward, giving him access to the forbidden dungeon. Yingzi arrives and finds questionable noises coming from the office. She leans closer and realizes her boss is busy interviewing someone. He runs away and stands by the door, guarding it like a faithful lapdog. As his secretary, her job is to make sure no one gets inside while her boss is laying the pipe. Hearing him go on for more than an hour even has her weak in the knees. The door finally creeps open, and it's a miracle Feng can walk at all. She looks at Yingzi smugly, sure that she must have heard everything and knows that Feng is Shen's main girl. Yingzi still remains professional, asking what he wants to talk about. Shen compliments her on a job well done. Now they'll get a lot of applicants for the startup base. He tells her to screen the applicants, and they need only good projects. She wonders how she should filter them, and Shen just smirks, telling her to pick the students that fit with their school's image. Even though their school isn't elite, it's known for having beauties in every class. Yingzi realizes that her boss has spent all this money just to find pretty girls, and she also feels as if she's just helping him choose his hoes. She wonders if it's really fine. Shen comes up with a wild story that they're offering opportunities, and with so many applicants, why not choose those who are also easy on the eyes? With a solid excuse, she finds it easier to help him out. And that's why he designed the second round evaluation tests so that she can turn out any fugly applicants without making them feel bad or biased. Yuizi even offers to leak the answers to the applicants who are prettier than the rest. She finds her inner selves conflicting. One side compares her to an ancient official offering beauties to the emperor and betraying her education. The other side reasons that the beauties should end up with Shen rather than some old guy in his 80s. After all, if they don't apply, they won't even be considered. And with her sweet 10,000 yen monthly salary, loyalty comes before morals. She already has the first candidate in her mind who's around her age and is better looking than her. Shen wonders what she's talking about, and when he looks at her picture, he can't believe it and blushes for the first time in his life. Even though she's 19, she's named Little Dragon Girl. Shen wonders if he'll get to be a dragon rider if he can win her over. He decides to befriend Long and asks Yingzi for her WeChat. Miss Lin contacts Shen for another round of drinks tonight. He wasn't expecting her to follow up so soon, but he made plans and agreed to meet at 9 p.m. Miss Lin is excited by how instantly he replied. She starts blushing and didn't expect him to warm up only after 2 drinks. She even feels as if she has fallen in love for the first time and hopes time can move faster so that it can already be 9 p.m. Shen walks up to his G-Wagon and finds a whole load of love letters stuck to his windows. Some of them even tell him about their bus size and their contact info. 2 baddies pull up in front of him asking him for a ride to the mall since they need to go shopping. Without even looking at them, he apologizes because he doesn't have enough room. They try to settle for his WeChat information, but he rolls up his windows saying that his contact list is pretty full right now. He drives off like a jerk, leaving them stranded and unattended. 2 guys look at Shen and blow them off. They are the type of girls these losers can't hope to land in this lifetime. One of them grumbles that Shen is only taller, better looking, hotter, and richer. Why do girls choose him over them? His bro whispers that he just answered his own question. This guy is driving a 3 million yen car while they are broke as beans. One of them whispers that with a car like that, he wouldn't mind getting in on the action. His bro can't believe that he is considering getting his back cracked to get on Shen's good side and have him as his sugar daddy. He just answers that it's being financially irresponsible, and it's not gay if he is doing it for the money. Hearing this, his bro even thinks that's not a bad idea. Shen meets up with Lin, asking if she has more trouble at home. She closes her eyes angrily and asks Shen to answer honestly. Does he believe in love? To be honest, Shen does believe in it, but not anymore. He believes he is missing something. He remembers falling in love with Ting and giving her everything he had, only for her to dump him when he went broke. It was a blessing in disguise because that breakup triggered the system. But since then, even though he's been surrounded by baddies, Fang Chen and Menglu, he feels something is always missing. Miss Lin doesn't accept the answer. She then gets a call from the AC repair guy who promises to come by tomorrow to fix her air conditioning. She agrees, but wants it fixed right away. Shen realizes this is the chance he's been waiting for. He asks her about her AC problem and how she's using a fan at night. He offers to fix it for her since he's good with that stuff. Right at that moment, he activates his skill card to choose basic repair instead of basic combat. After all, this skill will turn him into Shensins and will open many doors and many opportunities for him. As soon as he activates the skill, his hands feel more nimble, as if they were made to handle screwdrivers and wrenches. He asks if her husband is at home. She replies that he's not. 20 minutes later, he's fixing the AC without trying anything on Miss Lin. Miss Lin questions herself if she's pretty anymore or not, since Shen hasn't tried anything. A bit disappointed, she decides to go take a shower while Shen finishes up the AC repairs. After a shower, she finds the AC running perfectly. She thanks him and doesn't know how she can ever repay him. Shen already has a way she can repay. He leans closer and pins her on the bed, stuffing his face into those godly melons. She just makes telling her to hit him up if she wants anything in the house fixed, AC fridges, or even her heart and body. Brawl keeps sweet-talking to this baddie, making her melt to his touch. As things are heating up, she decides to get in the moment and enjoy it with everything she has. After all, compared to this, being with her husband is a waste of time. While Shen is rocking a sledgehammer between his legs, her husband only has a soft rice cake. Speaking of that loser husband, he's at the elevator shaft and pulls up to the apartment, trying to open the door. Lin's eyes widen in horror and realization. Her husband is at the door and he really came home. How will he react to seeing his wife giving him a taste of his own medicine? Lin tells him to be quiet. After all, if her husband finds out what she is really doing, she will lose her advantage of getting a divorce and getting half of his assets. Shen thinks quick and decides to lock the door. Miss Lin can't believe how calm he is in a situation like this. It's as if he's a pro. While Shen is ready to go down on her like the Titanic, her husband wonders why the door is locked and why the AC is running. He complains that his wife is lazy and doesn't do anything all day. Can't even get him a glass of water. He wonders why the door is locked from the inside. Shen leans closer, telling Lin not to make a peep or else her husband will find out. She covers her mouth, trying to be quiet. Her husband is so furious, he can't even talk right. He decides that she is holding a grudge against him for coming late, but that's far from the truth. He goes into the guest bedroom and is even happy that he won't have to do his husbandly duties tonight and will be more energized tomorrow. He passes out cold on the bed, dreaming about what he will do the next day. In the bedroom next door, Shen has Lin up against the wall, showing her peaches. Shen just smirks and finds it thrilling that he is doing her while her husband is in the next room. While he snores, Shen gets ready to bore her a new hole. With the snoring so loud, he doesn't care about the noise he makes. Miss Lin even finds it thrilling. She is losing her mind but can't make a noise, and this feeling is just unbeatable. The next day, the loser gets up with a massive hangover. Lin is looking fresh and energized with the massage she got last night. She is even making her husband breakfast, and that surprises him since she hasn't done this in the last 2 years. This fatty thinks that he is living the high life, with a good wife at home and side chicks on the outside. He wonders why she locked the door last night. Was she asleep? Lin just smiles, saying that she slept great. With the glow on her skin and the radiance around her visible, he wonders if something is wrong. Why is she so nice all of a sudden? He rushes into the bedroom and checks the bed for strange stains. He then looks at the bin, wondering if there's any protection in it. When he finds nothing, he returns to the kitchen, wondering if he's just overthinking. He wonders if it was a dream when he heard so much banging from the walls. Lin just says that he must have imagined it because she slept really well. The man points out that the AC was busted. How is it working again? Lin, while taking a sip, says that she had someone fix it, and her face immediately turns red. Her handyman was really good at repairing the AC in her heart. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Tung's friend Yoon wonders what's wrong with her. It looks like she hasn't slept in 2 days. Yoon can't get over how Shen is living the high life after she dumped him for a rich guy. Yoon slides into the boot, asking why she's making a big deal out of it. And wasn't Shen supposed to be bankrupt after he sold his car? Ting angrily recounts that he spent 3 million yen to buy a house for some woman, and then bought a Porsche for a fitness trainer that cost him 2 million, over 5 million like that. She shows her ladies messages, boasting about it on social media. After she got with Shen, she quit her job and is living the high life. Ting holds her head in frustration, with bags under her eyes and her face twisted in agony. She curses the day she dumped him for uncorn. Yui consoles her friend, telling her to stop being a gold digger and find a good guy to settle with. She works at an airline, so meeting a millionaire should be easy. Ting just smirks because now that she's seen what Shen is capable of, she can't settle for less. She yells that she wants to get back with Shen as if it's her right. But the problem is, Shen has blocked her on every social media imaginable. She wonders how heartless he can be. This witch doesn't know that this is what she gets for dumping him in his time of need. Ying advises her to lower the bar and live with better expectations, but she just yells that she can lower her standards with how beautiful she is. In her delulu, she decides that she is entitled to Shen's money. She grabs Ying's hand and rushes off with a crazy look in her eyes. All the while, Ying searches for a good psychiatrist to help her friend out. Minglu is looking at the view from her apartment. Shen pulls up with only a towel around his waist. It looks like he's been busy with personal coaching lessons all night long. Minglu points out how strange it is, even though her plan and her meals are top-notch, his gains are beyond what she expected, and he's bulking as if he's on gear. He just tells Minglu that he's not like ordinary people. With regular exercise, his immunity and other bodily functions are through the roof, and now it should be a habit for him. He needs to get in better shape so that once his public image comes out, it will help him make money. He gets dressed quickly, telling Menglu not to wait for him. For tonight, he has other plans. Instead of being jealous, Menglu smiles, telling him she'll wait for his call. Every morning, she prepares home-cooked meals for him and his clothes. It really makes her feel wanted and meaningful. As Shen gets in his car, he remembers Feng, the first real girl who was in it not for his money but for him. He only got her 2 designer bags. It's time that she gets something matching. Speaking of Feng, she's enjoying lunch with her cousin and her husband. She treats them, telling them to eat more. Her cousin-in-law keeps yapping about her business major and how it's time to think about internships. She hasn't thought about jobs just yet, but he just smiles like a know-it-all. Her university is a top-notch institution, so she should plan her life very carefully. Poor guy doesn't know that she has a man with an infinite money glitch. Her cousin wonders if she has a boyfriend because it will be harder to land one after graduation. Hearing the mention of her boyfriend gets her cousin-in-law excited. He starts talking about his bro who works in a Fortune 500 company, and maybe they should connect. Feng smiles politely, saying she already has a man. Her cousin leans closer in surprise. This is the first time she heard about it. Feng says that she hasn't introduced him to their family since it's only been a month. Her cousin-in-law angrily snaps that dating isn't a game. It's about her future, and she should think wisely because life will be hard with an incompetent man. He starts going on and on about how graduates from her university end up working in small companies with below-average pay, so she should at least give his cousin a chance. His wife tells her to take it down a notch. Feng Su already has her own plans. He sulks, saying that he's worried she won't get a good boyfriend. Feng Su thanks them for worrying about her, but internally, she doesn't think about what he's saying. In front of Shen, a Fortune 500 company is just a kindergarten. She gets up to leave. After all, her boyfriend is taking her house shopping today. She casually drops the million-yen bomb as if her boyfriend is taking her jewelry shopping. Hearing this, her cousin and cousin-in-laws gasp in surprise. Even if they look for a house in the cheapest part of town, it will cost them 1 or 2 million. Who in their right mind would spend that amount on a girl before marriage? Speaking of whom, Shen pulls up in a G-Wagon in style. Zoe introduces him to her cousin and her cousin-in-law. Showing apologizes, promising to treat them to a meal next time they're together. As he turns to leave, her cousin-in-law is left there standing in shock and embarrassment. Here he was pushing Feng to date his broke-ass cousin, while she had a man making a drain effortlessly. Later, he buys her a 166-meter fully furnished apartment for 3 million yen. She smiles, wondering how she can ever repay him, and Shen smirks because he has a few ways in mind. Spending that money has boosted his overall net worth to 30 million yen. He whispers that he has some Japanese educational videos she should look at to learn some new moves. She blushes, and her affinity boosts from 91 to 93. Reaching 100 will take some time, but it will be worth it. Meanwhile, Long keeps messaging Shen, dying for his attention, but he hasn't replied to a single message. She wonders when he will reply, and when did she turn into an attention-seeking thirst trap. She hears her friends starting to concentrate on their studies, since chasing after Shen is useless. She gets up and wonders if they are trying to draft a business plan for Shen, and she realizes that for a billionaire like him, every girl will chase after him. She also needs to prove her worth. Shen looks at his phone and asks Feng if she has thought about the future. Feng wonders if she should apply for the business venture. He just smiles, saying that he will set up another business for her someday. He also knows that with Feng being so possessive, he can't expand his network freely on campus. He needs her to take a chill pill, but right now he needs her to learn from these Japanese businesswomen on how to be strong and independent. Her face reddens and she wonders how he knows about so many actors. Looking at Cornhub, she randomly picks an instructor and learns her techniques. 20 minutes later, Shen is lying on his stomach with Feng massaging his back and letting him feel those melons squish behind him. They keep going at it, and he finds peace in a class beauty trying so hard to get him off. The next morning, the phone rings, and it's Yui Hen who calls with a sense of urgency, telling him to get to the location he has been sent to immediately. He wonders what's going on. Is it about the bar he invested in? Just when Shen is about to arrive at the location, Yui switches the location, telling him to meet up and hurry along. He just started his shift, so he is not into it. Shen wonders why he is talking in riddles. 30 minutes later, he is finally at the location and looks around. It turns out he is here in a red light building that is close to the professor's place. His bro arrives looking more relaxed than ever. He asks Shen if he wants to meet with the baddie he has waiting. Shen crosses his arms, saying that he has got his own baddies, and this place can't compare with what he has got going on. Yui looks at his G-Wagon in surprise, wondering what the story is. How did he land such a car? That's his dream car, for crying out loud. Shen tells him to cut the crap and reveal why he called him here. His bro just smiles, saying that the decor is almost done, so they should get going. Just then, disaster strikes as the counselor and Meng arrive, looking at him at the base of that red light building in disgust. Shen's face turns pale as he realizes that there is a big misunderstanding brewing. Meng is so furious that she is about to throw hands. Shen nervously walks over, greeting them, but they storm away. Shen tells them to hold on, and in his stupidity, he offers to go to their place so that he can help them cook. Meng bursts out, telling him that he should be ashamed for visiting such a place when he has her sister's blessing. Shen tries to clear the air that he is just here waiting for someone, but Meng refuses to believe that. Just when her sister was starting to warm up to him, she angrily walks away, and Shen looks at the counselor's rating fall from 69 to 65. Realizing that he screwed up big time, he wonders how he should clear up the mix-up. Yu Hwang whispers, asking him if it's his girlfriend. Shen nervously says that he is upset, and it won't matter if he tries to explain his story. Yu Hwang can't believe that Shen landed such a baddie, and he has never seen her before. Shen reveals it's his counselor, someone who teaches business English. Yu Hwang can't believe what a dog his bro is. He is hitting on a teacher and getting sugar in return. Shen offers to give him a ride so that they can visit his cafe to hammer out details about the bar. Shen smiles with the beauty of 1,000 roses. Shen tells her to bring 2 lattes to the booth. Yu Huang feels as if he's seen Shen before, and Shen just laughs, reminding him that she is the businessman's ex-girlfriend. Yu Huang can't believe that he stole her from that loser, and even made her quit as a saleswoman at Audi just to work in a cafe. He wonders what Shen has brewing around him. 2 girlfriends back to back. Shen just smiles because that's the tip of the iceberg. Then he gets back to business, talking about the bar and telling Yu Huang to take charge. Yu Huang says that he can't handle it alone, but Shen believes in him. After all, if buddies go into business together, too much meddling causes fights, so it's better for them that he handles the business. He gets the drink and thanks Chen, calling her sister-in-law. Chen just smiles hearing that name and also fusses over Shen's shirt being all wrinkled. Seeing the power couple being so lovey-dovey makes Yu Huang jealous. It feels as if his life is nothing compared to Shen's. At night, Shen leads her into the back room, ready to explore her own back room. She smirks and offers to go take a shower first. Shen decides this is the perfect moment to call the counselor and explain. He tries to call her, but she doesn't pick up. Back at the apartment, Meng is angrily telling her sister to block Shen on every media platform. The counselor is a mess with mascara running down her face. Her sister consoles her not to cry for a trashy man. The counselor just wonders why guys go to places like these. Meng says that's when they are thinking with the brain they have in their pants. They are only there to satisfy their instincts when they can't get game or cake the normal way. The counselor remembers pushing him away whenever he tried something funny and starts blaming herself for pushing Shen into a place like that. Meng tells her not to come up with such ideas. It's not her fault. Meng tells her sister not to be so desperate and to remember what happened when she was love-struck. The counselor realizes her sister is right. She can't be an easy target and needs to control herself. Shen has his phone blowing up with students trying to reach out and get into his good books. He scratches his chin as these students are those he never talked to before getting rich. He then looks at messages from Long trying to start small talk with him and even sending him lovely pictures. Even though she seems stunning in the pictures, it's clear that the pictures are photoshopped. He needs to see her in person to decide if she fits the bill or not. He just replies with busy talk later. For a junior who keeps messaging him, if he plays hard to get, she'll be more desperate than ever. Chen is rocking a business suit with a button fighting for its life, trying to cover up her godly wreck. She asks if he likes what he sees, and the 10 in his pants is evidence that he indeed does. He picks her up and decides to go in today. After all, she looks absolutely amazing. Chen smiles, and they decide to move the show to the sofa. Chen lies on his back and wonders if she wants to go horse riding today. Maybe he can give her a few lessons. All she needs to do is grab his joystick to steady herself. He smiles and leads, giving her a new experience of riding the dragon. The next day, the youth committee office is flooded with applicants for the entrepreneurship venue. Everyone is trying to sign up for Shen's investment venue. His secretary calls him saying that they have a total of 605 applicants submitted. Shen wonders what the female ratio is. She replies, 28 females and 25 males. Shen laughs, telling her to screen the cream from the yogurt. He looks at the applicants, desperately pushing their forms. She wonders if she needs to reject all the men because he doesn't swing that way. Surprisingly, Shen tells her to give men with good business proposals a chance and send their resumes over. Shen smirks, looking at the phone. If all he does is get beautiful women by his side, it will become a dance party and nothing more. If he needs to be a business tycoon, he needs soldiers by his side as well. Menglu wonders why he is not answering her question. Shinja says that he is his secretary, and is she getting jealous? Menglu looks away, playing it cool, but Shen smiles, saying that they have a strictly professional relationship. The business system pops up, telling him that another female has 90 favorability, and now it's time for his grand reward. Shen realizes that his words of reassurance have boosted Menglu's affinity to 90. Now the system is ready to bless him. The first blessing is an increase in his hammer's diameter. God damn it! At this point, I am willing to make a deal with the devil for this system. Now he gets 30 million funds. Then he gets 2 skill exchange cards. Shen can't believe everything he is getting in exchange for rizzing up this muscle mommy. He first activates the system, and immediately feels his Thor's hammer turn into Odin's staff. Right now, with what he is rocking down below, no one can talk back to him. He decides to try out his new and improved stick on Menglu, leading him to the back rooms, ready to explore her own back rooms in the shower. As he whips out what he is rocking down below, Menglu's face turns red as a tomato. She wonders if it's different or maybe she is imagining it. Shen just smiles, saying she is the one responsible for changing it for the better. As he comes down on her, they entwine in passion. Later, Menglu is lying there with a satisfied look on her face. Her buns were toasted to the right temperature. Shen just smirks and turns to leave. With his new weapon, he can't go in unannounced and must warm the engine before running the fade. But he also realizes that there is something he needs to do to clear the misunderstanding with the professor, since she isn't returning his calls. He needs to prove that he didn't do it. Even though our boy cheats non-stop, going to a red light building is something below him. He knocks on the door and she wonders who it is. He replies that it's his neighbor, complaining about a bathroom leak. She opens the door and realizes Shen tricked him into opening it. Shen tries to force himself in, but this time, instead of melting like a slab of butter, she holds her ground and tells Shen to talk where he stands. Shen tries to clear the air that he was misunderstood yesterday. The counselor is stone cold, telling him not to lie that he visits such places, but for the first time in his life, he is telling the truth. She still doesn't believe him, and tells him to stop coming up with excuses. Playing the victim, he reveals that he was there to meet with a childhood friend, who changed the location from a restaurant to that club. It's just a coincidence that they ran into each other, and he has been trying to explain it for the whole day. This unnerves the counselor. She wonders if he is telling the truth. He pulls up the chat history to show that the location was sent by a friend. Realizing that Shen is indeed telling the truth, the counselor feels sorry for looking down on him. Her affinity immediately boosts to 73, even 3 points higher than her last rating. She apologizes for giving him a hard time. Shen smirks, and he didn't expect her affinity to hop to 73. He then tries to use his best trick by asking her for a glass of water, since he is really thirsty. Thankfully, she is not as gullible as Chen. She realizes he is trying to pull a stunt like before. Shen whips out his best puppy dog eyes, saying that he is thirsty, and he rushed over here straight after lunch. His throat is bone dry, and he'll leave after he drinks a bit of water. Just as the counselor is coming around, instead of letting him in, she shuts the door in his face and brings him a bottle of water. This is not what our boy had in mind. This is the first time he actually had to drink water when he asked for a drink at a baddie's place. Just then, the counselor shuts the door in his face, and a passing by auntie laughs, telling the young man not to be hasty in his relationships. Shen claps back, saying that the impatient only get to eat when it's hot, and the slow guys need to eat others' leftovers. He charms the auntie and warms her oven so much that she decides to go order some male models later with her old friends. Just as he is returning to his car, he gets a message from the counselor promising to hang out this weekend. With the trip not being a total waste, he decides to go visit Suzuvi, the decor renovator. She asks Shen to come over to the place so he can view what they've been doing. Half an hour later, he pulls up and looks at Sue waiting for him on the porch. They greet each other and she is flustered as if he is going to eat her. Even though that's on his mind, he asks her to show him around. She immediately turns professional and shows her all the renovations they've been working on. After having the rundown on the place, they visit the pool area, and Shen teases her that he'll treat her to dinner tonight. He was expecting her to blush, but she sadly says that she has some things to take care of. She needs to cook for her mom and her younger brother. She accidentally bumps into Shen, and it starts raining heavily. Shen smiles, saying that she has a good pair of melons. If I had said something like that, I would be making this video from inside a jail cell. But for our boy, it's just another Tuesday. Sue looks at Shen with a face as red as beetroots. As it starts to rain heavily, her shirt turns see-through, revealing her godly melons. She struggles and starts sneezing, and Shen just wraps his arms around her, telling her that she'll get a cold and should get close for warmth. It's the first time a guy pulled up behind her, and even though she wants to push him away, he's a big client of the firm and she can't offend him. Shen smirks and wonders if she's blushing because he's handsome. She wonders how narcissistic a guy can be, and her mentors never told her what to do in a situation like this. Shen enjoys how innocent she is and can't even take a little teasing. His mind dives into the gutter as he enjoys her blushing face and how she can't pull away. Half an hour later, the rain finally stops, and Shen offers to drop Sue off at her place. Sue nervously asks him to remove his hand from her stomach. He immediately lets go and apologizes. Later, they drive up to her family home, which is a rundown apartment in the cheapest part of town. He was expecting her situation to be bad, but not this bad. The building itself looks like it's going to collapse any moment. Shen asks if he can stop by, and Sue agrees, but she'll have to cook her family dinner, so he'll have to entertain himself. Just looking at those peaches jiggle is enough entertainment for our boy, but he tells her to do her own thing, and he'll be at peace. The peasants on the street look at Shen and his 3 million yen car and burn with jealousy, cooking up a scandal for Sue, wondering if this guy is her man. They start talking about how good Shen is for Sue and how Sue won't be chosen because of being dirt poor. One of the uncles tells the aunties to shut their mouths. Sue then greets her little brother Zhao, asking him if he's hungry. She'll make dinner right away. Shen looks at the little boy, wondering if he's her brother. She introduces him and asks Zhao to call Shen big brother. Her mother also rises, supporting herself on a cane. The family meets Shen, and her mother wonders if he's her boyfriend. She tells him to stop by and make himself at home. Shen looks at the rundown apartment in amazement. He never knew that someone could be so broke. 30 minutes later, Sue arrives with beautiful and delicious dishes in each arm. She sets the table and the mood is light. Her mother apologizes for having a simple home-cooked meal, promising to treat him to something better next time he stops by. Shen smirks and tells her that she is being too kind. He is happy to taste her cooking. She looks at Sue fussing over her brother and feeding him. No wonder this girl is different. She is the pillar of her family and is in the truest sense strong and independent. With a change of heart, Shen turns to leave. Sue calls out after him, asking for his bank account so she can transfer the money for the groceries. He asks her to show him her phone. He punches in something and turns to leave, promising to see her next time. When Sue looks at her phone, her eyes are about to pop out of their sockets because our boy casually transferred 50,000 yen into her account. She calls after him to wait. She can't accept it, but Shen pretends not to hear. As he gets into his car, he wonders if it's enough. 50,000 yen for Shen is pocket change, but it can really improve Sue's family life. It's not like he'll get a refund on it since she doesn't have any affinity points right now. But still, he feels as if the hole in his heart is being filled gradually, warmth spreading from within. He calls his little secretary, asking about the situation with the applicants. It turns out 653 people have applied, and those who are selected are 11 girls and 1 guy. Shen promises to give her a bonus for a job well done. He then starts wondering about Liao Shen's birthday. He needs to get his dad a gift, and with 30 million in the family fund, he can treat his loved ones nicely. Later, an auntie out in the street asks Sue's mother if that guy who dropped by was Sue's boyfriend. She starts pressuring her to convince Sue to get with him since he drives a 3 million yen car and is probably rich. She will have a good life if Shen picks her. Sue's mother is not too sure about pressing it. After all, she can live however she wants, but the auntie doubles down, reminding her that this guy came to her house, so he must like Sue. The other aunties also chime in, saying that maybe Shen was turned off by how poor she is. Sue's mother turns and closes the door with a heavy heart. She finds Sue washing the dishes and asks what her relationship is with Shen. Sue reveals that he is just a big client at their company, and since it was raining, he just gave her a ride home. Her mother asks her if the client is interested in her. Sue remembers looking at Menglu at the party. With such beauty by his side, how can he be in the market for a girlfriend? When her mother asks her how she feels, she doesn't know, and doesn't have the answer. Her mother decides to support her in whatever she wants, and since she does so much for the family, they can never repay her. Sue wraps her hands around her mother, feeling peaceful. She also remembers Shen's powerful embrace and how safe she felt for the first time in her life. Speaking of Shen, he is busy giving Menglu the time of her life. She has a legendary battle with Thor's hammer, and in the end she is defeated. After giving Menglu the cardio session of her life, he gets a call from the construction site asking him if he has the time to talk. Shen agrees to meet up with them later. He meets with the supervisor and wonders what happened so early in the morning. It turns out it's about the 50,000 yen he transferred to Sue's account, and she didn't accept him. But he's not accepting the repayment. Shen is a bit taken aback. How can anyone refuse 50,000 yen? The manager apologizes because Sue has very strong principles, and she's not like other girls who would fall for money. She's also a bit nervous, trying not to get on Shen's bad side. She clears the air that Sue is not a gold digger, and if he wants her, he needs to put in a little elbow grease. With clear eyes, Shen reveals that he didn't mean anything by the money, but he'll accept it if she's so stubborn. He accepts the payment and finds her cheeky since she transferred an extra 200 yen back for the groceries. He then wonders if she's accompanying other clients on drinks for projects. The manager reassures him that she's working only on his project. Shen smiles and turns to leave, thanking them for the hard work they're putting in. The manager looks at Shen with longing. If only Sue could get rid of her principles, she would live an easy life. But that girl is as stubborn as a mule. And she's also rare in a world where women will take shortcuts. Later, he gets a call from Miss Lin asking him to grab a drink at the cafe. Miss Lin waits for his response, and he dials back that they should go to her place. She replies that her husband might be home, but he finds it even better and more exciting. Nervously, she agrees. Shane raises her up, saying that he can't fix an air conditioner running on an empty stomach. This prompts her to cook for him. When Shen arrives, he sees Miss Lin looking like an absolute snack in the kitchen. His eyes immediately fix on her massive marshmallows. She's even cooking him a meal to boost stamina, as if our boy has that problem with the ruthless skill under his belt. He leans closer and whispers into her ear. It looks like she thought about everything. He tastes the dish and it is amazing. She offers to cook for him in the future as well. He wonders if it will be a problem for her, but she claps back that she's made up her mind about the divorce. It's time for her to pursue her own happiness. Shen supports her and congratulates her on a brave step. He also sees her affinity boost to 66, realizing that he can farm affinity points just by touching her and squeezing her cheeks. He boosts it to the forbidden number 69. He is glad that she's going to back away from a loveless marriage. Then he can spend money on her openly and get a 3 times refund. Lin's husband arrives and his eyes immediately spot the 3 million yen G-Wagon in the driveway. He looks wondering what he's doing here. Isn't he Chen's boy toy and sugar daddy? He decides not to pay too much mind and finds Miss Lin eating that stamina-boosting soup by herself. This fat idiot misunderstands that she wants him to hit it from the back, and that's why she made the soup. Miss Lin finds it amusing that the soup wasn't for him. He then spots the fan running instead of the AC and wonders why, when they're comfortable and don't have to save up on electricity. Turns out the only reason she's using the fan is to remove Shen's scent from the room. After having the soup, the little loser goes to take a shower and finds the door to Miss Lin's bedroom locked. He angrily wonders what the purpose of feeding him the soup was, when he couldn't hit it. In frustration, he lies down and promises to unload his cargo on a younger girl the next day. At the university, Shen's secretary is in high spirits. She has collected 10 high-quality goddesses from each year and 2 guys with incredible business plans. Each one is a beauty in her own right. The only guy in the class is the class president, Yan Song. He looks at the candidates and wonders what he's doing here, even though he has an egg roll instead of a clam. He wonders if this is all just a way for Shen to get his own harem. Looking at the beauty surrounding him is too much, and he wonders if he's going to be a unit in his harem. Everyone is waiting for Shen to make his move now. A nerdy-looking guy named Mo introduces himself to Song, a fellow countryman with big hopes for the future. Shen looks at the duo and is surprised that the class president wants to start a business. Song just smiles nervously. As an ordinary guy, it's only natural to seize every opportunity. The girls lose their minds after seeing Shen in person. Shen turns his attention to Mo, asking him to introduce himself. The reason they've passed the interview is that their ideas are realistic and down to earth. He remembers one of them wants to open a fried fruit shop and the other one wants to open a fruit shop. These ideas will work since there's no fried food joint in a 10-mile radius. With good prices and incredible taste, they can make a killing. The fruit shop will work if they open it up under the girls' dorm, since they'll need fruit that time of the month. Mose is completely blown away by how wise Shen is. The Kompilkin doesn't uiksav nikan bavas wodinger. Song can't believe that this guy isn't just another pretty face with a fat wallet. He actually knows what he's doing. But seeing the male-to-female ratio, it looks like they're only diversity hires so that he doesn't land in hot water for creating a harem. Shen remembers reading that Mo has worked as a social network leader. The boy just laughs nervously and has a 100-man army online. But that's all the attention Shen will give to a bunch of guys. He now has to interview the females next. He also wants to use Mar in the future, as his resources might come in handy. Later, he meets up with his secretary, telling her she's done a good job finding gems and beauties. Later, Long comes up to the secretary, asking for a favor. She wants to be the first one to discuss things with Shen. The secretary raises her eyebrow in uncertainty, but Shen tells her to let her in. The secretary leaves, and Shen comes face to face with the little dragon girl from the campus. She nervously wonders why she's been rejected. She remembers Shen eyeing the other girls' massive assets, and wonders if she's inferior to them. She barely got any attention. Shen reminds her that they'll definitely know after the final exam. Long nervously wonders if she even has a chance, but Shen just smiles. Letting her talk to him is a chance in itself. She realizes he's right and she needs to seize the chance. She introduces herself as a hard-working junior accounting professional who's been studying but doesn't have any practical experience yet. She can handle all the work at the startup hub, like being the cashier and anything related to finance. Shen smiles and wonders why he shouldn't just hire an experienced accountant. Long pauses and imagines it raining with fish, with Shen being the only fish she's trying to reel in. This man is a walking cheat code, a gold mine, and if she needs to make it rain, she needs to get this guy hooked to her beauty. She decides to get some hands-on practical experience in the office. She leans closer and kisses him on the cheek, saying that it's better to have a young accountant with a great figure than an old, experienced one. Shen likes where this is going. She even decides to show him her assets, ready to seal the deal. As things start to heat up, they lock lips and start a session of practical experience training. 40 minutes later, she's finally pulling up her drawers. Shen also buttons up his shirt and tells her to be his woman, and she won't lose out on life. He also didn't expect the little dragon to still have her V-card. Shen sweetens the deal, promising to take her shopping this weekend. This boosts her affinity to 61. Now that he has a place in Long's heart, it will be better to get a refund on everything he spends. Our boy gave her the good D. Now it's impossible to even walk. The secretary notices her friend doing the walk of shame and asks why she did it. Long just smiles as she feels happiness in ways she'd never imagined. Shen is now relaxed and realizes that tomorrow is Lao Shan's birthday. He wonders what kind of gift he should get for him. Later, he buys a brand new car for his father. His younger sister can't believe that they finally have a car, and she wants one as well. Even though it's no problem for Shen, his mother cautions him not to make her into a spoiled little brat. Everyone gets into the car ready to go meet their uncles and aunties. Shen's sister still throws a tantrum about not getting a car, but her mother is ready to smack some sense into her. Speaking of his uncles and aunties, all of the business tycoons are gathered around gossiping about Shen and his family. Even though they are the hosts, they are late and are making them wait. All of these people are those who were helped by Shen's family before they went broke, but now they are showing their true colors. The one fatty is genuine. He doesn't like how everyone is talking trash about his second brother's family, now that they are bankrupt. One idiot barks out that his second brother still wants to show off, even though they are broke. The other uncles and aunties try to calm him, and the fatty is nervous because the birthday dinner is for the second brother. The one talking trash is Yang. One of the cousins immediately starts talking about his family business at the factory. Yang shows off by acting to be modest. He is showing off his new car and how he needed to upgrade it, so that the clients would think of him better. The fatty uncle pours him tea and promises 30% off on car maintenance if they get a membership at his dealership. Yang ignores the offer outright and asks the others to call Shen and his father to see where they are. It's getting late, and the kids are hungry. The fatty uncle nervously looks away. Yang's wife and Shen's mother have a very tight and tense relationship. No wonder Yang's family is glad that they are bankrupt. The car dealership guy asks the uncle to call up Shen and see why they are making them wait. Just then, the door flies open and the guest of honor arrives. Shen's father, Le Shan, whose birthday party it is. He apologizes and promises to drink 3 shots as a penalty for being late. The kind uncle tells them not to worry, it's not even dinner time yet. Yang's wife smugly says that waiting for a bit won't starve them to death. Yang tells her to mind how she talks. He then switches up, asking his second brother to hit him up if he needs a ride if they are busy with stuff. In reality, this guy just wants to show off his car. After being in his second brother's shadow for so long, it feels great to be the one boasting. Shen plays along, thanking Yong and hoping that he'll be on call whenever they need him. His father, on the other hand, is too lazy to argue and tells everyone to get ready to eat. Yong decides this is the perfect opportunity to show off while Shen's father drinks his penalty shots. Yong secretly pulls out his car keys. He gets up, trying to tell Yang to pace himself, and accidentally or not so accidentally drops his keys. He's then looking at the car dealership uncle to bring attention to his car and his keys by offering to pick it up. The car dealership uncle doesn't care for it since he didn't get that membership. Shen plays along and picks up the car keys. He's fighting not to laugh at Yang and asks if he got a new car. Yang smiles as if he's the big shot of the family. He's been wanting to replace it for a while and he got an X7. Shen looks at him in amazement, saying that it's at least $500,000 and isn't that expensive. Yang starts going off about all the amazing features the car has and how it cost him 1.1 million yen. Poor guy doesn't know that that's pocket change for Shen. He buys better cars for his side chicks, but he still tells his uncle that it's impressive. Yang feels as if he has passed the mission with a big head. He just says that he's making a killing. His wife is not too pleased with him showing off because she fears that Shen's family will ask them for money if they learn that they're rich. Shen then turns his attention to his dad, telling him to talk about the Maybach he has. His father, being the humble man he is, doesn't want to talk about it. All the family, on the other hand, can't believe that this man just got a Maybach, a 1.7 million yen car. Kind uncle asks if it's true. Shen's father smiles, saying that he got the car as a birthday gift from his son. They can't believe whether he's lying or drunk or both. Even the kind uncle believes that he's drunk. Yang nervously wonders if he's asking. Shen just smirks, saying that he shouldn't be so modest. Lo Shen smiles. He was insisting not to get such an expensive car. But Shen still insisted. As the family is trying to recover from the shock, the waitress arrives, asking Shen to move his G-Wagon since it's blocking the entrance. The family is now shocked into silence. How can these brokies afford 6 million yen in cars? Even the dealership uncle switches up and starts pouring tea for Shen's father, promising 30% off on all deals if they get a membership. The aunties are burning hotter than the sun's surface. Yang is embarrassed. More than when I was caught making out with a mop by my dad. The dinner party slowly comes to an end. Shen's sister can't believe how cool her brother was. He offers to drop her off, but she wants to stick by and see what he does every day. Shen decides to let her peek into a child-friendly version of his routine. When they arrive, she looks at a brand new Maserati in the driveway. She wonders how much this cool car costs. Shen smiles, saying that it cost 2.73 million, and he got it for her sister-in-law. Later, Menglu arrives and greets them warmly. The whole gang is here. Qian, Chen, and Menglu. When they learn that she is Shen's little sister, they immediately warm up and try to win her over by bringing her fruit and coffee. She wonders what's going on over here. Why are these three beauties being so nice? She looks at Shen and he just smiles, and she wonders which one of them is her sister-in-law. Poor girl doesn't know that he has smoked 2 out of 3 of these beauties. Menglu and the others immediately warm up to Shen's sister. Menglu introduces herself as Sister Menglu, and Chen also introduces herself as Sister Chen. The innocent girl wonders who the sister-in-law is. Chen nervously looks at Shen, wondering what she should say. Shen just smiles, saying that the 2 ladies next to her are both her sisters-in-law. She can't believe what she is hearing. How can her brother's game be so strong that he backed 2 baddies side by side? While they smile smugly, Qian feels like an imposter in the room. She is the only one not getting tapped by this rich hunk of a guy. Her sister's face turns pale, and she wonders if it's true. Menglu and Chen nod and are completely okay with the arrangement. Her sister tells Shen that he's a real dog. Shen just smirks. If she can't handle the 2, he introduced her to Boss. How will she handle the whole network he's building? Menglu and the others decide to bring her along for shopping and drinks. Chen also promises to introduce her to her younger sister, since they'll have a lot of things to talk about. As everyone warms up, Qian feels left out like an abandoned kitten. She remembers asking Menglu how they could exist peacefully in this arrangement, and Menglu just shrugged it off that a man is a man, and since they are dating, it's only normal that he has a lot of women by his side. She even comes up with a story that sisters would share the same husband in old times. Even though she talks about peace, why is it that she needs Qian to talk to Chen every time? And she also feels bad that they have a sugar daddy supporting them, and she has to make a living like a normal person. Chen waves at them and tells them to have a good time. Qian offers to take Shen's sister shopping for new clothes and a bag. She nervously looks at her and how amazing she is dressed and wonders if she can pull it off. Menglu promises to teach her all about style. As they are walking towards the car, Menglu remembers leaving something behind. She turns to leave and texts Qian to go ahead. She has some business to take care of. Qian realizes that she is trying to seal the deal with Shen while they are out shopping. She can't believe that she has to explain everything to Chen while Menglu gets to have fun. Speaking of fun, Menglu leans closer, whispering something to Shen and waking him up. Shen can't believe what he is seeing. Is it a fever dream? But when he gets hold of those speeches, he realizes everything is real. She is ready to go for a joyride. Shen finds this exciting, and they immediately start throwing off their clothes. She accidentally calls him Huddy, and he doesn't like that, reminding her to call him normally. She immediately calls him Daddy, and he likes that, telling her to say it louder. 1.5 hours later, they are finally done with shopping. Qian is already late, and she is left. After Shen arrives, a shop owner looks at the G-Wagon with envy. He then remembers seeing Shen as a broke boy coming to him to cash out all his credit. He remembers the day he got a lot of designer bags on credit. He looks at Shen in surprise, wondering how he got rich so quick. Did he hit a gold mine in South Africa or something? He then sees Shen walk up to Chen. He comes up with a wild theory that Shen must have found a hot cougar and even imagines Shen kneeling in front of Chen. He is convinced that Shen found himself a good cougar mummy to take care of him. Looking at the numerous shopping bags in his sister's hands, he wonders how much she spent. Chen took her out shopping and got gifts for Shen's family, and hopes they like them. Even though she is usually reserved about spending money out of the pocket money he gave her, she is spending generously on his family. She really is a keeper. Chen takes her leave, promising to go to the cafe and help out the waitress. Chen then smiles, asking his little sister how much money she spent. She can't believe that she just spent 400,000 yen. Shen enjoys her reaction and tells her that she is the princess of their family and can't be so happy about spending a few 100,000 yen. She calls her brother the best guy in the world. Even when they were well off, her parents were never so generous. Shen then tells her to pull her story straight. They can't let his parents know about the 2 sister-in-laws or else his mom will break his legs. Even if he is rich, he is still Asian, and will get the beating of his lifetime if his mom knows. She tries to blackmail him, and he reminds her that she just got 400,000 yen worth of gifts. She innocently points out that it's from her sister-in-law and not from her brother. Shin enjoys teasing her to let him know when she likes something. She enthusiastically screams. Later, Shin's parents can't believe all of the gifts they have from this sister-in-law. They turn to Shen, asking if he's dating someone new and why they haven't met her. Shen smiles nervously, saying that it wasn't the right time yet. His sister smooths things over, reassuring them that the sister-in-law is very gentle and wifey. After answering a million questions about her, Shen is finally at peace. It's a good thing she is answering the questions for him. He also goes over his to-do list for tomorrow. He needs to pick up Chen's little sister, Shin Yu. He also needs to take the counselor shopping, then needs to take the little dragon maid to spend money and get a refund. Next up, he has to review the startup projects, and also see what the system will grant him when he completes the quest. He then drives over to Chen's place, since they will have to go pick up Shin Yu tomorrow. Chen wanted him to stop by. This time, he doesn't have to make an excuse for a glass of water to get in. She even wants to try out something she's been learning online. When he looks at the nightstand and a glass of cold and hot water, he realizes he won't be sleeping tonight. Chen is ready to show him what that mouth does. She leans closer and grabs Thor's hammer to wield its power. With techniques so great, he's about to create a supernova. She gets ready to deprive him of all sleep. The next day, she's looking relaxed as Shin Yu hops into the car, and their mother tells her to help Chen out with housework. She also tells Chen not to get a nanny, save money, and do cooking and cleaning with the help of her sister. Shen tells them not to worry, he'll definitely take good care of them. When he drives away, the neighbors talk about his car, but Shen's mother is a bit nervous. She feels uneasy about how Shin Yu has been starstruck by Shen. Shen looks at his sister-in-law, asking about colleagues' examinations and stuff. Since she'll be in Star City, she can stay with them. Shin Yu immediately imagines the cardio session they were doing in the house before and the strange expressions her sister was making. She realizes she can walk in on that happening again if she lives with them. She decides it's not a good thing. Shin tells her they won't be disturbed and she can stay as long as she wants. All of a sudden, an affinity symbol pops up on her head with 60 points. She starts falling for Jerprov. Even though Shen might be a lying, cheating son of a gun, he's not so low as to tap his sister-in-law. He drops them off and tells them to take care. Half an hour later, he arrives at the counselor's place and looks at a douchebag parking his car in 2 spaces and trying to send Meng voice messages to take him back. Shen realizes this is the guy who traumatized Meng by cheating, and he still tries to go back to her. He decides to give him a taste of payback. He blocks his car, and the guy starts shouting at him to move away. Shen coldly looks at him, wondering what the problem is. It's not like he owes the parking lot or anything. The man yells that having money doesn't make him right. He's thrown off when Shen calls him Little Meng's ex-boyfriend. He wrongly imagines Shen is her current boyfriend and slams his car door. He tries to play with Shen's mind, saying that he's only a sugar daddy and she'll never be able to forget him and all the times they had together. Shen remembers pulling the same stunt with Ankh when Ting dumped him, but he doesn't care about his little insults. His G-Wagon is enough to keep the poverty out. He tells the nerd that he's content with having her body. This immediately throws off the nerd who imagines them having the time of their life together. The nerd is about to throw hands. Even though he had been dating Meng for 2 years, he didn't even get to first base. And this comes back actually got to tap that. He always thought that she was single because she missed him, but it turns out he was being delulu. Shen looks at the counselor, greeting him warmly, but the counselor looks mad, telling him to get in. She looks at the nerd, telling him not to call her sister ever again or else they will have problems. When she sits in the car, the man wonders if he is really Meng's boyfriend or the counselor's. Shen just mixes and tells him to use his imagination. He is just one man having both sisters. As he drives off, the nerd is about to have a stroke. He wishes that he were so rich that he could get both sisters at the same time. Later, the counselor wonders what he was yapping about having both sisters. Shen clarifies that now the idiot won't reach out to Meng, and that's only to save her heartbreak. The counselor is embarrassed and melts at his words. It's true that he won't bother Meng anymore and she can move on faster. Shen smiles, telling her that they will hit the mall, then grab dinner and watch a movie. She nervously says that the jewelry store is too expensive and she can't afford it. Shen promises to buy her whatever she wants, but she refuses to accept his money. He has already bought her an expensive bag and that's enough. Shen smirks, saying that his sister's birthday is coming up, and as a surprise, he wants her to pick the gift. The counselor insists that if he tries to buy anything for her, she won't accept it, and Shen agrees. It's not the first time he'll go back on his word. Later, they arrive in a dressing bouquet. The counselor likes a dress and asks for a small size. Looking at her massive marshmallows, the helper wants to suggest a medium, but still brings out a small one. She steps into the waiting room and then calls Shen. It turns out the zipper is stuck, and the sales lady is not here. She asks Shen to go grab her, but our boy wants to grab something else. He offers to help her like the gentleman he is. She nervously tells him to get out, but he promises to just fix the zipper and leave. She caves in and reveals her lean back. Looking at the back view is a little too much for him. He tries to zip it up, but it's impossible. He also teases her that if she rushes him, it will break, and they will have to pay for the dress. He also leans closer, wondering if he should call her teacher, counselor, or something else. with a face as red as a strawberry. She tells him to use her name when they are on a date. Hearing this, Shen undoes the clasp that holds her melons together. She wonders if things are heating up and tells him to behave himself, but he just smiles. This will help him remember this moment. 5 minutes later, Shen already has a tent in his pants. If he doesn't lay the pipe, his zipper will explode. He decides to just zip it up and leave. He finally realizes that this dress is too small for her godly rack. She angrily pushes him out of the room. With the blood spreading across her face, she returns the dress and turns to leave. The helper wonders why she was so mad. Later, the counselor angrily tells him not to be so bold. He just smiles and grabs her hand, promising to behave the next time. This boosts her affinity score straight to 75, and Shen just smirks. Looks like being bold raises her level. 2 sales reps from a luxury bag shop look at them and recognize Shen. Last time he had another girl here, and wondered if this was his 4th girlfriend. It must be great being so rich. The one who gave him attitude desperately wants him to make a purchase, so that she can serve him right. Later, they go to an expensive restaurant, and Shen orders 2 iced soups. Thanks to Chen's tips, he has leveled up and knows that there's no need to ask her. If she doesn't drink cold, she'll just say so. Things are coming along nicely, and our boy might get lucky tonight. Dinner is served, and the counselor asks him what he has in mind for summer break. He tries to be slick, promising to spend it with her. That wasn't what she was getting at. She starts asking questions about the startup base, and he realizes that things are slipping. If she asks too many questions, she'll know that there are more beauties than guys around. He tries to change the subject to a textbook he memorized before coming here. She can't believe he memorized them so fast. He says that he needs another textbook, and maybe he can stop by tonight to get it. Shen smirks. Since it's for a startup base, he needs to learn as much as possible. Though in reality, he remembers seeing the counselor's favorability shoot up and wants to strike the iron while it's hot and seal the deal. She reminds him that with her little sister at home, they can't mess around. Shen promises not to. After all, he's a man of his character. She looks away, not believing a word he says. When the waiter presents the cold drinks, she smiles and asks him to switch it for something hot. Shen realizes that he won't be getting anything tonight. There's so much experience behind him. He knows that if they want a cold drink, he'll be getting some later. He then thinks about all the baddies he has on his side and realizes he needs to farm some EXP. Shen is spending time with her sister. Feng is having her time of the month, and Menglu is already past 90 and going strong. He needs to focus on either Miss Lin or Long. Speaking of the little succubus, she messages Shen telling him that he didn't contact her and she messes with him. Shen finally knows what side quest he'll be cracking tonight. He promises to pick her up after dinner, and she should move to the cafe and he'll pick her up there. While he's ready to farm EXP tonight, the counselor tells him not to work so hard and to eat first. Shen apologizes because he'll have to postpone getting that textbook to another day. He asks the waitress to bring the checks. 1 hour later, Long is dressed up like a doll. She gets into the car and asks where they're going. Without missing a beat, he tells her that they're going to a hotel. Long feels a bit sad about being used like a tool. At least he could take her to dinner first. As soon as they get into the hotel, Shen turns into an absolute beast and rips her shirt. He asks him to be a little gentler and not to treat her like this. Even if they don't have feelings, that's a little too rough. Shen looks at her with a stone-cold face and pushes her onto the bed. Tears pool around her eyes and she feels that it's unfair. Instead of being hammered, all of a sudden Shen warms up and pats her on the cheek. He smiles and apologizes because he's trying a little roleplay tonight. He was trying to be the dominant guy, treating an obedient girl like that. These feelings are too much for her, and she starts crying with relief. She really thought that he was a stone-faced breeding machine. Shen promises to warn her next time. Her expressions were just too addicting. With her clothes in no shape to be worn, he promises to buy her new ones later. He tells her to relax and get ready to have her world rocked. 2 hours later, she's leaning against Shen's bare shoulder, looking at a catalog of bags and clothes. He tells her to pick and not to worry about the price. She looks at the expensive dresses and wonders if this is how rich people live. She smiles and feels great. She's satisfied that she's one of the few girls who have actually gotten with Shen. All of a sudden, Fang's call arrives. Shen motions for her to be quiet and takes the call. Fang angrily says that he didn't call her for 2 whole days, and she misses him. Fang promises to meet her on Monday or Tuesday when her time of the month is over, and she smiles, telling him to behave himself. Our boy is really behaving himself and being loyal. Just like when I tell my parents I'm actually going to study. He gets into the shower and asks Long to help him out as if it is a 2-man job. She nervously puts on a bathrobe, and he tells her to get it off and admire his Woody out of the hoodie. He continues to rock her world, and it looks like she won't be walking anytime soon. The next morning, she pulls up to an expensive boutique. She looks at the dress she's wearing, and Shen paid her 110,000 yen to spend. Is this the life she dreamed of? Even though she's getting nice things, she feels a hole in her heart. Her feelings are getting way too complicated. While she is worrying about the hole in her heart and perhaps another one down under, the system is rewarding Shen for being a Shendus by giving him a 4-time critical refund. Shen smiles because life is good. He has beauties around him and God's credit card funding his playboy lifestyle. Batman has nothing on him. He also decides to farm Long's affinity points since it's going well and wonders how he should treat her the next time they are together. Menglu looks at Shen and how ripped he is and tells him not to push himself so much and to get some water. But with only 0.2% of fat dropped, he needs to push himself to get to his goal and complete the quest. He tells Menglu to crank up the intensity and tweak the meal plans. They need to go full throttle on the fitness program. Later in the bedroom, she is ready to give him a one-on-one session and comments on how handsome he looks the more he trains. Really, his chest is built like boulders, and his abs are like frozen sausage packets. He tells her not to be sly and compliment him, and just to get it out what she wants. As she gets on her knees, she makes it clear what she wants, and he has this baddie eating out of the palm of his hand and then later out of his pants. Later, he comes to the auditorium to sign the startup base. Our boy is looking fresh with new threads and a new haircut. The counselor is glad to see him wearing short formal clothes. He looks more handsome than ever. A fellow student points out that he is young, wealthy, and handsome. The Holy Trinity, and so many girls are losing sleep over him. How come this guy doesn't have a girlfriend yet? The counselor blushes, and the teacher wonders if she has a little crush. They look at Shen, who casually signs the 10 million yen contract. The fellow teacher tells her to strike while the iron's hot. It's okay because they are a modern society, and teacher-student romance isn't that shocking anymore. The secretary of the school thanks him for his generous support. They smooth things over, and it's mostly the secretary glazing Shen over and over again and hoping he will continue his support in future projects. He tells the press to take good shots of this boy who is helping out at his school. Shen realizes that the vice principal is thinking far ahead. But if it wasn't for the prestigious task, he would have never shown himself to the world. But at least he got a lot of beauties out of this quest. The principal even tells the dean to give Shen a bunch of other positions as well. Student of the Year, Model Student, and all the other titles. His fellow dean reminds him that Shen is failing his classes and barely shows up. But with that fat Shen in his pocket, the principal doesn't care, reminding him that studies aren't everything. The principal just bows, promising to carry it out immediately. Later, a beautiful reporter asks Shen for a moment of his time. She introduces herself as Zen and wants to invite him to a special program about outstanding university students. Shen plays it cool, telling her to leave her contact info and he'll get back to her. He notices the counselor observing him and realizes he can't try any funny business. He coldly tells her that he'll reach out through WeChat and they'll talk about it later. The teachers are satisfied that Shen is not a flirt or a playboy, even though a beauty invited him to dinner. Later, he meets up with his new secretary and accountant, Long and Yingzi. They have 2 male students and 5 female students on board. The equity distribution is such that at first the investor will have 70%, the students will get 30%, and 20% will be shares. Once the project reaches 5 times the investment amount, the equity will be transferred, so that at the end, students will have 70%, and investors will have 30%. Shen likes these terms and conditions. After all, harvesting these 5 beauties is another side quest for him. He tells the secretary to invite Lu from the Japanese department for an interview. Lu arrives and is an 11 by 10 beauty with taste and elegance like none before. She is so outstanding that she traps her boy in a genjutsu. He imagines looking at the skyline while on a date with her. She tries to greet him, but her boy is starstruck. He snaps out of it and invites her to sit and talk. Her plan is to make a campus supermarket that will eventually turn into a chain. Kind of like Jeff Bezos. She smiles, saying that it's profit sharing. She will treat her employees well and give a slice of the pie to them so that they can work hard. That's how they'll dominate the market. Shen finds these ideas amazing and promises to expand slowly. Then he also wonders why she is not trying something in Japanese, since that's her major. Louis nervously says that her parents chose that major, and she is not too interested. Still, she can hold a normal conversation with Japanese people. Shen realizes this opens a whole new world of possibilities. She can be his translator when he goes into the Japanese markets for baddies. The world is really kind to the one who has God's credit card in his hand. One of Shen's loser bros yells why the hell was his project not accepted instead of songs. His other bro wonders what his project was, and this genius had the idea of opening a lingerie store on campus. His brother looks at him wondering if his brain cells are as damaged as his wallet. Who in their right mind would go to such a store in broad daylight? His other bro says that it's probably because selection in the startup base depends on their gender or their body count. But if that's true, why are Song and More over there? He yells that those are only diversity hires, but this idiot still wants to be one of the filler spots. He really thinks his idea is 1 in a million with zero self-awareness. He keeps living in his bubble. His bro even shows him a picture of Shen signing the 10 million yen deal. He looks classy now, and every girl on campus is a bubbling mess when it comes to Shen. He hasn't even visited the dorm in ages. The loser wishes that they could swap girls like him every day. He's living every guy's dream. With the startup base, he even has 5 goddesses under his wing. All 3 of them wish that they were in his shoes. Speaking of Shen, he's having the time of his life interviewing Lu. He asks her to say something in Japanese. She tells him a few common greetings and exchanges, but he wants something steamier, something more interesting. Lu realizes that he's in for a little era fun time. She waits a minute and then says Yamete kudasai, which sends him into a spiral. Shen feels as if he can now die with satisfaction. He even imagines the senior in the sheet saying the same phrase in front of his hammer. He decides to cross that bridge when he gets there, but first he signs the contract. The secretary and the accountant bring the contract. She will get 220,000 yen as a startup. The system congratulates him on completing the 10 million yen investment. As a reward, he gets complete ownership over a whole health empire with 2 health screening centers, 3 fitness clubs, and a yoga studio. Shen can't believe that the system casually rewarded him with an entire empire. Where the hell is FBR in this world? Is the IRS really okay with someone mysteriously getting a whole empire? He then gets a message from Feng, telling him to meet up today. He decides to meet her at the cafe and she smiles, picking out her best dress. Her friend shows the 5 gorgeous girls who have been selected for the startup and wonders why her relationship is not public. Feng doesn't care and he wonders if Shen has his reasons. All she needs to do is shut her mouth and be pretty for him. After all, Shen is destined for something big. Poor girl doesn't know that she is also destined for something big. The fart girl doesn't know that she is also destined for something big this afternoon. Looking at the dress she's rocking, her friend questions her own sexuality, feeling jealous of Shen and the treasure he has. As Shen is getting into his car, the 2 ventures from earlier try to hitch a ride with him, but Shen isn't interested in casual flings anymore. He apologizes and just drives away, shattering their confidence. Now that he has a whole empire to run, he can't get into random affairs. With Menglu by his side, he can run the fitness studios really well, and the reputation he's got at his school will also help him make contracts. After all, he should turn into a real tycoon soon, and he needs to take every step carefully. He arrives at his cafe and decides to grab a coffee while he waits. His sister-in-law greets him and immediately turns into a bubbling mess. She nervously asks the waitress to keep an eye on her since she's scared of messing up. The waitress nervously wonders what the hell is going on. Is she seriously suffering from a crush on her brother-in-law? With Shen's reputation, she imagines him having both of the sisters side by side and wonders if rich families are this complicated all the time. She brings him his coffee without spilling, and Shen compliments her as it's her first time. While blushing, she offers to bring him an Americano as well. She learned it just today. Shen smiles, saying he won't be able to sleep tonight. Her mind is about to take a dive into the gutter, but she realizes he's talking about drinking too much coffee. She turns to leave for work. Later, he gets a message from Feng that she's here. He brings her to the bedroom over the cafe as things are steaming up. She tells Shen that she missed him a lot. Shen tells her that he also missed her, but she calls him a liar. It's only her body that he misses. Shen smirks, saying it's part of it, but he also misses everything else. With his silver tongue, he saved himself in time. She tells Shen to be gentle, or else she won't be able to walk the next day. Shen picks her up and is ready to toast her buns, promising to be gentle. The next day, he wakes up with satisfaction written all over his face and a note telling him that she needs to attend classes, so she's leaving first. Usually, she's the possessive type, but today she didn't even talk about the start of base. She must have gotten mature or used to his shady dealings. He then decides to visit the industry he got from God's system. Speaking of the industry, all the board members are stressed about the new owner, now that the last one has cashed out and left. They wonder if they'll have to pack up and leave as well. The last owner cashed out, and now Shen is here to replace him next to the president. The president introduces himself and explains how he's handing over the company to Shen. It's as if God manipulated destiny to force him to hand over the company to Shen. He hopes everyone will work hard under his leadership, and the industry will burn brighter than ever. Shen smiles and tells everyone that today is only a handover meeting. They can go back to work. Only the HR manager and the CFO need to stay. They greet Shen and notice how young he is, barely in his 20s. Shen asks for 3 months' worth of reports and profit margins. He also asks how long they've been here. Turns out they've been here for about 5 years. He then tells them to take their leave. After all, a managing company relies on personal authority and financial authority. He needs to see the executives, and if they're usable, fill the key positions with his own people. Speaking of his own people, he heads up the secretary first, telling her that the startup base is now running smoothly. Long can take care of everything since she has a major in finance. He asks her to come work for his new company tomorrow. The secretary asks if he's joking. She can't believe that Shen really had a hidden business outside. With newfound respect, she points out that she still has half a month left before summer vacation, and her classes are really hectic. Shen tells her that education is only a sham. She should work for the top G and make a killing by getting an early internship. All she needs to do is pass her exams. This pumps her up, and she promises to visit tomorrow. Next up, he receives 3 months' worth of financial statements and reports. Turns out the fitness centers and yoga studio are really profitable, and the medical examination centers are just breaking even. The main problem is that the employees are taking it easy and not pulling their weight, and marketing is burning money. He realizes that he needs to make things smooth before making big changes, and ensure that a smooth transition is seen. With company matters about to be handled, he decides to go pick up Sue from work since he has never seen that girl in a while. He wonders why she is not picking up her phone and hits up the construction agency. Turns out she has gone home due to a family emergency. Being the gentleman he is, he arrives at Sue's house. He hears a commotion going on around her apartment. It's something to do with someone scolding a child when the child complained about a water leak. Shen arrives and sees an ugly gorilla auntie yelling at Sue's brother for knocking on her door without a greeting, and she scolded him because he had no manners. A nice auntie tries to stand up for the orphan duo, but Sue tells her not to worry. She can't afford to pick a bone with the ugly auntie, but the righteous auntie still tells her to apologize. The child didn't do anything wrong. Gorilla mom yells that she won't apologize. Shen steps in like a knight in shining armor, telling her to apologize. Sue's face immediately relaxes when she looks at Shen. The auntie is still playing it hot, telling Shen that he isn't even married, and still defending Sue. Did they already do the forbidden dance before marriage? Shen tells her to apologize to the kid that she scolded. A delinquent arrives asking who the hell he is, trying to make mom apologize. He taps Shen's shoulder. This guy's brain cells must be more damaged than my love life for not realizing how well built Shen is. Shen doesn't reply with his mouth but with his fist, knocking the lights out of the delinquent and sending everyone into shock. Instead of being a hero, the delinquent gets punched in the face. Not learning from his past mistakes, he tries to get Shen back, only to get punched in the chest again. He lands on his ass and pukes, ready to call his daddies for backup. He immediately starts calling his bros because he got beaten up like a sissy. Shen tells him that he'll also call his people. He calls for backup, and 15 minutes later, a car of thugs pulls up to support the delinquent. The beaten-up idiot tells his daddy that he was beaten black and blue by Shen. Everyone wonders if they should call the police, but Shen is not shaken in the slightest. The gang of thugs smugly looks at Shen, asking if he's the one who hit their brother. Shen tells them to wait for a bit. His people are coming soon. Everyone wonders who will arrive. Immediately, a number of police cars pull up. It turns out that when you're rich, even the police are your friends. The bald boss yells at the delinquent, asking him if he called the freaking cops, but the delinquent wasn't the one who called them. He thought Shen was going to call gangsters like them, but it turns out he had the law on his side. The head policeman asks what's going on. This is the station's deputy security chief, Shen Wei, also Shen's cousin. The bald mobster tries to play it cool, saying he's just here to watch the show. He doesn't buy it and tells them to accompany him to the station so they can sort it out. He then warmly greets Shen, asking what happened, even calling him his little brother. After getting the rundown of the situation, things aren't looking good for the bald mobster. He yells at the delinquent that they both look alike, and now this little idiot has caused their gang trouble. He apologizes. He just saw that Shen had money and wanted to blackmail and pressure him. The bald mobster tells him to sort his own mess out. They're out of here. Security bro tells Shen that it's good he's being a hero to save the beauty, but that's old school. Shen just smiles, telling him that he's a hero of justice and should even get a medal from the station. The police officer then asks what they should do. Does Shen want to have them all arrested? Shen smiles and gives them a way to save face. All they have to do is get the woman to apologize to the kid, and they're good, and also fix the water leak. After the policeman talks to them, Auntie turns a new leaf and apologizes for being an old witch. Sue's little brother tearfully accepts, and brother Shen tells them to hurry up and fix that water leak. The delinquent even looks like he is now a law-abiding citizen, promising to fix the water leak, and the auntie also promises not to worry them anymore. Security bro then asks Shen if this is his sister-in-law. Looking at the beauty wiping her brother's tears is a sight to behold, but Shen tells him that it's not clear and he should keep it a secret from the family for now. Security Shen just smiles because now he has something to blackmail him with. When everything is sorted, Sue looks at Shen with newfound respect. An affinity number appears over her head, the figure saying 61. Shen realizes he finally has a good impression on the girl. He teases her to show him some gratitude, some other way. She nervously wonders what he's getting at. There are a lot of people outside, but our boy wasn't talking anything dirty. Just a bit of sugar as a friendly farewell. Sue caves finally in and awkwardly walks over to Shen. As soon as they hug, Shen feels two pointy mountains squishing against his rock-hard abs. Little bro interrupts Shen's solo fun time by handing him a bag of eggs. Shen wonders if they will have enough after giving him these eggs, but Sue reassures him that they have more than enough since Auntie brought them over. He smiles and tells the little boy to call him brother-in-law, not big brother. The little boy innocently wonders what brother-in-law means. Sue, flustered, asks what he means, and her mind is immediately filled with images of them tying the knot in an ancient emperor's palace, Emperor Shen unveiling her face, and then they're about to spend a steamy night. After getting some sugar from Sue, he tells her they should change her apartment to somewhere closer to her company. She looks away in embarrassment because with her family's conditions, it's impossible to afford rent right now. Shen reads her mind and tells her not to worry about rent. He'll cover it until she gets a raise. She hastily tells him that there's no need, and she appreciates his kindness, but he has already walked away. Little kid wonders where his brother-in-law is going, and she has no answer. Shen arrives back at Shen's apartment and is immediately annoyed by his sister asking him why he's late. They were all waiting for him at dinner. Shen tells them that they should eat when they're hungry and not wait for him. She nervously says that Shen and Shin Yui insisted on waiting and she couldn't eat alone. It's surprising that she was embarrassed for once. Shen lovingly gives him a plate. Under their breath, the brother and sister talk about whether their parents will accept him having multiple wives. Shen has a brilliant plan that she should take their parents out on a modern date trip and get them to accept that it's normal nowadays. She accepts the request only if he's ready to cough up some extra pay. He reminds her that he's already getting her a car and that should be enough. The dinner ends with laughter and jokes. Later, he gets up and decides to hop into the bathroom for a quick shower, only to find Jinyu occupying it as naked as the day she was born. He hastily gets out and closes his eyes, asking Buddha to absolve him of his sins. He later apologizes in text that the steam was too thick and he didn't see anything. She tells him it's no prob since she forgot to lock the door. He also secretly admires how beautiful she is. Really, the sisters are on a different level. The little homewrecker, on the other hand, is blushing stupidly, thinking that her brother-in-law saw her in her birthday suit for the first time, and surprisingly, she feels excited. The next day, our boy is busy getting ripped at the gym when the system interrupts his workout. He is getting buffer by the day and tells Menglu that they should visit his 2 gyms and yoga studio as an undercover spy. She wonders what he's planning, and he reveals his game plan. She gasps in surprise because even a little fitness club costs 1,000,000 yen, and he has 2 with a yoga studio. The system detects that he is trying to expand his business and gives him another quest, this time harder than before. He needs to improve the profit of the company by 5% within 3 months, and he will get 3 times cash back on all salary and dividends earned, and also equity over mystery shares. Shen looks at the quests and realizes that if he needs to raise the profits fast, he needs to cut costs and raise value. Only in 3 months. Menglu finds it weird that he is just pacing out in the middle of his workout. After all, ordinary people can't see the system window. He tells her to infiltrate, investigate, and give him a real-time report. Realizing that she is a corporate spy, she vows not to let Daddy down. Back at his office, he realizes that the infiltration mission will take a few days, so he will have to shake the tree to see what falls from it himself. He asks Manager G of the medical checkup facility to stop by. The manager arrives, a timid and mousy man saying that many health centers are losing money, and it's a miracle that they are breaking even. Shen coldly wonders if that's so, and the man is sweating bullets, telling Shen not to worry. They have new sales reps, and they are bound to make a killing. Shen wonders why he is implementing it now when he knows what they needed to do. The man comes up with a weird story that they were getting new equipment and now he will focus on the team to boost efficiency. Out of the blue, Shen wonders where his son is going to go to high school. The man smiles apologetically as his son is an idiot and they'll see where he gets. He then takes his leave and wonders why Shen was asking him about his family. Shen hears his suspicions about this manager and wants to replace him. There are a lot of employees with the same surname, so he probably hires out of his family and also earns in the table. He calls for his secretary, wondering if she is getting used to the job. She smiles, and she is really familiar with everything. Shen is glad that she is integrated into the company. He also promises to give her 200,000 yen for a car. Her eyes widen and she wonders if this is real. This is too good to be true, but knowing Shen and his wealth, it's possible. She vows to give it her all and also wonders what they should do about the 4 remaining girls. Shen wonders about the beauties waiting for him and realizes that he must expand his harem bit by bit. Next, he will farm Lu and Long's affinity points and then expand. Realizing that Shen will sack the entire health center, the manager barks at his team to keep a close eye on the new recruits. They have a boss to win over or else they are all doomed. One of them tells the manager not to worry because the new recruits are full of potential and connections. The president is glad to hear that, but he has a bad feeling that the good days at the health center are ending. The guy wonders if it's really true that the new boss is hard to deal with. The president was under the impression that he was just another rich kid running daddy's company, but he is a business mastermind. They have to stop taking advantage of the company and make good performance to look good. Later, Shin comes back to Chen, dressed up like a doll. She has numerous shopping bags in her hands. But it turns out instead of buying herself fancy bags, she got Shin a few shoes, a belt, and even an expensive designer watch. Shen wonders how much it costs, and it's over 1,000,000. At this point, our boy should just sling a wedding ring over her finger. She is 1 in 1,000,000. For real. Shen realizes that she is unlike anyone he has been with and decides to reward her. She is a bit embarrassed since her younger sister is in the apartment, but they still lock lips. As things heat up, the little homewrecker arrives. They pull away in embarrassment, and she leaves flustered, telling them to go ahead and do what they have to do. Chen apologizes and tells Shen it's his fault, but he tells her that she is over 18 and she has to adapt like Maharaga if she wants to live here. Chen is still not sure about being lovey-dovey in front of her. She feels as if she has been acting strange lately, although she is not sure why. Shen has some idea of the little stunt he pulled in the shower, but he tries to force denial by saying it's nothing. She is just overthinking it. The next day, he wakes up and realizes Shen has already left for the cafe. Aside from being a good wife, she is a really hard worker. He even decides to get back to business. He needs to learn everything he can about human resources. He needs to train and build foundations so that the building can stand strong. The Sin-Yu arrives while blushing and handing him a box in it. He wonders what it is. She says that it's a phone number plate she got for his car. She was getting one for her dad and decided to get one for him as well. Weirdly, they touch hands during the exchange and she blushes and pulls away, telling Shen not to tell her sister. He wonders why she is acting so weird. Is there anything Shen shouldn't know? He decides to drop it for now. Meng looks at her sister applying makeup for the first time in her life and looking absolutely stunning. If I had a teacher like that, I wouldn't have failed arts twice. Meng wonders why she is taking so much care of her appearance. She nervously says that Shen is coming over to study. Sure, study he will. Meng teases him that she is learning from his bad habits, and it's a study date. The counselor adorably tells her to just stay in the living room so that they can behave. She also corrects that it's not a date. She continues to tease him until the doorbell rings. The counselor opens the door and Shen is blown away by how amazing she looks and how boldly she is dressed. He is ushered in, he compliments the counselor and just smirks. He then hands an expensive bag to Meng, saying it's for her. Meng smirks and tells them to concentrate on studying, and she will be in her room. The counselor raises an eyebrow. How can her tone-hearted sister be bribed so easily? Shen tells her that it's a happy learning time now. He tells her to take a seat. Later, the system window hits him with another quest. All he has to do is learn the HR topics, and all the knowledge about this topic from the top university will be downloaded straight into his mind. Shen can't believe how generous the system is. He can get premium degrees without spending a dime. Half an hour later, Shen is engrossed in the book, and the counselor is left wondering why he hasn't acted up. He hasn't made a move, which is unlike him. Shen asks the counselor what she is doing. They should continue, and the counselor is a bit disturbed. It's weird that this guy is actually studying instead of acting up. She decides to play her cards by leaning closer and grabbing his arms. Shen still wants to study, as he is a man of determination and willpower. The counselor wonders if Shen has changed. He is not trying anything funny, even when she is close. Looks like she spoke too soon, because our boy grabs her waist and her thick thighs, locking lips and telling her that she's been playing with fire and now it's time to get burned. The counselor turns away, asking him to start studying again. What she doesn't know is that our boy isn't a toy to turn on and off whenever she likes. Today she'll be studying Thor's hammer real closely. Even Shen tells her that he needs to clear his mind now that he's worked up. As he starts reading for those pieces of peaches, he wonders if she is dressed this way on purpose. While blushing, she says she's only tidied herself a little to meet him. That's all. They melt into each other's embrace. Just then, Meng arrives. Our boy's greatest kryptonite is his sister-in-law's walking in on him having fun. As he leans closer and is about to touch third base, she asks him for a bit more time to prepare herself mentally. Shen nervously says that he can't be expected to hold back. She decides to help him study in another way by showing him what that mouth does. As she gets down on her knees and starts throwing it back, Meng covers her face in disbelief. Her shy sister is handling that sausage like a pro. Half an hour later, he's finally done. Now they can finally focus on studying and Shen is relaxed. That post-nut clarity will help him memorize even the scrolls of the gods. The system picks up on how determined he is and hits him with a learning card. For 1 hour, he will memorize everything he learns. He effortlessly learns everything within 30 minutes, getting the system reward of all the degree's knowledge. Shin realizes it's draining on his body and he can't have fun while using this skill. He stretches his arms and can't believe that the counselor is back at school. Meng walks up to him and asks what's wrong. He wonders why she looks a little off and a little flustered. He tells her that he's just tired and wants to shower since he's sweaty. She offers to give him a towel. Later, our boy is questioning his life choices in a shower, and Meng is out there with a blusher spreading across her face, wondering if it's because it's the first time a guy is showering in her house. Shen's phone rings and the principal is asking him to meet them at the hotel. He turns to leave in a hurry and also wonders why Meng is acting weird. Why are both of his sister-in-laws freaks? He meets up with the principal, and the vice principal is also here. They sit and toast to Shen's new titles as the good student and one of the top 10 students and many more. They even want to make his face the official sign of the school's foreign affairs, and he should give a speech as a role model to his juniors. What they are trying to do is butter him up with empty titles, but Shen is too shrewd to care about them. He wonders how he can contribute more to the university, and the principal slyly points out that their library is really old school. It would be great if they could renovate it and get new material, since the library is the heart of the university. While taking a sip of his wine, he realizes that the principal is trying to get sponsorship, but he won't dish out any money until he can get something of value in return. He tells them that they will talk about the library later. Right now, he wants to know about their school's biannual health checkups, and which medical centers do they partner with. Both the principal and vice principal look at each other, wondering why he is talking about health checkups. One of them wonders why, and Shen answers that he recently got a healthcare company, and it has medical checkup centers under it. So he is trying to expand partnerships and their school would be a great start. The old vice principal realizes that he will make things worse if he stays. He excuses himself to the bathroom. The principal realizes that he will have to tackle the sticky situation. He tries to butter up Shen, but Shen is not having any of it. The principal realizes that they will have to exchange value to get a deal. After all, there is a hefty commission for anyone who gets the health checkup contract. The principal agrees to review the offer once he sees the paperwork and the asking price. Shen offers to have everything delivered right away, and then they can see where it goes. He also excuses himself because he is feeling lightheaded, and promises to treat him to a meal once the contract is finalized. The vice principal finally arrives being the coward he is, and asks what happened. The principal smiles, saying that Shen is wiser beyond his age. They wanted him to invest in the library, but instead he talked them into business. Half an hour later, he is in Menglu's apartment suffering from a major hangover. Menglu wanted to go with him to help him handle his drinks, but he knows how hard she works for her fitness and doesn't want to have it wasted. She offers him honey water to help with the hangover, and he smiles mischievously and gets up. He grabs the honey water and tells her that he has a better way to drink it. He pours it on those godly hills and is ready to drink from that flowing river. After doing unspeakable things to her, he holds her close and asks about the progress at the fitness center. She explains that she's been working out in one of them for the past 2 days and has a lot of observations. There are big problems, but a few small ones. Firstly, the social media account is dead. No likes, no comments, and the videos are just boring. Second, the service is just average. No professional feedback. Front desk response is low. Third, the trainers are weak. Their training sucks, and they just chat with the sales team when they're not busy. It affects the members' experience. And fourth, there's no follow-up after members leave. She visited the store and only yesterday got a text from the trainer. The sales team doesn't even have a monthly follow-up for new clients. If these problems are solved, they can make a killing. Shen smiles and ruffles her hair, calling her his personal coach. He's proud to be of value to him. Later, she lovingly helps him get into better shape with his workout. He finally achieves his goal, and the system rewards him by promising to give him a world-class physique in 1 week. The rewards start kicking in, and his body immediately grows stronger and leaner. Lolita offers him a sip of water and wonders why he feels different. Our boy is out there rocking a face card that can kill baddies with one look. A jawline sharper than my eyesight. He casually mocks Menglu, revealing that he has gained 5 kgs of lean muscle and a body fat below 15%. Menglu compliments him, and he gives her 100,000 yen as a reward. Later, he gets a text from Sue, asking him if he's free tonight. She wants to treat him to dinner to thank him. He takes a leave, promising to get back to it rather later. Menglu waves enthusiastically, calling him daddy. Later, he pulls up in front of Sue's apartment and she arrives, wearing a sundress. After giving him a few compliments, they head over to a restaurant. Shen tells her that she can move into the place he has rented for her on the weekend, but she refuses. Her current place is just fine. Shen insists now that he has rented it, it will sit empty if they don't move in. She reluctantly agrees, deciding to treat it as a loan rather than a gift. Shen smiles charismatically. Later, the guy who was supposed to go on a blind date with Shen arrives. He warmly greets Shen, even calling him a celebrity and an idol. Shen is not too glad to see him interrupt his time. Sensing that Shen is on a date, he immediately changes the topic, introducing himself as Dong. He reluctantly reaches for his hand and they shake. Shen says he's out here having dinner with a friend, and Dong wants Shen to join him for a couple of drinks. Dong tells Shen that he's in the sports equipment distribution, and if he needs anything, he should say the word. He quickly swaps contacts. Shen smiles in amusement because sports equipment might come in handy with his listening adventure. Dong sensibly takes his leave, promising to be available whenever he calls. His buddy looks at him kissing up to Shen and wondering why he's trying so hard. Dong reveals that he's a guy who is absolutely loaded. He's just trying to get a bit of his good fortune. After all, this guy has a watch on his wrist that costs more than 2 of his cars. When Fatty notices his 800,000 yen watch, he goes into shock. He also wonders why this rich kid is eating in an ordinary restaurant, and looking at the baddie he has by his arm, it looks like Dong missed out. Dong says that's not the guy he was supposed to date, and it must be wild having a wife at home and lovers outside, each prettier than the last. Dong and his buddy feel envious. The fatter the wallet, the prettier the babe. Half an hour later, they go for a walk in the park. Sue spots a feral kitten and tries to pet it. Shen tells her that she needs to bring cat food or else it won't come near her. Sue looks at her in embarrassment and he can't resist anymore and wraps his arms around her thin waist, telling her not to be such a tease. She leans away, saying she's not doing anything, but honestly, just walking in that dress is a crime in itself, and our boy is ready to deliver justice. He wonders why she's being so nervous and locks lips. 5 minutes later, they're gasping for breath, and she wonders if they can stop for now. But our boy moves on to second base, ready to take a taste of that premium bakery. Shen wonders what they should do. Every time he thinks about her, his mind explodes. Realizing that he thinks about her often is enough to make her heart race. He always tries to be a playful rogue, but he's really dependable. Thinking about Shen in a new light boosts her affinity to 67. Yes, that's right. Her affinity is 67. Everyone go crazy after hearing the forbidden number. Shen can't believe that the affinity is now 67. He had to spend hours in hotels to raise favorability for this girl. It was only a walk in the park. Sue's mother is busy teaching her son how to read. Sue arrives and tells them to get packing. They'll move out in a few days. Her mother wonders where. She replies that Shen has found them a place. Her mother cautions her that once they take the favor, there's no going back. But she just smiles reassuringly. After all, she kinda likes him. The next day, our boy is driving to his office and calls the health center president to ask how the partnership is going. That lazy bum has just woken up at 9 when he has an appointment at 10 with the principal. Shen is displeased by how lazy this old man is. It's better to get him to pack up and leave soon. At 10:10 a.m., he arrives at the principal's office. The principal smiles and tells him to take a seat. The marketing head and the president also smile, but the marketing head is warmer. The president looks like he's about to pass out. He wasn't expecting Shen to be in the presentation. He dumped the entire project on the marketing head, and he was just here to listen. Shen smiles charismatically, telling them not to mind him and get the show on the road. The marketing head continues to negotiate and show brilliant ideas, while the president is sitting there like a brain-dead duck. Shen notices how useless the president is. He even makes up his mind to find someone to replace him soon. He gets up to leave, and the president breathes a sigh of relief, thanking the gods that the inspector is finally gone. What this poor sap doesn't know is that his days at the center are limited. Shen even considers making the marketing head the new president, but he needs to run a background check first. What if they're at the same party? 1 hour later, he arrives at the company and asks the fitness center team why the video presence on social media is so weak. The manager apologizes, saying that they need beautiful models to appear in those videos and they just don't have the budget for that. Shurita wonders why the other trainers can't appear in the videos. It turns out some of them are just camera shy and don't want to arrive, and the ones that arrive from online presence are evenly distributed, so the ones filmed will find it unfair. Shen tells her to analyze the issue, but the manager says that their profits are already fine, so they've been ignoring it for a while. Shen lists all of the problems at the gym and the yoga center. Online traffic is low, in-store service is poor, staff discipline is weak, and follow-ups are a total disaster. The manager wasn't expecting Shen to know all about the hidden problems. Shen taps his fingers on the table in impatience, telling them to report improvement measures by tomorrow. With a pale face, she agrees and turns to leave. As their fitness center has been going strong in both scale and profit, they thought that he would burn down the health center first, but he's going after them. But since he's given them a chance to make improvement plans, there's a way to keep their jobs. Later, he spends the entire day studying reports. If they can fix the key issues, they can make a killing in fitness. But he'll have to give more work to the staff and they'll earn more commission, so everyone will be happy. Later, he comes back to Chen's place and finds Yui smiling like an idiot and welcoming him home with a full-on wife appearance. He nervously takes off his shoe and asks where Chen is. She replies that she's at the cafe working late and won't be home for dinner, but she's already made dinner. He looks at the table spread with delicacies and wonders if she made it all. She agrees and apologizes if it doesn't taste as good as her sister's. He just smiles and tells Yui that he doesn't mind enjoying both of the sisters. She blushes so hard that she drops her chopsticks. Little Homewrecker is out there playing with fire, and Shen quickly backpedals that he's talking about the food and they taste pretty good. She looks away and is glad that he noticed, and she picked the dishes he liked most. The atmosphere turns strange and Jinyu's face is turning redder by the minute. She's about to blurt something out, but Little Miss Homewrecker decides to go to the bathroom to cool off. Instead of being a gooner, she just washes her face and gets a grip on herself. She was about to ask Shen if she could call him by his name instead of brother-in-law. She decides to hold her feelings. After all, he only has eyes for her sister. I swear if she hurts our waifu Chen, there are going to be problems, and I don't think we will be able to solve them. Lion Yui gets a grip on herself. If she doesn't clear the air, something bad might happen. Something no one will be able to come back from. She comes back while blushing for no reason, saying she didn't mean it that way, and Shen nonchalantly says that he knows and it's okay. This shatters the touching moment she had created in her mind. It looks like he doesn't care anymore and is crestfallen. Shen notices how glum she is and decides to cheer her up. He wonders what he should say and in his infinite stupidity, tells her to choose freely and not to be restricted by society's rules. This rubs her the wrong way and she wonders if he's coming on to her. She leans closer and tries to think about what to say. Just then, the door creaks open and our waifu arrives. Chen smiles with the brilliance of 1,000 suns, asking Shen if he has eaten yet. Chen Yu quickly pulls away and offers to heat her a plate since they've already eaten. Shen comments that her cafe business is getting better and better thanks to her hard work. She just smiles. It's all because of the excellent conditions Shen has created that she can truly thrive. Their lips are locked in a kiss, and their passion swirls while Little Miss Homewrecker looks at them with envy and soreness in her heart. The next day, he's at the gym talking to Menglu about the other store and what she noticed. The other stores are not attracting enough customers, even though their services are better. They are just small issues that can be fixed. He smiles and goes straight for that muscle rump, saying that she deserves a reward. She wonders if she'll have to complete another side quest for that reward. He just smiles. It won't be only a joyride, but they'll go on a proper date this afternoon. And she also has to come up with a plan to solve the problems. They go shopping, and she picks up her beautiful blue dress. They then stare into each other's eyes over a candlelight dinner. With a baddie by his side and a cashback of 460,000 yen in his account, life really is good for Bra. Her affinity even boosts to 93, and she says it's the happiest day of her entire life. Shen is excited that she's close to reaching 100 and wonders what will happen. The share occurs together. The next day, the fitness center's manager arrives with reports on the problems. Shane tells her to give him a briefing. She talks about the problems and decides to find anyone who slacks off. Also, anyone who doesn't follow up with the clients or misses or tanks their performance will face deductions. Shane notices all of her solutions are punishments with no rewards. She reasons that punishments create urgency and rewards make them lazy. Shen still wants to reward them and motivate them to work harder. She understands and offers to come up with new solutions. They also rely on offline walk-ins as their main clients, but now they will try to hire a social media manager so that they can get an online presence as well. Taking a sip of his coffee, he tells the manager that the coaches need to cooperate. He wants a detailed policy by tomorrow. Setting his cup down, he dramatically tells them that their goal is to increase efficiency and make money. He won't support any idle workers. With a heavy heart, she understands what he's saying. While sweating bullets, she remembers the old boss telling them that Shen is very capable but also forceful. How can he be so wise at only 21? The little secretary looks at the manager, sweating and on the verge of a stroke. She's glad she hasn't seen Shen's terrifying side yet. She barges into the office and after exchanging greetings, pulls up some juicy gossip. Turns out the marketing head is actually really capable, but the old president doesn't let him take over big projects, keeping him on a leash for the last 2 years. Shen ran a background check and it turns out he was the deputy GM at another center. Little secretary whispers that his wife cheated with his old boss and this guy just beat up his old boss and resigned. That's why he's taking the president's toxic behavior. Shen compliments her on a job well done. Looks like she can really dig dirt on anyone. After all, such a capable secretary must have a boyfriend. She blushes and wonders if it's her time to join the harem. Even though he has this fill of women, she wonders if he's going for oranges, now that he's tired from tasting melons. Her mind drifts into a rom-com, and she wonders if Shen knows that the secretary does the work. But if there's no work, he will do the secretary. Yui Hanji is conflicted. Her boss already has enough baddies by his side. She won't make a difference. What she wants to do is be the hard-working little bee by his side. Shen picks up on her reservations and backs off, telling her to get all 3 of the approved students to start on their business ideas. He later gets a steamy call from Miss Lin. Looking at her in that dress is enough to get his king's engine roaring. She invites him over for lunch and he promises to fix her AC, which is now code for hitting from the back. She can't believe what she's hearing and tells him that they can't do it at her house. She's scared. Shen smirks and tells her to bring that saucy dress to a hotel location he's sending over. 1 hour later, Miss Lin arrives in disguise with a hat, a mask, and an overcoat. As fate would have it, her husband spots her and immediately blushes at her amazing figure and curves. He doesn't recognize that it is his own wife out here, ready to get her AC fixed. Since he can't see her face, he doesn't recognize her, but he is still suspicious about how her body resembles his wife's. He decides to finish checking in with the customer and call home to confirm if she's there. Shen lets her in, commenting on how she looks like a burglar. Miss Lin just smiles. He has no idea how big of a risk she's taking, but he's ready to make it worth it. 5 minutes later, she's looking like an absolute snack, a Snickers bar ready to be unwrapped. Shen teases her that this is the same outfit that keeps him from focusing on work. Leaning closer, he promises to rock her world. 5 minutes later, she's all caked up and ready to handle Thor's hammer for the second time. Just when she's getting comfortable having her dungeons explode, she gets a call from her husband. She tells Shen to be quiet. Shen tries to be quiet but still keeps going, making it difficult to talk. While breathing weirdly, she tells her husband she's home making dumplings, while in reality, Shen is the one stuffing those dumplings with his baby batter. An hour later, he's finally done, and Miss Lin takes her leave. She knows that her husband will drop by home to check it out. Shen decides to endure it for a while. An hour later, her husband arrives home and finds her making dumplings. He asks what the occasion is, and she nonchalantly tells him that she just wanted to try them. When he tries to hug her from behind, she just moves away quickly. He wanted to try them fresh. She offers to boil them for him, and poor Fatty just smiles, thanking the heavens that he has a good wife like her. If only the loser had not taken her for granted. Because of his few distractions, Shen couldn't finish the company's report, but because of the incident, he'll talk to them later. After all, his knowledge is still lacking. He hits up the counselor, asking if she's home. Turns out she's swamped with a lot of summer break work. It will take her at least 2 hours to get back. This time, Shen really wanted to study on his own and asked her for some textbooks. She tells him to help himself into the apartment and get the textbooks they need. Meng will let him in. He teases her that he also wanted to study her real close. While blushing, she promises to keep him company when she can. The fellow teacher spots her being all cute over the phone. She turns into a tsundere, but the old teacher tells her not to lie. She knows when a girl is lovesick. After all, she's the one who diagnosed Bo Hancock with lovesickness when she fell for Luffy. She also notices that the student must be a lover. Since she's being so secretive, she imagines herself going before a student and smiles, telling her it's no big deal. They live in the 21st century. The counselor covers her face with the magazine cutely, and the teacher turns away, telling her to relax and not to be so uptight. Meng, while blushing weirdly, lets him in. She knows he's here for the study material. She lets him into the bedroom, telling him to look at the top shelf. He spots the textbook, but also wonders why his sister-in-law is blushing like an idiot. He's trying his best not to get these freaky sister-in-laws involved with him. Speaking of freaky, Meng puts out a strange request. He nervously wonders what this is going to be. While blushing, she asks Shen to do it with her once, and Shen is speechless. So speechless, he converts to Japanese and says, "Nani?" The book falls from his hand. The plot thickens more than our boy's baby batter. Will he tap it from the back and turn everything into regret, or will he for once be a man of his word and show integrity? Shen stands there frozen, wondering what he should do. Brain is girl has just crashed for him, and Meng repeats that it's purely physical. He just needs to think of it as a man doing what he needs to do, and she won't tell her sister about it. Shen's eyes widen and he wonders why the hell. She doubles down, telling him to just say yes or no. There's no why without missing a beat. Shen refuses because, without any emotions, he won't do it. Surprising, since our boy is a walking, talking hormone machine. Probably the only reason he's saying no is that this might be a test from the counselor. Meng bursts out, telling him to stop acting like a gentleman. All men think from the worm they have below, no one can control it, but Shen refuses because he has tamed his worm. Meng grabs his arm and pleads, asking him if he's worried about something. With reluctance, he asks if she thinks about how her sister would feel, and he acts tough, but tells her that he's the man she can never have, utterly rejected and humiliated. She stands there frozen as Shen takes the elevator down, trying to figure out what he needs to do to get rid of the tent in his pants. Meng, on the other hand, is throwing things around in anger and frustration. How dare he act like a gentleman? Half an hour later, he pulls up in front of the counselor, ready to pick her up. Looks like he's figured out how to tame his snake for tonight. She thanks him for picking her up, and like a gentleman, he gets the door, telling her to be safe because bad people are out there. She teases him for being one of those bad perverts he's worrying about. When he asks if he's been a pervert, she just teases him. He laughs and gets the car rolling, talking about tonight's test. She has no idea what he's talking about. What test is he talking about? Shen realizes that Meng's confession wasn't a test, but something she really wanted. He blushes and realizes that he can get 2 sisters for the price of 1. She nervously wonders why he's smiling, and he just smirks, saying that he thought about something nice. Now they'll go home and have joy. When they arrive, Meng is a bit awkward around Shen. Shen smirks and now looks at Meng in a whole new light, the misogynist. He also looks at the differences between the 2 sisters. Meng turns to leave with the blush spreading across her face. She won't disturb the couple anymore. As things start heating up, Shen starts to reach for that cake. She doesn't want that tonight because she's so tired and decides to show him what that mouth will do for the second time. Meng decides to look from the closet, and that gets her engine humming. 20 minutes later, the counselor's lipstick is smeared, but Shen is relaxed, and that's all that matters. She turns in for the night, and he decides to spend the night on the couch. He texts the counselor, checking to see if she's awake. Since she's not there, he walks to Meng's room and finds the door unlocked. She's lying on her side, and he hops into the bed, asking if she missed him. Blushing, she asks what he's doing, and he tells her not to talk. Since she left the door unlocked, it's basically an invitation. Meng tells him to forget about what she said earlier. It was a spur of the moment. But Shen has taken that spur really seriously and goes for third base. She's already humming, and Shen tells her to stop making noise. She can't hold it back anymore and tells him to get it done with. She's ready to be Thor's hammer. In desperation, she asks for it, even begs. They entwine, and the night continues to darken and burn brightly around them. With a blush spreading across her cheeks and a satisfied expression on her face, she is lying in bed next to Shen 2 hours later. Shen feels she is happy now that her buns are toasted down below. She can't even move and hasn't been dissatisfied in a long time. After all, our boy gave her something long tonight. He wonders if she's ever had any partners before. She tells Shen that he's the best partner that she's ever been with, and her first. Her ex-boyfriend never got to get to third base, but they can let her sister know. Imagining her sister hurt and betrayed shatters her heart. She comes up with a fake excuse that this is not cheating, since there are no emotions involved. They're only mammals doing what they do on the Discovery Channel. Speaking of that gullible little sister, she arrives and tries to go to the bathroom. Meng jolts awake and panics if her sister arrives and finds Shen not in the living room. They will be done for. She can't believe how chill Shen is. What she doesn't know is our boy is an expert escape artist and a con man. With what he has done in Sister Lin's house, this is nothing. 3 minutes later, the counselor goes back to her room. Hearing the door close finally brings relief to Meng. Shen gets up, wondering if she liked her emotional roller coaster ride. Meng sighs. This isn't fun, but terrifying. Shen, on the other hand, finds it thrilling, telling her that she should get used to it since this will become the new normal. The next day, the counselor is making him breakfast, telling him to go wash up. He calls her babe and tells her that it smells amazing. He leans closer and even wraps his hands around her waist. She is not used to this kind of attention and is immediately blushing like it. He just smiles, telling her to get used to it. The innocent sister tells him not to be like this since Meng will get him, and it'll make them look bad. Speaking of Meng, she is freshening up and finds Shen standing in the doorway. She tells her boy toy that she's already squeezed the toothpaste out for him. That's the least she can do after squeezing the cream out of his roll tonight. He just smiles and calls her partner, and she calls him a pervert, winking and teasing him. He finds her really different and bold today, but with no affinity meter over her head, it's clear that she treats it purely physically. When they're having sandwiches for breakfast, the counselor blushes, looking at the skimpy outfit her sister is wearing. She drags her away, telling her to dress properly. She also apologizes for getting Shen to stay the night and promises it won't happen ever again. Instead of being relieved, Meng panics. After all, how will she solve her problem if this doesn't work? She tells her sister she's completely fine with it. Later, they see Shen devouring the sandwiches as if he's been starving for the last 10 days. Shen only knows that he's getting the energy back that he spent going for dual kills. Shen smiles and tells them that the meal was delicious, the best breakfast he's ever had. After sweet-talking his way, he gets up to leave, and Meng also rushes to her room. The counselor finds it a bit weird. Why is she blushing? Was it because they were hugging in the kitchen or something else? Later, Shen turns into the stone-cold business tycoon he was meant to be. He slams a file and tells the president to explain. The president realizes the cat is out of the bag. A lot of numbers are wrong in the file. It's clear that he's been embezzling the funds for months. The president feels weak in the knees. It's finally time to pay for what he's done and asks Shen for mercy. Shen smiles and tells him the only mercy he can get is to be fired or to resign. He can also go to prison if he doesn't spill the beans on everyone else involved. The president decides to talk and tell him everything that happened. He reveals everything and the internal secrets of the company and walks away empty-handed. He tells Shen's genius plan that he didn't fire the president because he was waiting to find a successor to boost the center's profits, and he also wanted to get information about the other leeches besides him. Shen asks him to take everything, the documents, and he hopes they never meet again. The president walks away with respect for the young boss. He really has skill. The secretary arrives saying that the last time he asked her to rent a place close to the city, she found a good one for under 3,000 yen. He gives her the green signal, and she goes to sign the contract. He then gets a voice call. It's from Menglu, who is a bubbling mess, crying her eyes out and calling her hubby again. His eyes widen and he wonders what's wrong. He rushes back to her apartment and finds her sobbing on the bed. He asks what's wrong, who made her cry. She wasn't the type to cry and make a scene. When he's about to leave, she rushes to grab him and get him to stop. She hugs him closely as if he'll disappear in thin air, telling Shen that his recent workouts only last an hour and he leaves right after. Her oven hasn't been used for a while and nothing new has happened at the fitness center that she can report. She feels useless and wonders if he even needs her anymore. Shen smiles and realizes that she's crying out of insecurity. With tears shimmering in her eyes, she wonders how long it has been since she's even called. Shen realizes that he hasn't been paying attention to Coach Menglu for a while. He tells her that he's been swamped with sorting out the business and clearing out useless people, rebuilding it from the ground up. Once everything is planned out, she can go over and check the results. This surprises Menglu, and she wonders if she'll have an official opening at the company. Shen smiles and reassures her that she will have a job with a good salary. This pleases her so much that she locks lips, ready to show him how capable she really is. She's relieved that she wasn't forgotten and decides to take care of the snake coiled in his pants. She even leans closer and gives him a full view of the dungeons he has to explore. She even makes the entrance wider so that he can explore it effortlessly. 5 seconds later, she's kicked up and getting her dungeons rocked by Shen's Shenhammer. 2 hours and 3 packets of protection later, they're finally done. And his bro Yui Wong hits him up, telling him to come to their bar's soft opening tonight. Old class messengers will also be there. He arrives at the bar, and the vibe is kinda weird. He looks around for Yui Wong, but he's nowhere to be seen. A nerd approaches him, reminding him that he is the same guy who went to middle school with him. He invites him over to their classmates' get-together. Everyone is having a good time and greets Shen warmly. He greets one of them and asks where Yu Huang is. Turns out, after telling them to be on time, he's running late. One of the girls spots Shen's 800K watch from a distance. She realizes the real shark has arrived. One of them points out that they are the only ones without a baddie by their side. I wonder if they should hit up the foreign language majors to get to know some pretty girls. This is Chen Shen. Shen tells him not to worry, there are plenty of baddies around. He just needs to pick one. Shen tells Shen to pick and he'll get her number. Shen notices Kiao Lai, the cosplayer girl from school and from the startup venture. It looks like she is assisting a streamer, realizing that he wants to see how she reacts to someone approaching her. He tells Shane to go for her. Shane smiles and reveals his 300K watch. That's his whole personality. He tries to hit them up and later arrives. Handling rejection well, the influencer promises to come join them later. And the cosplayer girl said that her WeChat got banned, so she can't exchange contacts. Shen finds it amusing that Lei just lied about her WeChat. Half an hour later, he is freshening up in the bathroom and is approached by the goth baddie of everyone's dreams. He is surprised to see Kiao over here. Kiao tells him to stop pretending. She saw that he noticed her the moment he entered and wanted to see her reaction when someone approached her. Shen realizes this girl has him figured out like a book. He tries to play it cool, as if he didn't even notice her until now, and there's no way he would give another guy a chance. Kiao smiles and promises to visit his table later, and even asks how she should act as if they know each other or like strangers. Shen smirks and tells her to do whatever's fine with her. Internally, he is impressed by how wise she is. Later, the baddie duo arrives. The streamer has 800,000 subscribers on KTube. They are welcome to the table and Kate introduces himself as the streamer's friend. Lion also drinks to his heart's content, and Shen asks Lai if she drinks. She normally doesn't, but offers to drink if he does. She is being all touchy and close with him, and also remarks that it tastes like soda, maybe because it's more soda than champagne. She also asks if he went through her startup proposal. Shen remembers reading that she wants to start a media company, and that takes a lot of investment. He asks how she plans to earn money with no fan base. Lai Lai corrects him that even though she doesn't stream, she has tens of thousands of followers, and is a good friend with many cosplay friends who are streamers. Shen realizes that having a media company will be beneficial for the future. A voice catches their attention, asking why they are doing so far. He also looks at the pretty girl by his side, asking if he is here again by booking the prettiest girl. Shen tells her that he never booked, she came here on her own. He tells her to stop bragging. Does he think he can get away with it only because he is handsome? The goth buddy smirks and tells him that she is here because she wants to eat him right now. This causes the guy to burn with envy. Yui sulks and tells him that he's just going to hang out with the other classmates. He can't get over how he's been tapping the long-legged cafe manager, the insanely hot teacher, and now a goth baddie all at the same time. He curses the heavens that good girls end up with douchebags. Shen enjoys teasing his bro and tells him to wait up, but he's angry that he doesn't lift a finger when it comes to the bar. All he does is flirt with girlies. What the hell is he supposed to even chat about? Shen enjoys teasing him, even teasing him that he's doing such a good job that he doesn't need to do anything. The goth baddie can't believe that he's actually a shareholder in this bar. Looks like he really has a huge empire. Shen smirks and his ego immediately flares up. He eyes her melons and says she's pretty big too, just not in business. The goth baddie blushes, telling him he's rather straightforward, but Shen smiles, saying that he learns from the best. Zion looks at Shen and how the goth baddie is throwing herself at him. Even the guys are burning with envy. Looking at everyone's attention is enough to have the goth baddie feel dizzy. Shen can't believe that she's dizzy only after a drink, even teasing her that the stray dogs can drink more than she can. If I had said that I would be in prison today, but to our boy the goth baddie just tells him not to compare her to a dog because a dog isn't prettier. Then he asks her who decided that. She pouts, and he teases her that she might be a little prettier than a dog. She leans closer, telling him to take her to the back because she wants to sleep. She tells everyone that she's sleepy and is heading back, and Shen apologizes that he needs to handle something. Yuhang, on the other hand, are furious, telling Shen to go buzz off and enjoy himself. His classmates tell him to get in touch during the vacation. With everyone in high spirits, the streamer wonders what Kaolai is doing in a place like this. She's a girl who doesn't let anyone win, and suddenly she's a sulking kitty in front of Shen. Even Sen can't believe his bro's Riz. Shen walks through the streets hand in hand with his new baddie. He wonders where they are going, the dorm. Q can't believe that he's being dense either on purpose or he's stupid. Why would they go to the dorm? Shen can't believe what she's saying. It looks like she really wants it. She reminds him that she's a straightforward girl, and he should tell her yes or no. Shen smiles, realizing he's still got it. He agrees, but she tries to play hard to get, saying that a girl's first time is precious, and she wants to go on a few more dates with him before. Shen agrees, and she says she applied for the startup base for money, and she knows the price she needs to pay so she won't run away. Shen realizes that this is a girl who knows what she wants. Though she's for the streets, he likes what she has to offer. He leads her to a room, telling her to stay as long as she wants. He will leave the rest to her. Before going, she nervously wonders if they can lock lips. He looks at her in annoyance, wondering if she's just an OF model, but it turns out she just wants to know what a kiss figure is like. He enjoys teasing her. Instead of kissing, he goes straight for those big marshmallows. She smiles, grading the milk as A quality. She angrily wonders if he's like this with all the girls, and he just smiles. That's the trick that gets them going. She tells him that that's as far as he'll get today. Shen reminds her that what happened today means nothing. She is just in reserve, and with nothing official yet, she should stay on her toes. She runs after Shen, wondering what he means by reserve, but he tells her she'll understand later. She looks at her melon, wondering what kind of guy Shen is, not to go all the way. She feels useless and even more determined to win him over. At 12:30, he arrives at the apartment building, reeking of alcohol. He comes to Meng's apartment, and Meng doesn't let him in because her sister is asleep. He just wants to crash the night here, since he has nowhere to go. He even forces himself in, and she tells him to be quiet. Her sister will wake up. Speaking of the innocent professor, she wakes up, just as Shen has Meng pressed against the door. She nervously asks Meng what that sound was and if she is okay. Meng comes up with the excuse that she just went to the bathroom and closed the door too hard. She calls Shen a bastard. He really has big balls to try something like this in front of her sister. But Shen just tells her that if they are caught, they will all just do it together. But Meng refuses. She gets piped down by Shen, and she asks Shen to be more gentle next time. He leans closer and teases her, and Meng notices how drunk he is and has no idea how strong he is. 2 hours later, she is looking at the sky with her mind completely blown for the dungeon exploring he did. But she still wants to do it at hotels from now on because it's too risky doing it at her home. He just turns in the lap pillow, saying he's a broke student and he has no money to book a room. This ticks her off. How can he be so shameless, buying gifts worth tens of thousands of yen and then pretending that he can't afford a room? She even pinches his arm, causing her to wince in pain. She asks if he really knows what pain feels like. When she asked him to be gentle, he went full rodeo mode on her. And now she can't even walk straight. Doesn't he know how to treat a girl? In response, he just locks lips, promising to treat her gently next time. He leaves her fuming, thinking that this guy is extremely shameless. The next day, the counselor finds Shen sleeping on her couch and wonders what's up. He comes up with a phony story that he couldn't sleep because he was missing her too much. After sharing a sweet kiss, she offers to make him breakfast while he dozes off. She then walks to Meng, asking why she didn't let him know that he's crashing for the night. Meng says that she didn't want to disturb her lovely sister. She still insists on knowing when he comes by next. Internally, she gives a thumbs down because this comeback wasn't here because he was feeling down to launch a surprise attack on her. Half an hour later, he's woken up by the smell of pancakes and the counselor's perfume. Looking at the counselor in an apron gets his engine buzzing. She really is blessed by the heavens with a godly bod. Meng raises his eyebrow and tells him not to look too long and just eat. He quietly does what he is told since he's also half asleep. Warren wonders why she is being so possessive when it's purely physical. They're only partners, and she's feeling unwell. Is she developing feelings just after 2 flings? Shen slowly chews his pancakes, and the counselor goes to change. He offers to take her to school later, and Meng angrily wonders why he is not taking her to work. She wonders what she is thinking. They're only partners. He will take her another day when he feels like it. All of a sudden, a 65 pops up on her head. Looks like they're partners no more, and she's faltered for him harder than Lucifer's descent from heaven. He asks what time her flight is and promises to drop her sister off, then come for her and drop her at the airport by 10:30. Just as planned, he drops her sister, who is greeted by the older sister. She smirks because she now knows that she has a thing with Shen since no one drives a G-class other than him. The counselor comes up with a story that he's just giving her a ride, but with years of experience behind her, the old teacher knows what's going on. The flush on her face is already enough to reveal everything. And she also reminds her that if she doesn't make it official, something can go wrong. He must be really special for someone like the counselor following him, and this causes the counselor to run away in panic. The older woman reassures her that he's kind, gentle, handsome, and rich. It doesn't get any better than this. She asks for all the juicy details about their relationship. On the other hand, Shen is dropping Meng off at the airport, but he's feeling feisty today. He offers to call her a cab because he has something urgent and angrily wonders what he is trying to get to. She smiles because it doesn't matter if she goes in a car or a taxi, and she calls him shameless. She hasn't even settled the score for last night. Shen smirks and tells her to get used to it, and she tells him to drive, and also wonders how much this costs. Shen reveals it costs 3 million yen, and then starts feeling her up. She nervously grabs her hand and tells her not to do it in public, but he doesn't care. After all, isn't this what she wanted? Shen leans closer and Meng tells him to be normal, but he reminds her not to say things that sound like something and mean something else. She just tells him to drive and wonders how he got so rich. How did he make his money? He comes up with a bullish story that he got rich trading crypto and forex back in his freshman year, and now he runs his own company. She is impressed and is glad that her sister might marry him in the future. She even jokes about being a shut-in if he agrees to raise one more person. He just smiles and looks at her rack, telling her he'll consider it if she eats papayas more and focuses on growing those melons bigger. She angrily calls him a pigfoot for getting more and more feisty. She even threatens to get her sister to dump him, but he just smiles. If the counselor dumps him, they won't be partners anymore either. With no way to pressurize him, she starts applying her lipstick, calling him a selfish bastard and telling him to start driving. Shen tells her that if she says he can look and he does, then she's still unhappy. Now he'll not look even if she begs for it. Meng takes it like a challenge and spreads her legs. He puts his foot on the gas and gets the car running. He wonders if she's giving him a view on purpose and she plays dumb. He wants her not to play with fire. He stretches his cuff trying to breathe and looks at her as a delectable treat. As things are streaming out, passengers on the bus next door look at that car and the baddie rocking. They even take pictures and vow to work hard to afford a baddie in a car like that, as if these brookies can reach our boy's level. Heck, even I can't reach his level, and I have an arts degree. They start speeding across the highway away from the airport, and Meng wonders where the hell he is going. Shen wonders who said they're going to the airport. He has told her that her flight is at 11, but he promises to get her there on time. They have 30 minutes to wrap it up. Meng realizes what she's done by provoking him. Shen tells her to take a chill pill. After all, he wanted to try tasting her in this uniform for a long time. Later, they hop into the back seats and roll around in a special takeoff session. With the G-Wagon violently shaking, a little innocent kid tells his mother that the car is dancing. His mother quickly tells him that it will explode and they need to hurry. She's right about something exploding, but it's not the car. He can't believe that they're doing it on a road in broad daylight. 45 minutes later, she finally arrives at the airport. She looks fine, aside from a limp in her step and her stockings missing. A fellow air hostess wonders who the guy was riding in the G-Wagon. She replies it's her brother-in-law, or something like that, since her sister hasn't agreed yet. She also vows to get him back for the stocking he ruined. Half an hour later, he arrives at the company, asking how everyone is managing. The little secretary says everything is fine. She went to school for important classes and works normally. She's familiar with 90% of the HR and is rotating operations. After going over the details about the takeover, he tells her to put more effort into building their own team. Most of the older employees are just slacking off and need to be sacked. The system window informs him that he has made 1% progress in increasing the profit. It's been over a week since the mission was issued. The departments are going through a big change, but it's not easy to boost a company's profit. All he can do is combine his understanding and his knowledge to do the best he can. Sue gives him updates about the renovations going on, and Shen is glad to see everything is coming along nicely. He drops by to give Sue a visit. She tells him about the smart home system, and he can control everything from his phone. Shen teases her that he won't remember everything she just told him. He should stay with her for a day or two, and he'll know everything. Sue turns as red as a beetroot, saying that she needs to cook at home for her family. He offers to hire a nanny to cover 2 days, but Sue is still unsure. She definitely owes him money and vows to pay him back someday. She leans closer and he calls them family. As he's getting too familiar with her, she reminds him that his boss is still upstairs, but he doesn't care and leans closer to get more access. Sue remembers the last time he was a little bold. He is going in for the win, and she asks him to be a little gentler. Sue starts turning into a beetroot, and she tells Shen to slow down a little. But Shen would rather die than let go of those godly marshmallows. He stuffs his face full of them. He is also turned on by how intense things are turning out. She asks him to be gentler as he goes for third base. He notices what a bomb figure she has, a slender waist and all the curves in the right places. If she were a bakery duck, she would probably be a donut, because she is all sugar and curves. Get it turned on by Shen's touch. She starts scratching his back and hugging him so tightly that our boy has to admit that it hurts. She apologizes and pulls away because she couldn't control herself. Shen smiles because he is the one who should be blamed. He also sees her affinity boost to 74, and her cheeks as red as a tomato. If things go on any further, her other cheeks will be just as red. She asks him if they can go upstairs later, and he admits seeing her affinity rise in a private setting. He reasons that it's probably because of adrenaline. 20 minutes later, they are in a car, and Sue is wondering what their relationship is exactly. Poor girl doesn't know that she has been recruited to the Avengers of Side Chicks. She wants Shen to bring it up and tell her what they are right now. Shen senses her hesitation and wonders what's wrong. She hesitates, asking to have a meal together, as her mother really wants to meet him. He decides to have that meal right away. 2 hours later, he returns to his place, where his sister is gossiping with Shinyu, asking what she ate growing up. Shinyu nervously says that she just ate normal food, but she doesn't buy it and points at her massive jugs. No way a normal diet can give her that godly rack. She blushes and tells Shenyu's sister to stop messing around. She doesn't know what her mother fed them. Shen finally arrives, and Shen asks if he will have dinner with them. Shen smiles. He's already had dinner, but maybe he'll be eating something else upstairs. Shen giggles and wonders if she should draw him a bath, as he hasn't used the bathtub yet. His sister burns with envy. Why is such a hot wifey material girl spoiling her rotten brother? She runs his bath water, and he's living the life even an emperor couldn't dream of. Shen raises an eyebrow, looking at his sister and wondering why she is here and what room she is sleeping in. She pouts and tells him that she's just taking care of her sister-in-law and Xinyu, so she's of course sleeping with Xinyu. Shen grabs the bag of chicks she was munching on, telling her to get a break and get off her lazy ass and actually take care of her sister-in-law. She's already been a burden. His sister starts clawing at him like a cat, trying to get that bag of chips back. Xinyu, the little homewrecker, gets up like a soldier, asking Shen if he wants those chicks so bad that she will go downstairs and buy some more, as if that will win him over. Even Shen's sister can't believe that she's spoiling him. Looking at her affinity rise from 60 to 63 makes Shen wonder what kind of freak she is to like her brother-in-law. Shen decides to bolt. He doesn't want to risk it and tosses the bag of chicks over his shoulder. Yui just wants to do something nice for her brother-in-law. After all, he has done so much for his sister and their family. This little homewrecker's idea of repaying Shen is letting him do her. Shen's sister grits her teeth in annoyance, telling her that his brother is living like a baby. He's handed clothes and he opens his mouth for food. Yui's face turns red, suspiciously so. She says that they are very small things when he has done so much for them. She notices Jinyu's acting sus and leans closer, asking why she's so red as her face is burning up. She starts teasing Jinyu, asking if she likes her brother, and Jinyu tells her to stop. Back to our boy, he's having the bath of her lifetime with his godly Greek physique soaking in the steaming water. Jinyu sits over the bathtub looking like an absolute treat. He wonders where she learned this kind of massage from. She continues to massage his scalp, saying she's seen it online a few times and it will refresh him. Her hands start going over his rock-hard muscles, and he smiles, telling her that something else is getting rock-hard. She really has learned naughty things. She blushes and says she learned it just for him. He wonders if she used Ichinyu to practice. No way she could gain this kind of technique on her own. She smirks, saying that she's been watching videos, tutorials to be able to please him. He decides to give her his love. 2 seconds later, she's pressed against the bathtub, with something hard poking her from behind. 5 seconds later, she's breathless and in the bathtub, getting her world rocked from every angle. Shen smiles while laying the pike. As his phone buzzes, he doesn't care. Right now, he's going to stuff himself into her heart and somewhere else. Half an hour later, he gets thirst traps from a chick. But they're not much of a thirst trap, lukewarm pics, and for a boy who's been laying the pipe left and right with world-class chicks, this kind of thing doesn't even turn him on. He replies with scene, and this infuriates her, asking why he's acting like corporate. She tells her that this kind of stuff is bland, and she wonders if she should spice it up. He replies that he appreciates it, and she should send it over, as if it's her resume. But knowing our boy's hiring criteria, that probably is her resume. She smirks and gets a big head that he wants it badly, so she tries to play hard to get. He doesn't even care and turns his attention to Lele. Of course she needs to be kept hanging a bit longer. He tells her that they're not meeting up and she's shaken. Why not? She's even picking up a cute dress for him. She texts back saying that she is his concubine, but he replies that he's the type who holds grudges. She replies that her heart may be small, but she still gave him her first kiss and her first time. He smirks and tells her to line up. Those things have been given by many. It's always first come, first served, and she just blew her chance. She grunts and her face twists in anger. She wonders if there's someone else with bigger melons than hers, because to be honest, that seems impossible. Shin still plays hard to get, telling Lele to forget about it. He's not joking around anymore, and they won't be meeting. Lele still insists that he come pick her up. They'll decide the time and place whenever he feels like it. Shin finally gives in. He smiles with satisfaction, with one baddie snuggled next to him and another on call. Our boy is really living the high life. He then gets a message from Manglu asking when they are going to work out. Poor girl doesn't know that he just had the workout session of his life. Laying the pipe, he tells her that they'll work out the day after tomorrow. Next up, Long messages him, asking if he has the time to meet up. He coldly replies that he's busy and he'll set a time later. Looking at his inbox explode, he smiles with satisfaction. Last time when Long came to deliver documents, he had promised to meet her this week, but completely forgot about her after popping her cherry. Poor Long looks at her phone and then at the dark blue sky. She feels rejected and used, but still replies okay. Chen smiles, telling Shen that his birthday is coming up, and asks how he plans to celebrate it. She already knows that he has a whole team of women to tend to, and wonders if she will get the chance to spend time with him. He smiles, he'll always be his wifey number one. He decides to go on a trip with her, and this excites her. He leans closer until she's blushing like a tomato. He whispers that she smells amazing, and maybe it's time for round 2. Chen is a little hesitant. She just had her dungeon conquered, and now this beast is going for round 2. He just smiles, telling her that an alpha like him can't be satisfied with only one round. He just wants to give her as much love as possible and spend the whole day with her. She clenches the sheets and gets back to business. He imagines Miss Lin, Fang, Menglu, the professor, and her sister, and also Chen and Xin Yu, as well as Su and Long, all gearing up to receive his pipe, getting ready to see if they're worthy of wielding Thor's hammer. And now Lele has joined the Avengers, asking which dress she should wear. He opens his eyes and realizes it was all a dream. He can't believe that his mind is all over the place because of the beautiful harem the system has given him. Chen is putting on her clothes, asking what he was dreaming about and why he was talking in his sleep. Chen is surprised and wonders what he was talking about and whether she heard something. Chen smiles with the brilliance of 1,000 suns, saying that he was just mumbling several names. Shen realizes that he almost let her in on his piping roaster. He tells her that they are just names of clients he's been dealing with nowadays. He's also glad it's Cheng who heard him and not the professor or the others. She's the most understanding out of the bunch. Shen's sister greets them with a luxurious spread. She's surprised to look at the lavish food laid out, asking Xinyu why she's so biased. She cooks like a Michelin chef for her brother and doesn't even make her an omelet. She starts blushing, saying that usually there are only 3 of them and they don't eat much, so it would see it go to waste. Shen's sister snuggles against her, saying that she's the one who loves her most, and she still loses out on princess treatment. Jinyu giggles, telling her to stop fooling around. The whole family sits for breakfast, and Shen asks Shen how her sister's cooking is. Shen replies with an offhand comment that she's very talented and almost like her. Jinyu starts blushing like an idiot, thanking him. Shen's sister realizes that she wants vitamin D real bad. Our waifu Chen is just surprised and wonders why she's blushing when Shen complimented her. She wonders maybe they're awkward to be in the same room. Honestly, she's too innocent for this world. 15 minutes later, she approaches Little Miss Homewrecker, asking why she's so tense around her brother-in-law. Maybe it is hard for her to adapt. What she doesn't know is that Xinyu's hard for Shen. Yinyu tries to make a cover-up story that her brother-in-law is just too good, and she hasn't adapted yet. Kan smiles reassuringly, saying that he is a nice guy once she gets to know him. She needs to spend more time with him and not be pressured. It's her home as well, and it will always be. Even though her sister is an absolute gem, this little homewrecker is glad that she hasn't noticed her sussy activities around her brother-in-law. Ginny still smiles, telling her to get him a gift on his birthday and chat with him so that they can be closer. She then helps her do the dishes. What she doesn't know is that her little sister wants to do her husband. A little part of her that is still human wonders if it's really appropriate. Lele is wearing a beer hoodie, but maybe forgot to put her pants on. An old uncle looks at her from a mile away and starts blushing like an idiot, asking where she is headed, and maybe he can give her a ride. She looks at the garbage can he drives and wonders how much it cost him. That old pervert doesn't have a filter on and tells her that it's enough to bang her. She calls him a loser and leaves, saying that she's going to be riding in a G-Wagon. Fatty Uncle wonders if she's been scrolling on Insta too much. No one in real life drives a G-Wagon. She turns around and says that her boyfriend drives a G-Wagon costing over 3 mil. She then hops into Shen's new whip, asking why he didn't pick her up from in front of the school gate. She wanted to make everyone jealous. This klutz doesn't know that she is just one of his many side chicks and not the main girl. While sucking on a lollipop, she tells him that it's not enough to be picked up outside of school. She wants everyone to know that her boyfriend is loaded. Shen smiles and reminds her that she'll have to earn his favor if she really wants that. She puts away the lollipop and tells him to stop bullying her. She also wonders if they should go to a motel and complete it. He wonders why she's eager to break the seal. She argues that she just wants to know where they're going, and he replies that they're going to the bank to handle some stuff. Long looks at them with a heavy heart. She wants to call out to Shen, wondering why even NPCs get better treatment than her after she gave him her cherry. Maybe that's what she deserves for being easy. Lei grabs her lollipop and gives him a good view of all the heat she's packing under that oversized hoodie. Shen realizes that he's being teased, and she zips up her hoodie, saying that her benefits will end here if they're really going to the bank. Shen smirks. It looks like the girl wants to make the first move, but there's no way he'll dance to her tune. She wonders why he's going to the bank, and he explains that he's going to open a private account. She's surprised and wonders how much money does he have. He tells her there's just as much as the CEO of Xiaomi. She can't believe it and calls him a liar for being so young and yet so rich. Little Miss Gold Digger doesn't know our boy has the infinite money glitch. He not only has infinite money but also Thor's hammer downstairs as well. He teases her if she won't go out with him if he's not as rich as the Xiaomi guy. He even goes for a field test, feeling up those thick thighs that save lives. She smacks his hand away, telling him to stop taking advantage. She is not a piece of candy he can lick whenever he wants. He smiles. One touch is worth 300 yen, and he'll treat her to a 300 yen plus lunch this afternoon. She plays hardball, telling him to go to a luxury restaurant costing over 1,000 yen per person. To her boy, that's loose change. When he arrives at the bank, everyone bows respectfully. His presence is so strong that it creates a disturbance in the force. With the designer long coat on his back and a baddie walking behind him, all the men are envious. They can tell that he is rich from a mile away. While they are all squeezed into two counters, he is walking like the bank owes him money. The banking staff is fawning all over him, telling him to deposit his balance at their bank, and he also meets the criteria to open a private banking account. They start listing the many benefits, including private banking, some of which are domestic, international VIP lounges, transport, medical services, and golf clubs. Lei can't believe that Shen is a big shot. He is depositing money and opening an account, and everyone is treating him like an emperor. He is getting stuff that normal people can't hope to imagine just by opening a bank account. Just how rich is he? The banking staff tells Shen that he can consult her anytime, and if he has any other questions he should ask. He just tells them to make sure that the card's last numbers are set to his birthday. They immediately comply, and half an hour later he is handed his new and improved black credit card. He is now a private client of China Merchant Bank. They also have a portfolio manager to manage his assets. Shen smiles and pockets the card, telling her that he doesn't need that, but if he has any other funds, he'll prioritize putting them here. They smile and promise not to disturb their date anymore. They even have a gift for the lovely lady. They hand her a green tea cake from a famous bakery. She accepts it, and they turn to leave. The bankers show him the way out and look at him as he hops into his 3 mil G-Wagon. One of them whispers that a 21-year-old has deposited 30 million into their bank. Another one says that his fixed assets and businesses must be impressive. He is rich, handsome, and young, some rarer than a unicorn. And to top it off, he has an amazing body. All the female staff members are fawning over him. It's clear that after this meeting, all of them will have to go take a shower. One of them even wishes she were born prettier so she might have tried her luck. Lei looks at her reflection through the window. He didn't spend a single cent, and yet everyone is fawning over him. He had the whole bank eating out of his hand. He asks Shen who he is meeting later. He tells her that she doesn't know it. She is a little disturbed that she is only sticking around for errands and not anything serious. What will the other girl do? Shen smirks and tells her that she will spend the night together. She gasps in surprise, wondering if they will be sleeping together. Shen wonders if sleeping is something wrong. She pouts, realizing that the easier a man gets something, the less he cherishes it. He is going to play hard to get until her last breath. And she also vows to figure out how many women Shen has so she can see if she can become the main one. This stupid little girl has no idea that Shen is our main waifu. Whoever tries to take her place, especially Miss Little Homewrecker, will get a taste of these hands. Lei takes a picture of the lunch that is served. She can't believe that she only stole on the gram. Shen smiles, telling her about all the luxury dishes he has ordered and the specialty of this restaurant. Lei enthusiastically wonders where they will be going after eating. Shen smiles, telling her that she will be going back to the school dorm, and he will go on about his business. Lei complains that this day was supposed to be hers, and Shen says that he has other appointments this afternoon. She wonders who else he's meeting up with, and Shen tells her it's none of her business. She continues to nag, asking if they can spend a whole day together. Shen nonchalantly tells her that he doesn't have the time. The most she can get is half a day or the entire night until the next day. His phone starts buzzing and Long starts sending him pictures in spicy cosplays. First as a bunny girl senpai, then as a Chinese beauty, and third in a swimsuit. Shen wonders what's going on. Is Long so insecure that she is trying to hook him with spicy pictures? Or maybe she just ate something and is feeling kind of high. She asks what's wrong and Long holds her breath, saying she is just looking at what he likes. He tells her they are all fine. She tries her luck asking when he is free. He tells her that today works. Lei complains that he is on his phone the entire time they are eating. Why not stop playing and talk to her? Looks like this little gold digger hasn't realized that our boy doesn't put up with drama. He wonders what she wants to talk about, and she tells him they should just chat. He claps back that conversation should flow naturally. There's nothing to say if she's being feisty. She tries to increase the drama, telling him not to make excuses. And if he is not eating, then she has lost her appetite. Our boy doesn't even try to make it up to her. He just tells the waiters to bring the bill. They are done eating even though she hasn't taken a single bite. He casually pays 2,500 yen and tells Lei that he has kept her promise. Still putting on hot air, she turns to leave. 30 minutes later, they are in the car, and Lei wonders if she is really going to be sent back to the school. Shane wonders what else they have to do. As she steps out, she looks at Long getting into the passenger seat. Looking closely at Long, she feels a bit insecure. She refuses to leave, demanding an explanation from Shen. What she doesn't realize is that our boy has no place for drama. He just tells Long to buckle her seatbelt because it's going to be a bumpy ride. Lei complains, how can he go about with such a seamless transition? One chick in and one chick out, just like that? Shen reminds her that he has some serious business to attend to. Realizing that she has no leverage in this situation, she tries to calm down and asks what they are going to do. Shen just smirks and Long looks away, blushing. She realizes that they will be laying the pipe and curses. Couldn't he have waited until she was inside the school? Shen tells her to leave if there is nothing else. She refuses to back down, and all of a sudden gets in the car, saying she is going too. Sheen tells her not to be ridiculous. He has some serious business to get out of. Long is disturbed. This was supposed to be her night. Realizing that Lei is throwing her tantrum in front of the school, he can't drag her out. He asks Long if she minds. Lei is furious. Not only was she pushed out of the passenger seat for this woman, but now he is asking if she minds. She tries to remember if she has been treated this way before. Long just smiles and tells her it's fine, even though she is cursing this stupid little girl for ruining her date when she finally got his time. Shen decides to go shopping first. After all, putting Lei in her place isn't bad. It will do good things for her self-esteem to see how unimportant she is to him. And when it's time to get a room, he'll just have the hotel arrange a car to send her back. They arrive at the mall, and Long nervously wonders if she can grab his arm. He smiles softly, telling her to go for it. He also wonders if Long was already so timid. He realizes that she really is one of a kind and decides to take extra care of her in the future. Lei is teeming. She doesn't buy this whole "can I hold your arm" act. Maybe she is trying to be extra sweet. Lei feels as if she is the third wheel and tries to grab his other arm. Poor Long instinctively lets go, wondering if Shen really fancies her more. Realizing that Long feels bad, he smiles and tells her to hold tighter. Lei starts complaining like a kid, asking why she can't hold tighter. He wonders how close she wants to be. His arm is basically between her marshmallows. He also feels amazing, but he needs to keep a low-key presence in front of people. With two baddies around each arm and a luxurious fur coat covering his back, he creates a disturbance in the force once again. Everyone looks at him with envy. One fatty wonders what the hell is this. Another fatty wonders if they are filming a drama or something. Another guy wonders if he is responsible for the global baddie shortage. This guy is hogging up all the beauties, and they are left with the nerds. He wonders if these women are going to go for a three-way monster mash after this. Shen smirks, enjoying everyone's envious stares focused on him. He really loves this feeling of satisfaction from breaking everyone's self-confidence in a 10-mile radius. And he's also surprised that Lei has switched into attention-seeking mode just because Long is around. And if that's true, then maybe tonight having a three-way isn't impossible. He approaches his regular store where all of his side chicks shop. The attendant greets him like an old friend. Shen nervously says that he has 2 girlfriends, but he corrects himself mid-sentence, saying that he has 2 friends here to buy things. The attendant smirks, thinking how he doesn't even hide it anymore. He would bring one after another, but this time he's brought 2 at the same time. Maybe he's going for efficiency. Shen smiles softly at Long, telling her to pick whatever she wants. She smiles and Lei tries to beg for his attention, saying that the bags and jewelry here are so pretty. She's trying to hint to Shen that she also wants to shop. Shen doesn't take the bait and tells her that money never goes the wrong way. She wasn't trying to get a riddle out of him, but some money. She's also nervous about the gap between the two. Here Long can casually pick gifts worth tens of thousands of dollars, and she's only worth a Western meal. What she doesn't know is that Long has already had her cherry popped. This is the least he could do. 10 minutes later, the attendant is ringing up a pair of expensive shoes. Shen, on the other hand, wonders why she's picking out only 2 pairs of shoes. Doesn't she like the bags and clothes over here? Long smiles, telling him that she already has everything she needs. Shen turns on his riz, telling her not to be polite and to spend at least 100,000 yen. If there's nothing else, they can check another store. Internally, his entire plan is to have her spend at least 10,000 yen so that the system can give him a big fat cash back. Long takes it the wrong way and smiles. A girlfriend nearby starts yapping about how Shen is spending 100,000 yen on her girlfriend and why her boyfriend isn't doing the same. The boyfriend knows that he won't be getting any tonight. Lei is burning with jealousy. How can she get 100,000 yen worth of stuff, and she just got a lousy Western dinner? The contrast is too much, and she wishes she hadn't tagged along. Another 20 minutes later, the whole counter is filled with luxury items. Shen smiles and pats Long's head. Lei, on the other hand, is about to faint. She never saw this amount in her entire life that he casually blew over a fling. Lei is feeling left out. Our boy tells her to pick one as well. Her face lights up like a Christmas tree. She can't believe that she's getting some designer goods without paying for them herself. Little does she know that she'll be paying in another way soon. She excitedly runs towards the store. Shen knows that even though her affinity meter hasn't appeared yet, he still needs to spend on her. She's indeed confident and strong and kind of stubborn, but he doesn't want to nosedive his chance of getting with a cosplayer. 15 minutes later, both of his side chicks are satisfied with designer bags in each arm. Shen casually blew 120,000 yen on Long and 50,000 on Lei. But Lei didn't trigger the system, so he only got the cash back for the amount he spent on Long. As he's loading up his G-Wagon, Lei wonders where he's going now. He explains that he'll drop her off at the dorm and be on his merry way. She wonders why. What will they be doing? This stupid little girl doesn't know that Long will be paying back for that 100,000 yen with her long legs. She just says that they're going to be busy at the hotel. She squishes against her arm, asking to go as well. Shen wonders what she'll do over there. She should just get into the car so he can drop her off at school. Lei, in desperate puppy mode, asks Shen to let her hitch a ride and hang around nearby. Shen sighs. He doesn't have the energy to deal with her right now. He decides to let her tag along until the lobby. At the Renovation hotel, he wraps his arm around Long. Lei is surprised that he booked a hotel for the day, and it's the same one that he booked that day. He just smiles and tells her to do her own thing, while they're going to be talking about business. She stutters. Where is she supposed to go and hang out? Shen reminds her that she said it herself that she will hang around here. She nervously wonders if she really can't go up. Shen smiles, asking if she's ready to be the third wheel. She nervously looks away. Obviously, she plans to hand him her cherry, but not right now. If it goes to a three-way, then she'll be taken for granted. Shen decides to leave and tells her that he'll book another suite for her. They can have dinner together later. Later in the elevator, Lei asks Long for her name. Long introduces herself as a sophomore in accounting. As soon as he hears Lei's name, she remembers that she is a famous cosplayer at school. Lei's chest puffs up with pride. She says that without special skills, Shen wouldn't have chosen her for the startup base. Long, as cool as a cucumber, says that her skin is as fair as snow, and she can do cosplay. It's only normal that Shen would choose her. She also tells Lei that she applied for the startup base and was the first to be chosen. Lei is a little shaken. She then looks at Shen for an answer, desperately wanting him to see her true personality and not to be fooled by her helpless looks. Our boy's mind is all over the place. Obviously, where there are women, there will be schemes and drama. Even normal things will become huge competitions, such as who met him first, or knew him first, or wielded Thor's hammer with the greatest skill. But in the end, they are all his. He's just grateful that there are 2 women here. If there were 4 or 5, the whole hotel would explode. It looks like his dream of a peaceful heaven is impossible right now. He tells them to go into the suite because he needs to take a call. It's Fen, and he wonders what's wrong. It looks like Fen has joined the fray because she is feeling lonely in the dorm, and her roommate is nowhere to be seen. She wants company. Shen tells her that tonight is not good. She then decides to go stay at the Radisson suite by herself. Shen's taken aback while she's heading to the same hotel he's just booked. To further complicate things, she's already on her way. Shen's mind races at the speed of light. She's already here, and he long-term booked rooms just for convenience, for when she wasn't around. She's already over here, and he has 2 baddies waiting to be piped down. He curses for choosing the same hotel for everyone. By the way, things are turning out. Tonight is really going to be a fun night. He thinks of a plan and tells her to go to the suite and wait for him. He'll handle things here and come find her, and he has a surprise prepared for her as well. After throwing a bone at Feng to keep her occupied, he promises to tell her later, and he will let her know about the exact time and place. Meanwhile, inside the suite, Lei, while unzipping her hoodie, asks Long how long Shen is going to talk in the hallway and who he is talking to. She also asks Long how many times he has laid the pipe on her. This causes a nuclear explosion in Long's head. She wasn't expecting Lei to be so blunt. Lei clears the air that she just wants to know why he is so favoring towards her and so indifferent towards Lei. Long looks away and blushes, wondering if she thinks the difference is big. He hasn't seen how he acts around another girl. She nervously wonders who the other girl is. She comes up with a crazy scheme that, just like empresses in a palace, there's always a stronger one, so the weaker ones should band together. That's how they can even cut through metal and lean into the empress's favor. Both of the girls are cooking up something weird, while Shen's number 1 is on her way to the same hotel. Will Shen be able to get away scot-free while laying the pipe on these baddies, or will his pipe be cut in half by all 3 of them? Lei looks into Long's eyes. She thought that this girl held a high position in Shen's heart. Turns out she's also a bottom like her, in Shen's harem. If the bottoms are worth 100,000 yen, then just how much does the main girl get, she wonders. Little does this snot-nosed gold digger know that our waifu Chen gets a mansion and a brand new Porsche, along with Shen's somewhat divided attention, something she will never get. She looks away nervously, realizing that the startup base is just an entry ticket, and if they want more, they will have to put in elbow grease, or in this case, take care of Shen's white grease. She looks at Long's bag, wondering why it is so stuffed. Just what has she brought to their three-way date? With a face as red as a beetroot, Long panics and tells her not to look, but this nosy girl takes everything out of the bag. It turns out that Long had prepared to get Shen's attention by wearing spicy outfits. One is a see-through swimsuit, another a traditional red Chinese dress. The third one is something I would die for, a bunny girl senpai cosplay outfit. Lele is in massive shock. She wasn't expecting Long to be so bold. And does she really need 3 full sets of cosplay to get his attention? The image of Long grabbing Shen and locking lips in that red Chinese dress fills her mind. She wonders if this is how she usually pleases Shen. In a fit of panic, Long stuffs the outfits back into her bag, telling her to keep her hands away. Long looks away as Lele wonders if Shen is really that picky that he needs 3 outfits for him to choose from. With a sad look on her face, she tells Lele that she will understand later. Lele still doesn't get it and raises her eyebrow. Is Shen playing with fire? Can his body even handle the heat he's asking for? Or is he the type that bites more than he can chew? Little does she know that our boy lays the pipe so well she won't be walking for weeks. It's more than enough for him to handle. Long looks away and remembers her first time, telling Lele that she'll know later. She is not sure that she can handle what Shen has to offer. Lele is still yapping about them being comrades fighting together as warriors of justice. Shen barges into the room and looks at her as if she's an annoying fly. What is all of this talk about being sisters in arms? He left for 5 minutes and they're already making an alliance as if it's World War II. Lele gets up nervously, asking if he hasn't washed empresses in the palace. It's normal for concubines to call each other sister. While Lele is fighting her case, Long is quickly stuffing her outfits in the bag. Shen reminds her that he is no emperor and they're not in a drama. Lele continues to glaze him that he lives better than an emperor. They should call him Pimp Teddy 69. Long nervously reminds Shen that they're here on a mission, and maybe they should move it to the room. Shen tells her that there's no rush and maybe she should start with a shoulder massage. Those knots won't loosen themselves. She agrees, and Lele, getting the hint, decides to use the restroom. Shen asks about the situation with the startup base. Even though it's a sham for laying pipe, he still wants to go through with it. While massaging his shoulders, she explains that the progress is going along smoothly. Song and Mo already have 40% of their investments, but with summer break around the corner, they won't be opening their shops anytime soon. Shen realizes that they're pushing seriously, and maybe he should do some pushing himself. He wraps his arm around her slim waist. She nervously reminds him that their third wheel is still here. Shen doesn't mind and wonders if she minds. Her face is all red. She wonders what he means by the word mind. Does she mind being affectionate in front of Lele, or does she mind getting that pipe along with her? Either way, does she have the option to refuse? She imagines both of them taking care of Shen's needs. This would be way too embarrassing for her. Shen smiles and kisses her, saying that he won't force anything. Her boy might be a scumbag, but at least he believes in consent. Lele arrives and tells Shen that they should go shit out. What she doesn't know is that Shen is already busy eating the dragon girl. It isn't even night yet, and he is already sampling those massive lips. 3 minutes later, they're still locked and out of breath. Lele throws a tantrum. They're all bottoms, so why should she be sidelined? Shen side-eyes her, wondering why she is still in the room. Doesn't she have her own room? She angrily yells that the view is better over here. Shen smiles internally. It looks like the fish has bitten the hook, and in no time she'll be eating out of the palm of his hand. He nonchalantly tells her to stop getting in the way and go to her room. Lele gasps in surprise, wondering how she is in the way. She grabs his face and locks lips, Long realizing that this girl is not only annoying but shameless as well. Pulls away. 2 minutes later, she wonders if she's still in the way, realizing that they're all girls at the bottom of Shen's food chain. She doesn't need to play hard to get any more, but will only draw him away. Shen smirks and unboxes her marshmallows. Only this way can you be part of the fun. The room covers her face. If she can be like this, what will happen to their own date? She shakes her head violently. She wanted to be alone with Shen, but if there's a third person, she won't be giving him entrance into her dungeons. She crosses her arms and looks at that annoying girl who gets in her way. First time seeing a scene like this up close, it feels strange. She realizes Lele is shameless and a gold digger, so will she have to lower her expectations? This annoying brain-dead girl looks at Shen, reminding him that Lele Long is still here. Shen tells Long to wait in the inner room. She turns to leave, feeling sad. Shen continues to go down on her, wondering if they should go to the bedroom. Lele nervously says that's not what she was trying to get at. Shen wonders, then what was she trying to get at? She stutters. He realizes that 3 people in one suit is really rare. It will be hard to create another chance to get what he wants. If he can pull it off, next time will be even easier. He tells her to go wait outside and grabs Lele in his arms and takes her to the bedroom. Long is left alone with a heavy heart. Their voices echo through the mansion. It's obvious that it was her night, but Lele insisted on tagging along. And now she's starting to mess with her first chance to get along with Shen. She should be the heroine and not the side character. She drops her coat and makes a decision to join in on the fun. She looks at Shen, just about to go into the dungeon. He smiles. It looks like Long has made up her mind. An hour later, Lei Lei is out of breath and lying there like a rag doll. She got what she deserved, and now it's Long's turn. He wonders if she's fine handling Thor's hammer, and as a reward she can make a request, anything she wants, and he'll try his best. Surprisingly, instead of asking for designer bags, jewelry, or a mansion, she asks Shen for a little more time with her. He thought that she would ask for something material, but Long reminds him that he already bought her everything. The 2 times they've been together, he's already spent around 300,000 yen. Shen smiles and his face softens. Material requests are easy to satisfy, but if every woman he bids asks for time, then he will have to keep an assistant for time management schedules. If only they could go 2 at a time, things would be way more efficient. Just when Long is breathless, Lei Lei is ready for round 2. Long has her face stuffed into the pillow. She can't believe that Lei Lei is pushing herself so far today. Shen smiles and tells Long that it won't be frequent, but he'll try. She smiles and rests her head on his rock-hard abs. As long as it's a little more, it's enough for her. She kisses his cheek and he smiles. He remembers his personal trainer. Something like that ended up moving that girl. Both the coach and Fang are different. Their threshold is very high, and to satisfy and move them, he has to put in more and more effort. Lei Lei pretends to sleep, but she hears everything. She can't believe that Fang gave herself up on their first time together. She can't believe the day she just had. Shen looks at Lei Lei covered in the sheets and wonders if she feels unwell. She covers her face and doesn't look him in the eye. It looks like she got the answer she was looking for. If Shen could handle the heat they were packing. Shen wonders if they're mad at her, and she angrily laughs that she is not. He tries to get a touch of those peaches and she tells him to stop. He wonders why she's being so hard to understand. He just asks if she's angry, and she said she wasn't. She angrily stutters. What if she's angry? What can she do? She holds no power. Shen says that if she's angry, he'll treat her to a big meal. Lei Lei should get up and eat. She angrily mutters that she can't walk with how good he laid the pipe. How is she supposed to go out and eat? Shen smiles and looks at his handiwork. He likes his peaches like his wine, deep red. He decides to ask the guest manager to send it to the room. Lei Lei spreads her arms asking Shen to carry her. Shen smiles and decides to give this girl a little princess treatment. 20 minutes later, Long is having a shower. She arrives in the room and everyone is in their pajamas. The atmosphere is awkward as hell. Shen wants them to get used to this rhythm early on so that it can be normal in the future. Lei Lei nervously wonders if she can take her food back to her room and eat by herself. Shen wonders if it's necessary. Aren't they sisters in arms? They should eat together and chat more. Lei Lei says that it's awkward, but he wonders why. He looks at Long wondering if she's awkward. Desperate to win his approval, she tells Shen that she's not, even though she's awkward as hell. She's not the type to agree to a 3-way with an annoying brat like her, but she can't ruin her chance with Shen. Shen tells Lei Lei she shouldn't be awkward either. She just pouts and wants to go back to school and eat in her dorm. Shen tells her that it's fine, but Long wonders why. Shen is acting kind of different. This is not his style. This doesn't feel like Shen's style to let her go so easily. Even Lei Lei feels that he is being too cold for someone who just popped her cherry 5 minutes back. All of a sudden, Shen pats her head and tells her that she hasn't fully recovered yet. Going back to school will be hard since she won't be able to walk for a few days. It's better to take tomorrow off. Besides, doesn't she want to stay with him a little longer? She smiles and her eyes soften. Long remembers her first time and how hard it was to walk. Everyone saw her walk of shame and she wished that Shen treated her with the same gentleness he's showing Lei Lei. She's even patting her head and this makes her heart feel sore. Sensing Long's hesitation, he pats her head as well. They both smile with satisfaction. Even if they're tools in Shen's shed, they're happy to be loved. If only this moment could last forever, but sadly it can't, since the general manager has arrived with the clothes Shen had requested. Shen smiles and thanks him. He also gets an eyeful of both of the beauties waiting for Shen in the room. The general manager can't believe the life he's leading. He has one tall and graceful beauty and another fair-skinned, curvy diva. And besides that, he has 2 rooms fully booked and another baddie on the way. Can his body even handle that? He just shakes his head. Rich people are a puzzle. Shen puts on his shirt and asks, "Where's Lei Lei?" Long says that she's in the shower, and Shen tells her that he needs to step out to handle some things. She shouldn't wait for him and also tell Lei Lei. As he gets ready, Long smiles lovingly. When Lei Lei arrives, she wonders where Shen is. Long explains that he's out to handle something. Lei Lei wonders when he will be back, but she just looks away sadly. He didn't say, but judging by the look on his face, he's about to meet up with another baddie. Lei Lei wonders why she didn't ask for his whereabouts. Long reminds her that they are not in a position to do that. Lei Lei wonders why doesn't she have a backbone. They're his woman, and it's the least they can do. Long, being the wiser of the two, tells Lei Lei to lower her expectations. They don't have much weight in Shen's heart. Lei Lei still wants to have a stronger hold on his heart. Long looks away. What does she mean to get a more important and comfy place in Shen's heart? She remembers the good old days when she was as greedy as this little thought, but now she knows that keeping her current position is just as good. Lei Lei has realized that Long doesn't have what it takes to climb the corporate ladder or Shen's woody ladder, and she also wonders why Long is blow-drying her hair. With a look of sadness, she tells Lei Lei that's what Shen wants to see. What he says goes. Lei can't accept that and throws her bag in anger, telling Lunja that she is hopeless. As soon as she throws the bag, she looks at 2 cosplay outfits pop out of it. She wonders why there are only 2 and where's the third one. Realization dawns on her and she curses Shen for being a shameless son of a gun. He said that he would spend the night exploring their dungeons. With a look of sadness, Lung tells Lei she shouldn't question it. He'll come back if he wants. Lei can't accept that. Not only did he dishonor his commitment, but he also took one of the cosplay outfits Long brought to spice things up. Is he a man or a mole? Long tells her that if she keeps thinking that, they won't be sisters anymore. Lei holds her head. It looks like Long has been trained well. She hands her one of the cosplay outfits. If that's how he plays, then they'll play as well. She vows to drain him of every drop he has so that he doesn't even want to look at a woman for the next month. She wants to see what his kidneys can handle. Long raises her eyebrow. Looks like she really needs an anatomy lesson, as kidneys have nothing to do with that. Just like when I had nothing to do with it when I was blamed for stealing money from my dad's wallet and got my ass beat. Long tells her that they can't do it. He's as strong as an ox and it's her first time, so maybe she should take the lead. Lei is speechless. Looks like this dumb girl is trying to tame the dragon with a level 1 clam. Speaking of the dragon, our boy is hugging Fang. That hug is getting spicier as ever, and he hands her the bag carrying the cosplay outfit. Fang wonders what it is. Is it a gift for her? He smiles slyly, telling her to open it herself. As soon as she looks at the nightsuit, she wonders if this is his idea of a surprise. Chapshin just smiles. He thinks that it will fit her well. While blushing, she tells him that he's really something else. Shen plays it smooth. His surprise is going to change everything. She goes into the bathroom and returns 2 minutes later. She's wearing a dress that covers her whole body and reveals everything as well. She nervously wonders if Oppa likes it, and Oppa is unable to control himself anymore. He starts going for her shoulder and she tells him to go easy. Our boy lets his sick fantasies run wild, asking Fang to call her daddy. While blushing furiously and her face a few inches from a wall, she tells him that his happiness is something she doesn't want to do. When our boy gives her a good view of his rock-hard abs and tells her that she'll get a surprise if she does that, she nervously calls him daddy. Looks like our boy loves to be a daddy without paying child support. With her cake out in the air, she wonders what exactly the surprise is. He just laughs, grabbing her wrist and telling her that some small girls will be worth surprises. She struggles and calls him a lying son of a gun. His mouth gets just naughtier and naughtier, and she doesn't know whether there's a place where that naughty mouth should be. Shen grins and tells her that he'll show her what that mouth can do. She's all caked up and sweaty, ready to go on a joyride. Shen also thinks that all the NPCs that he beds get him to upgrade his skills for his number 1. After all, she's number 1 because she is talented in dance and cardio. 2 hours later, our boy has finally laid the pipe successfully. He puts out another pressure and wonders if she got hit by the Shen train. She's just lying there with a satisfied look on her face, telling him that he's amazing. He grins, asking what she should call him in bed. She nervously calls him daddy again, and he smiles. Looks like he'll have to get her breakfast to make it up for tomorrow. As he's leaving, Fang wraps her arms around his shoulders, telling him not to go. She wants to spend more time together. He just ruffles her hair, telling her that he has some special guests to attend to. If by guest he means the 2 NPCs waiting for him in cosplay dresses, then I wish that I had special guests to attend to as well. As he's leaving, she tells him to remember not to drink too much, and he smiles, promising to keep it in moderation. He's been out long, and he realizes that he needs to go up and keep company with the 2 of them. As soon as he enters, he feels the atmosphere kind of change. He sits down and his eyes widen in shock as he looks at the little dragon girl in a steamier outfit than what he gave Fang. She nervously asks Shen to get a taste of those premium cakes as well. Shen wonders why she is being so confident, and looking at her shyness and boldness at the same time is enough to get his engine running. He then looks at Lei wearing a bunny senpai costume. Our boy knows what he needs to do. He immediately starts unbuttoning his shirt. The 2 of them have really turned into sync. He realizes that he'll be able to save time left and right. Looking at him go, she starts regretting it, and hides in a closet. He wonders what's going on. Long tells him that they discussed it, and they might have been carried away for a moment. He just smiles. If it's a cosplay battle, then he's loving it. She wonders how she is supposed to persuade her sis. She just got cold feet at the worst moment possible, but it's easier said than done. It's easy to persuade her to buy a drink or something, but not to get her dungeons destroyed by Shen's hammer of justice. Shen smirks and gets a handful of that cake, telling her that maybe she should lead by example. Long nervously volunteers to go try to convince her sis to get into the A train. As she leaves, Shen is left wondering if this is related to favorability. Lei's favorability hasn't popped up yet, so asking her to do time stuff is kind of embarrassing. Long comes up to Lei asking what's wrong. Can't she accept getting her dungeon explored along with hers? Long nervously says that these clothes are too revealing and that the collar makes her feel a bit of a tool. Long facepalms herself. Isn't cosplay the same thing? She nervously replies that it's not as bad as what she's wearing right now. This is less of cosplay and more like thin fabric just stitched together. It's a stretch even calling these clothes, and to top it all off, they'll be doing it together. Long nervously reminds her that she was the one who suggested it. She's the one who third-wheeled their date, and she's the one who wanted to gain a more important position in Shen's heart. and now she's getting cold feet at the worst time possible. Lele claps back that she wants to, but she feels that doing everything will leave her with no dignity at all. Long is forced to wonder what dignity is. At this point, that word doesn't exist in her dictionary. It might exist in a dictionary, but not hers. Why does she think that everyone is getting close to Shen? It's not by holding on to their dictionary, it's holding on to Shen's dictionary. And besides, it's not like she's asking Lele to sell her dignity, just play a little wilder. She looks at her for one last time, telling her that if it's all about dignity, she will tell Shen and Lele to go rest in the next room. Lele thanks her and puts on a bathrobe. It's been 5 minutes and she turns to leave. Without missing a beat, our boy tells her to go rest in the back room. That's all she gets for not letting him explore her back door. She thought that Shen would be angry or disappointed, but it looks like he doesn't care at all. His indifference is worse than his anger and displeasure. It makes her feel like a toy, completely disposable and really unimportant. A single tear rolled down her cheek. She has thousands of simps on social media, dying for a minute of her day, and here she is looking for validation through Shen. When it comes to Shen, he's hot and cold at the same time, distant and yet close. It makes her doubt herself constantly, and even makes her feel inferior. His coldness just now has caused her a lot of frustration. She looks at her expression and Shen senses something is wrong. He goes into smooth operator mode, asking her why she's crying. She tells her it's nothing, and he just smirks. He didn't mean anything between the lines, he just didn't want to force her, and she's being too sensitive. He indeed wants to spend some time with her, but tonight won't work. He tells her to cheer up, since he can't stand seeing girls cry. And besides, she doesn't look good when she cries. She's cried herself into a messy cat. Our boy successfully gaslights her, and she calls him a messy cat. He smirks and tells her to look at her reflection in the mirror. She looks better when she's not crying. She starts blushing, asking if she's pretty. He smirks. Of course she is. The women he dates are never ugly. He made that clear as a selection criteria in the starter base. She wonders, then why does he treat her like dog food? He tells her that she's just being too sensitive and is reading between the lines that don't exist. He always cared about her. She continuously asks for his validation, and he keeps giving it to her until the affinity sign finally pops on her head. 63, not bad. She tells him never to treat her this way again, and he agrees. He's also analyzing how he got her to get the mark. Maybe she's proud and confident, so he needed to be tough and then gentle. She buries her face into his rock-hard abs. She's not leaving tonight, even though our boy doesn't want her to stay if she's not offering up a piece of that cake. He lets her be. He smirks, wondering if she should go to the next room right now and get used to it, but she refuses. She'll be staying here. Long looks at their exchange with mixed emotions. Shen took her down just like that, and his skills are terrifying. He's got the smoothest tongue and the biggest body, a deadly combo. He can grasp the easiest way to a girl's heart. She remembers the time when Shen tossed her around like a rag doll. That sense of shame, she remembers it to this day. It really broke her. But right now, she needs to cement her place by taking care of his cement. She pops off part of her dress to show off her marshmallow. She can't fall behind her sisters. She leans closer as our boy shows Lele what that mouth does. One body ahead and one body behind. Our boy gets to the grind. Our boy finally gets up at 8 a.m. the next day. Last night was really exhausting. 3 in a single day, and he really needs to pull himself together. At least both of their affinities have skyrocketed. Last night's session was really amazing. Shen has decided that he can increase their favorability using the same time window. It's super efficient. Later, Long is toddling his hair, wondering if they should grab breakfast at the buffet or have the manager bring it to their room. Shen tells her that they'll get room service. It looked like they were really close. Like nice, and Long tells him that that's what he wanted, so she did it. Later, he gets up to leave. He forgot what he said last night. He tells her to eat breakfast and arrange a car to go back. He won't be able to see her out. Also, he won't eat, he'll head out first. As he turns to leave, he grabs his phone. He decides to go work out first. From now on, the two of them are tied together. Long wonders if it's a good thing or not, because the time they share with Shen will be split. Shen finally arrives at his muscle mommy, who calls him a skinny guy, and wonders why he is so late. Did he have fun late at night? Shen smirks and takes off his coat, and she gasps in surprise. It's clear that he hasn't been training, and yet he's shredded as hell. He has the physique of a Greek god. Shen tells Willa Bullfish's story that this is what real talent looks like. She raises her eyebrows. Either he's hitting a gym somewhere else or he's on gear. Shen just smiles, grabbing a piece of that stick. He tells Minglu that he practices on his own every night. She knew it. It looks like he trains at high intensity, and it's a pity that she can't be in those training sessions to amp up his intensity. What she doesn't know is that our boy has got a cheat sheet by God on speed dial. He wonders what she is talking about. Hasn't he given her enough rules already? She wonders how it is the law. He explains that he has a little business he wants her to conduct. He has arranged her position. In the next couple of days, she can go and report in, and she should accompany him to the company so that they can handle the procedure directly. He knows that improving company profit doesn't rely on internal but on external effort. With Menglu helping, it will boost their profit, and it's also his birthday in the next couple of days. He will be taking his main girl and the others on a trip, so it will be perfect for Menglu to be tied down with the company and keep things in order. Menglu smiles. She is glad that she gets to handle something other than his Woody. She also thought that he didn't need her, but it looks like she will be helping his career, and that's even better. At the same time, at the hotel, Fang spots Lei and Long and wonders what they are doing over here. She saw them on campus cosplaying and also having some foreign affairs. With so many luxury bags in their hands, they look like they have a sugar daddy as well. Poor girl doesn't know that her sugar daddy is her so-called faithful hubby. Both of the cosplayers look at the luxury items, and Fang hits up Shen. Shen wonders if she is up. He is at work and he has ordered her breakfast, and after she eats, a car will take her to school. She tries to act lovey-dovey and wonders if he knows who she saw at the hotel. Panic settles in Shen's heart. Did they run into each other? He nervously asks who, and she replies, 2 pretty girls from their school. Shen decides to play with fire. He is feeling bold today. He tells Fang that no matter how beautiful they are, they can't be prettier than her. Just then, Shen's driver comes up to Fang, asking her to get in. Shen really knows how to play with a girl's heart. Giving her a personal driver is enough to keep her satisfied. She also tells Shen that one of them is tall and has a great temper. The other one has a baby face with a big rack. She is as pretty as a button. Shen still insists that she is the prettiest of them all. He even teases her to help him get their number. She calls him a jerk and wonders if he wants to be beaten, and he smiles, telling her that he is just teasing. Both of the cosplayers look at Fang right away in style. They wonder if she is the main girl. Long nervously thinks that it is possible. The girl is in the same class as Shen, and she stayed at the same hotel. There is a high probability. Little Miss Braindead cosplayer wonders if she is the main girlfriend, and she doesn't get it. She is not prettier. They don't know that Fang was the one who stuck with Shen when he was on the verge of bankruptcy. She decides to go back to school and talk to her, and Long, being the sensible one of the two, tells her not to be stupid. Lei can't accept the difference in treatment. Fang gets a luxury car ride and gets Shen all to herself while they have to share her sloppy seconds. Long tries to calm her down. Maybe she is not even the main one, and they shouldn't mess around, or else Shen will be unhappy. Back at his company, Menglu strides in full of confidence. Everyone is gossiping about her, wondering if she is Shen's girl. It is the third baddie he pulled in this building. Everyone is looking at her, wondering why Shen never brings an unattractive woman. Little Celery thinks that this is nothing. Their boss has a full-on harem planned at school. He only brought 2 of them right now. She asks one of the coworkers who he brought this time, and he raises an eyebrow. She is as clueless as ever. This is the 3rd woman since she was the 2nd. The secretary raises an eyebrow. She hasn't been hit till now. Menglu walks into the office full of confidence, asking Shen how her performance was. She smiles. She came in and made a dramatic entrance, and everyone was surprised. She bossed them into attention. Shen wonders why she is creating such a drama. She should come in normally. She just claps back that she will keep it up. She leans closer to the desk, wondering if he has a secretary. Our boy clearly lies that he doesn't. She gets comfortable on the table, giving him a good view of that blouse fighting for its life. She wonders if she can take on the role, maybe be his secretary. He tells her that with her as a secretary, he won't be getting much work done. Just then, our employee tells Shen that his meeting is coming up. He tells the director that Menglu will be helping him to sign the contract and complete the onboarding process. The employee guides her away. Half an hour later, she returns to the office and tells him that she is one of his employees now. She leans over the dress, wondering how she should address him. Is President Shen enough? Shen tells her to go sit over there and stop touching things. The glass is transparent at the window. She moves towards the glass as if it owes her money. She pulls down the blinds and tells him that it's not transparent anymore. He realizes that this woman is nothing but trouble and sauces. He wonders what she is trying to do, and she leans closer, telling him to try. Looking at that godly rack, he gets nervous. This is a company, a workplace. She leans closer, telling Shen that today she is his secretary. She pulls off her drawers and drops down. Isn't this one of his little fantasies? 1 hour later, after doing everything I saw in one of the videos on a sussy site, she is lying on the desk, breathless and full of mystery white tears. This is concluded, and she is off work. Shen just gets up and tells her that as his secretary, she will have to keep up. Later, they go into a meeting, and Manglu catches everyone's attention and holds the presentation. Shen smiles. It looks like she prepared well. She is not all bust and cake. It looks like she has a really good brain on her head, and ever since he got the system, not only has his life changed, but all of those connected with him have also risen.